Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter had Black Widow as toxic girlfriend? Part 2. Join Patreon for early access exclusive content of Super Op stories, also contents that's too far for YouTube. You will get 400 content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. What happened to him? Sammy asked. Harry's eyes darkened. He died in my arms as I watched the life fade from his eyes. Harry said. Did you? Sammy asked silently. Harry shook his head. No. We were surrounded by one of the US government forces. This was before I could flash away to any place I wanted. Actually, I learned how to do so that night just a few seconds after he died. Ironically, I tried to save him, but he was getting hit faster than I could heal him. He is buried on our island. It's on the hill I sometimes watch the sunset from, Harry said. Sammy nodded her understanding. After his death, I became obsessed with finding a way to bring him back. I searched every culture, both magical and muggle, to find a real way to enter the underworld or afterlife to retrieve him. I was obsessed for close to 6 months. I barely ate or slept the entire time. Harry said as he closed his eyes, trying to recall all the memories. When did you give up? Sammy asked. Never. I found a way to enter the afterlife and retrieve the dead, Harry said. Sammy looked at him with surprise. You can do a true revival of someone? She asked. Harry just shrugged. Theoretically, Harry said. What does that mean? Sammy asked angrily at Harry for being so vague on such an important subject. Harry sighed. I know how to do it, but I can never accomplish it, Harry said. Why not? Sammy asked. Before you get to the levels of the afterlife where humans reside, you need to cross the deepest depths of hell. That is where some of the most powerful demons reside. No human has ever been able to make it all the way past them to get to the human afterlife to retrieve their loved one or ones, Harry explained. But you tried anyway, Sammy guessed. Harry nodded. I did. I was foolish. Human magic does not work in hell. I did not know until I was confronted with a demon and tried to finish it off quickly. You can only imagine my surprise when not a single one of my powers worked, Harry said. You're telling me that you survived a fight with a high-class demon with no powers at the age of 10? Sammy asked. Harry shook his head. I did survive, but only through sheer luck. It was several times stronger than a regular man and seemed to enjoy playing around with me. It broke one of my legs and a few of my ribs and left dark bruises all over my body. When I was lying on the ground, bleeding, I looked up to see him leaning down with a smile, preparing to consume me. I used all my strength to pull out my knife and jab it straight into his throat. He was too close by that point to move out of the way or dodge. His black injury spilled all over me and he died on top of me. After that, I passed out. When I woke up again, I seemed to have healed somewhat, so I crawled my way out through the same way I came in, Harry said. It is quite lucky for you to have a knife on you. Then Sammy said, glad that her friend had not had a premature death. Harry smiled slightly and nodded. The knife was a gift from Nick that I always carried with me. Fitting that its last act was saving my life, I suppose. Although there were some problems after I left hell. That demon's injury changed me physically and magically. It made me stronger, heal faster, as well as impart some of a demon's power to me. That is where I get my chains of hell ability as well as my black flames. Those are two things that cannot be conjured by a normal human wizard. Though the process was excruciating as I waited for the demon injury to fully integrate with my own. Harry remarked. So, you're a demon then, Sammy deadpanned. Harry laughed at this. No, I'm not a demon. I'm closer to half or a quarter, if anything, but definitely not a full-blown demon, Harry said, amused. Do demons have bat wings like they do in folklore? Sammy asked, seemingly interested in the subject. Harry nodded. Yes, although they retract and morph into their back when not in use. Before you ask, I do not have any wings, Harry stated amusedly. TSH. You're the lamest half-demon ever. Anyways, what did this have to do with you continuing as an assassin or not? Sammy asked. Harry had looked at her with confusion before remembering why he even got started on the tangent they had just been discussing. Yes. Well, before I made my company, I obviously did not do jobs just because of money. I already had plenty. I did jobs because it just made me feel closer to Nick. They give me a nostalgic feeling and remind me of all the good times we used to have. So I am not sure if I will really ever stop or not. I'll be honest, I'm afraid that if I do, I will forget about Nick. That is something I never want to happen, Harry said as he finally came to the point of their discussion. Sammy stayed silent for a second before finally speaking up. Maybe it's not about forgetting about Nick, but more about moving on? Sammy said carefully, trying to make sure that Harry did not get angry with her suggestion. Harry looked down at Sammy for a second. You're awfully smart for a creature that just eats rats all day, he said with a smirk. Sammy hissed at him angrily. Watch yourself or the next thing I eat will be you, Sammy said. Harry just laughed out loud again. I'm glad we are friends, Sammy. I truly am. January 18, 2009, Tokyo. Harry was in Japan. Today was the day Ren had said they had their first working prototype. Harry was excited because he was finally going to be able to use an electronic since the days of his youth. He walked up to the hidden warehouse and knocked. He waited a few seconds before Ren opened the door and shook his hands. Mr. Wolf, so good of you to come so quickly, Ren said with a smile. Harry just waved him off. How many times now have I told you to call me Harry? You do not have to be so formal towards me. Not like I would cut you off or something, Harry said. Ren just shook his head good-naturedly as he gestured Harry in and started to lead him to the main experimentation room. You are still the boss. Regardless of if you would cut us off or not, we should still give you respect. Ren as they finally entered the room. Harry just grumbled obscenities under his breath as they made it to the room. They walked over to Ren's private desk where a silver suitcase was waiting. So this is it? Harry said. Ren nodded before unlocking the suitcase and opening it up. Inside was a simple flip phone that Harry had seen many people use in the past. They had begun to go out of style with the creation of the smartphone, but he still saw them around. It was simple and black with silver edges. Motorola, if he remembered correctly. Has been tested? Harry asked as he looked at Ren. Ren just smiled back at him. Why don't you pick it up and try it out for yourself? Ren said back. Harry looked back down at the phone before reaching down to grab it. It felt light in his hands and smooth. He could feel the push of the runes on the phone, making sure his magic did not draw near the phone. He flipped it open and pressed the power button to turn it on. He was pleasantly surprised to see it turn on and not burst into a small shower of sparks. He smiled as it fully drawn to and went to the home screen, waiting for him to decide what to do. No problems with battery life? Have you tested its calling and messaging functions? Harry asked.
Ren nodded.
Yes, can do both fine. At the moment it is very good at repulsing magic, but the runes will break if a large, conscious amount of magic is forced into the phone. What you have in your hands is the first, fully functional prototype. We have 4 more besides that one that also work correctly. The actual application of runes is a mixture of Celtic and Chinese, which is strange since they normally do not mix well. However, the application process of writing the runes on the electronic take less than a few minutes, as long as we have the supplies to create them. We have plenty, thanks to you, Ren said with pride evident in his voice. Harry nodded.
Excellent, Ren.
Would you have any problem marketing this? Harry said. Ren looked surprised at this. I'm surprised you are even asking. I thought that was your plan since the beginning, Ren confessed. Harry nodded. It was, but I just wanted to make sure that you were fine with it. It would mean a lot more work for you and your colleagues. You will probably need to hire some help. I will provide the income to pay any more help you can get, of course. However, make sure that all employees sign a contract that states that they will never replicate the rune sequence required to make the electronics operable outside of work, and especially not for a third party. The wizarding word has no laws about monopolies, which we should use to our advantage, Harry said. Ren bowed his head slightly. It shall be as you wish. Thank you, again, for everything you have done for us here, Mr. Wolf, Ren said with a smile as he shook Harry's hand. Harry just sighed when the man said his last name. Pleasure. I too will try to find more people to work for us. I'm glad I met you. Ren, Harry said politely while returning the smile. As thanks, I would like to give you this prototype for you to keep. I hope it serves you well, Ron said as he handed Harry the suitcase with the phone in it. Harry nodded his thanks. Thank you, Ren. I will see you soon, Harry said before flashing away right in front of Ren, who just looked at the place Harry used to be occupying with surprise. He then sighed and walked away. So that's how he always gets here so fast, Ren thought with a smile. March 13th, 2009, Hogwarts. Harry was finally back at Hogwarts for more than a second to visit his friends. The past few months had been very costly for him. He had to get entire new facilities for his employees, as well as buy a shop in New York to set up their store, hopefully this summer. He had been neglecting his friends, though, and wanted to come back and visit them. It was a little past noon and Harry knew that Daphne and Tracy, as well as Luna, would be in the library since they didn't have classes in the afternoons every other day. Harry walked straight into the library and directly to where he could feel his friends. As soon as they saw him, Daphne spat out an insult. Well, look who finally decided to grace us with his presence. Done prancing off to who knows where and have finally come to see how us lowly commoners are, have you? Daphne asked sarcastically. Tracy seemed upset as well, but Luna just smiled her regular dreamy smile at him, so he could not tell if she was actually angered or not. I'm sorry, you guys. I have been extremely busy recently. It was unfortunate that I could not make time to come and see you, but sadly necessary. I hope you can forgive me, Harry said as he bowed his head to show he was sorry. The three girls just looked at him before Daphne spoke again. Out with it then, what have you been so busy with? Daphne asked with some venom still in her voice. Harry quickly threw up some privacy wards before speaking. This will surprise you, but I have decided to come clean. I have started a company and have been extremely busy making sure it gets off the ground, Harry said. Just like he predicted, all of the girls looked at him with surprise. Except for Luna, of course, who looked like she already knew, which just made Harry look at her for a split second before returning to the other girls, who looked like they were about to ask more questions. What kind of company have you started? Tracy asked. It's a magical technology company at the moment. We currently make operable Muggle electronics that are not affected by magic, Harry said with some pride. This got even a bigger shock from the two Slytherin girls. How did you get them to work? Daphne asked. Harry just smirked and winked at her mischievously. Trade secret, I am afraid. I can't tell anyone how that isn't in the company. Just know that if you ladies would ever like a job, you can always come to me. The pay is great, I assure you, Harry said with a smile. What about your other job, Harry? Surely you won't give up on it, will you? Luna asked curiously. At this, Harry looked directly at her. It didn't surprise him too much that Luna knew what he normally did for a living. He never kept it that much of a secret in the first place, but he didn't exactly advertise it either. He suspected Luna to have some seer-like abilities simply from the otherworldly way she acted. Harry just kept looking at her before he noticed an awkward silence had fallen over the group as they all waited for him to answer the question, with only Tracy not understanding the weight of the question. At this time, I will not be quitting my current job for a while. I definitely will not even consider it until my business is fully off the ground. However, since you clearly know of my other job, tell me what you think of me doing things like that, Luna, Harry said politely as he looked at the petite blonde. Luna just shrugged. It doesn't bother me. In my eyes, you are just making the world a safer place. You only go after the bad ones anyway, she said as if she were discussing something as simple as her favorite food. Harry looked at her for one more second before nodding. Thank you for telling me that, Harry said. He then looked at the Tracy, who was the only confused one of the four. Tracy, since you do not know, I have decided that you should be informed of what my job truly is. To be blunt, I am an assassin. In fact, I am considered one of the best in the world, as well as having an almost 100 completion record. Along with that, I tend to be slightly cheaper than most assassins, which means more people come to me with jobs. I trust you with this information because you are one of my friends. I trust you to keep that information, Harry said as he looked at the girl. Tracy looked as if she was going into shock. It did not look like she was processing this new information as well as she could have been. Harry rushed to her and put his hand on her forehead, causing her to be forced into sleep before she hurt herself. Is she going to be okay? Daphne asked, panicking slightly at her sleeping friend. She will be fine. I just needed to put her to sleep before her brain fried itself, Harry said as he laid Tracy down gently. Daphne breathed a sigh of relief. Do you think she will tell anyone? Luna asked. Harry just looked at her. Luna, at this point, I'm pretty sure your guess will be better than mine, but I would assume not. That's good. Although we could have used a Ragglesnark to make her forget the whole conversation. I believe a colony of them just moved into the Forbidden Forest. Luna said with what sounded like sadness that she no longer had an excuse to use her suggestion. Harry just looked at her before making a mental note to go into the Forbidden Forest and annihilate any creature that looked like it could be a Ragglesnark. Maybe next time, Luna. Maybe next time. May 16th, 2009, Malibu. Harry just looked at Tony Stark's mansion. He had never seen a house quite like it and had a feeling that the eccentric man added his own personal touch during its construction. He sighed. He had called the man of his own accord strictly for business. His company had been taking off, but sadly they needed more phones and they couldn't just keep going to stores around the facilities to buy them anymore, as the store owners would start to get suspicious. They would need a supplier. After researching the topic, Harry had found that Stark Industries made some of the best phones in the world, with Apple being a close second. Harry wanted to see if Tony would be open to selling him some phones in bulk to use at a cheaper price than buying them individually. Therefore, Harry had contacted Craig and told him to have him put in touch with the man. He gave him Tony Stark's private number and Harry had called the man. Tony had been ecstatic to hear him and immediately insisted that Harry come over to his house today to talk. Harry barely got more than a word out at a time before finding himself being forced to come to the man's house for dinner. Harry sighed before entering the grounds and knocking on the door to the billionaire's house. He waited for a second before the door was opened by Miss Potts, who looked at him confused. "May I help you with something?" she asked politely. She clearly did not recognize him, which caused him to chuckle slightly. "You don't remember me? Understandable. Last time we met I had broken into your apartment and hid in the shadows," Harry said as if reminiscing fondly at old memories. Pepper just continued to look at him with a confused expression before her memories clicked into place, and she immediately went stiff as a board. "Are you here to kill me?" she asked quietly with fear in her voice. Harry just shook his head, amused. "Of course not. You would have to do something quite terrible to be put on my kill list. No, I am here because Mr. Stark invited me over for dinner after I got in touch with him about a certain business transaction." "And no, not the same kind of business transaction we had," Harry said. Pepper relaxed slightly and nodded. "I see. Well then, would you please wait here while I inform Mr. Stark you are here?" Pepper asked politely, but still a little too stiff. Harry just smiled at her and nodded. "Of course. I'll wait here then," Harry said as he took a step away from the door to show his compliance. Pepper nodded and relaxed a little more now that he did not appear to be trying to force entry. She closed the door and disappeared. A few minutes later, and Harry figured they were either calling the cops or the house was just that big. Just as he was thinking about leaving, the door swung open to show a smiling Tony Stark in just a tank top and jeans. "Well, if it isn't my desert savior. Come in. I have ordered takeout. You like Chinese? I love it. Should be here any minute. Come, let's sit on the couch. Would you like a beer? Oh wait, you're too young, right? What do teens drink when they can't illegally get beer? Soda? Got some root beer in the fridge. It even has beer in the name to make you feel better," Tony prattled on at a mile a second. Harry did not even try to respond as he was led to the couch. "So tell me, what has my mysterious 12-year-old savior been up to since we last met?" Hopefully not dipping his hands in innocent injury because, I don't know if you heard, but I kind of take action against that these days, Tony said. Harry just shook his head. "No need to worry on that end. I only kill criminals and only the worst of the worst. I don't go after innocents," Harry explained calmly. Tony beamed at that. "Great. I knew you were awesome the second I looked at you. So tell me, have you been keeping business? I had Jarvis look into you, but he found nothing except that you were a pretty well-known assassin only known as Harry. Rare that Jarvis cannot find any real information on someone." "You must be good," Tony said in his fast-paced tone once again. "I would suck at my job if just anyone could find me." "Who is Jarvis, by the way?" Harry asked. Tony puffed his chest with pride. An AI system I built, probably the smartest AI on the planet, if I do say so myself. He helps run everything around me like my business as well as my security. Say hello, Jarvis, Tony said. Hello, Mr. Stark's guest. I am Jarvis, Mr. Stark's AI. May I have the pleasure of knowing who you are? A British voice said, coming from the walls. To Harry's credit, he did not jump when he heard a voice come from nowhere, although his eyes did slightly widen before they returned to normal and a smile presented on his face. Well, technology certainly has advanced if this is possible. Hello, Jarvis, I am Harry, Harry said politely. Do you perhaps have a last name? Jarvis asked. I do, although I am not ready to share it with you, Harry said amused. I see. Then pardon my intrusion, Jarvis said. So Harry, why do you not hide your name? Or is it fake? It would be cooler if you had an alias like Black Hawk, or maybe Silver Fong, something that rolls off the tongue, but is also catchy. Mine, for instance, is Iron Man, Tony said with more pride. Too much work. It is my real name, but it's not like it matters if you know it or not. Aliases are for those who need to hide their true identities. I do not. I don't care too much who knows. As of right now, only one government agency knows my true identity, and that's only because a sexy redhead snitched on me. Harry said with half exasperation and half amusement. Ah, I too know the feeling of being betrayed by a sexy redhead, Tony said solemnly. I heard that, a voice said from a nearby room. You were meant to, Pep. Stop snitching on me to my own company, Tony called back.
No.
It's the only way to get you to come to work, Pepper responded. Tony just sighed in exasperation and looked back at Harry. You see what I am dealing with? Tony said. Harry just nodded with an empathetic look on his face. Hey women, am I right? Harry said jokingly. Yes. Finally someone gets it, Tony exclaimed. Just then, Pepper entered the room with 2 bags of Chinese takeout and put them on the coffee table while glaring at Tony, who was pretending to be looking out the window with fascination. Harry just looked at the scene and chuckled. Here is your food. I am turning in for the night. Tony, remember you have a press conference at 8 tomorrow morning, so you need to be up early, Pepper said in a tone that, for some reason, reminded Harry of a mother. But that's the middle of the night, Tony exclaimed. I said 8, not 12, Pepper said. I know. The middle of the night, Tony responded. Pepper just rolled her eyes before turning and leaving the two. Good night, boys. Do not stay up too late, Pepper said. Yes, Mom, both Tony and Harry said at the same time, causing both Tony and Harry to high-five and Pepper to turn around and glare one last time before leaving. It was then that they started pulling out the food and getting down to business. You were all right, kid, Tony said as he slurped up some noodles. I guess I could say the same about you, old man. Even if you do talk a mile a minute, Harry said. He could pretty accurately tell what kind of man Tony Stark was by now. Someone who was similar to him. He was a person who made it to the top of their food chain and didn't really worry or care for the sheep's opinions. That was a man that Harry could respect whether he was stronger or weaker. Hey, I'm not that old, Tony protested. And I am not that young, Harry shot back. Tony grumbled a little but conceded the point. So, now that we are alone, I assume this isn't a social visit? You mentioned something about phones when we talked earlier, if I remember correctly, Tony said. Harry looked at him confused. You heard something besides your own voice on that call? I sure as hell didn't, Harry said. Tony smiled. It's a gift. Now out with it, Tony said with a smile. All right, I will be blunt. I would like to be blunt. I would like to buy Stark phones from you. Not the new smartphones either, but your older flip phones. I also need them in bulk, if possible, Harry said. Tony looked at him confused. We do have storages with some phones like you described. But why do you want dated phones? Tony asked. I mean to sell them. The people I am selling them to, however, are a little old school. They are not ready for smartphones. This is why I will start them off with a simpler version and then work our way up, Harry said honestly. I see. You find an Amish group trying to catch up with the times or something? Tony asked. Harry shrugged. Something like that. So what do you say? Harry asked, trying not to go into too much detail. I thought you were supposed to be an assassin? Tony said. I am. That's how I am funding my whole operation, Harry said. So what? You trying to get into a new line of work or something? Tony asked. Harry responded back. Tony just looked at him for a second before taking another bite of his rice. Well, I guess I could get them for you. How much do you need and how much are you looking to buy them for? Tony asked. I need around 250,000 to start off and was hoping to buy them on the cheaper end of the spectrum, Harry said. You need to work on your negotiating, kid. But I guess I can work with that. Since we upgraded, the phones have just been collecting dust anyway. I will sell them to you for, let's say, $1.5 million. That okay with you? Tony asked as he took a swig of his beer. I guess I can afford that. Still seems a little pricey, Harry said. Tony scoffed. Well, they are Stark phones, so they are a little more expensive even with my savior discount. Still a better deal than most other companies, though, Tony said. I suppose that is true. Shall we say cheers to a new deal, then? Harry said happily. Not really as good as my normal deals, so how about a deal between new friends? Tony suggested. Harry hesitated and his smile dropped for a second. Then he looked at Tony again and smiled once more. Fine then, a deal between new friends, Harry said as he raised his cup to Tony's glass where they met. Chink, and there is chapter 20. Hope you guys liked it. Thank you to everyone who was patient in waiting for this chapter. I know, from experience, that it sucks when an author starts to cut back on updates, and it tears me up that I am now in a position where I have to do that. Good news is that I don't have many plans this weekend, so I should be able to crank out another chapter soon as long as nothing bad happens tomorrow. Also hope you guys liked some clarification on what Harry was doing the year before Hogwarts. I've been trying to fit it in for a while but didn't think the moment was right. Thanks again to everyone who follows/favorites/reviews. It fills me with joy to see that my work is appreciated. Alright, that is all. See you all next time. Until then, peace. Chapter 21. So here is chapter 21. My beta is super busy with life, so she could not edit this chapter. Hope you guys can find it enjoyable anyways. Also, the pairing has been decided and should be posted by the time this goes up. Some of you might not be happy that your choices weren't picked. Sorry about that. I just picked who got the most votes between the reviews and the PMs I got. Next story I make, I will just open a poll. Anyways, I have good news, or at least it is for me. My story broke 1,000 followers. Thank you all so much for all the support you have given me. Now on to the story. June 17th, 2009. Harry was sitting on his beach getting, or at least trying to, get a tan. For everyone who truly knew him, they would know that this was not normal behavior for Harry. Harry didn't sit around wasting time trying to futilely get a tan. He would relax occasionally, but never to this extent. So why was he sitting out in the sun on a beach chair that he had to go out and buy? Because Harry made a promise. A promise that he had forgotten about, but Tracy and Daphne apparently had not forgotten about. Last year, he promised that they and their families could spend the summer on his island. So here they all were. Daphne came with her mother and sister, while Tracy came with her mother and father, who, after much prodding, agreed to come on this little vacation and were actually enjoying themselves. Mrs. Greengrass needed no prodding whatsoever. As soon as Daphne asked, she was already packing and preparing to go, which seemed to actually irritate Daphne, much to Harry's amusement. Now they were all here. All the girls were enjoying themselves in the water, while Harry and Mr. Davis were sitting on beach chairs planted in the sun. Quite the place you have here, Harry. Well protected too, Mr. Davis said. Harry cracked his eyes and looked at the man in his peripherals. Thank you, Harry said politely. How did you come by it, if you don't mind me asking? Mr. Davis asked. I bought it around 4 years ago. Harry replied honestly. That must have cost you quite a lot, Mr. Davis commented in surprise. Harry shook his head slightly. Not as much as you think. Word of advice. If you want to buy property and you know how to apply good wards or know someone who will do it for you cheaply, then always buy from muggles. Everything in the magical world tends to be heavily overpriced. I only buy things in the magical world that I absolutely cannot get in the muggle world, Harry said. Ah, I did not know that. To tell you the truth, I am not that accustomed to anything muggle, Mr. Davis said. You should become informed. Muggles outnumber wizards 1,000 to 1. Plus their technology gives them an edge over almost all wizards. Harry said. Mr. Davis looked at him incredulously. Surely you jest. Yes, muggles have technology, but we have magic. Mr. Davis tried to say. Harry just shook his head. Magic is made for all purposes of a wizard's life. Muggles, however, are extremely good at finding ways to kill or at least subdue their enemies. I have no doubt that if a war broke out right now between muggles and wizards, muggles would slaughter wizards like animals. Harry stated calmly. How can you be so sure? Mr. Davis asked suspiciously. I have seen the result of their weapons of death and war firsthand. Not something a wizard is equipped to go up against. Most muggles aren't even equipped to go up against them. Their attacks are so quick that the covered eye cannot even see them. Would you like to see an example of what I am talking about? Harry asked. Mr. Davis looked unsure but nodded. He wanted to see these supposed weapons. Harry and Mr. Davis both got up and Harry led him back to the house. He entered his room and grabbed a locked suitcase in his room before walking back outside to the side of the house with Mr. Davis. He laid the case down on a rock and put in the code before pushing it open. Inside were 2 Glocks and 2 clips of ammo. He grabbed a single of each and loaded the Glock before showing Mr. Davis. This is a modern-day gun. I'm sure you have at least heard of a gun before, Harry said. Mr. Davis nodded. Have you ever seen one in action? Harry questioned. At this, Mr. Davis shook his head in the negative. I thought so. You see, the problem is that most magicals do not have a shield that can block this. They would have to rely on conjuring a physical shield like a stone wall or another physical object to block its bullets. I myself made a shield to block bullets when I was younger but have not had to use it in a while. Now for the demonstration. Watch the tree over there as I shoot at it. Harry said as he nodded his head in the direction of a palm tree that was close to 50 feet away. Mr. Davis looked at the tree and waited. Harry took aim and fired 3 times at the tree. As soon as the shots were released, they collided with the tree and dug deep into the bark. Mr. Davis simply looked on with wide eyes. But how? He said, astonished. Muggle weapons release their attacks much faster than a spell can be cast and also faster than the eyes contract. Even if they could, a bullet is still small enough to be harder to see. Do you understand why most magicals would be in danger against such a thing? Harry asked. Mr. Davis nodded slowly while looking with slight fear at the gun in Harry's hand. And there are no practical ways to stop such an attack. Mr. Davis attacked. Harry shrugged. There is some armor that can block up to a certain bullet size. If you know you are going to be shot at, you can always prepare a shield in advance as well. Harry said. So it's best not to get into open combat with anyone that has such a device. Mr. Davis concluded. Harry nodded. After that, he put the gun away and they went back to the beach where they met up with the woman who were now outside the water and lounging in towels on their own chairs. Where did you and Harry go, dear? Mrs. Davis asked. Harry was just showing me a certain muggle weapon that they now use. Very impressive as well as scary. Certainly not anything I would want to meet in battle, Mr. Davis said. Mrs. Davis looked at him slightly confused before dropping the subject. So Harry, how is the business going? Mrs. Greengrass asked. Harry gave a dirty look to Daphne for telling. She just looked at the ocean innocently. Well, since you already know about it. It is going well. We are just about to open up our first store in America. American wizards tend to have less biases against muggles, so we figure that would be a good place to start. Harry said with a smile. Oh, that's good. Daphne told me that you offered her and Tracy a job if they ever needed one. Angelica said. At this, Harry internally smiled. Why, yes, I did. In fact, I wanted to make Daphne my personal assistant as well as help me run the actual company. I'm afraid that I am not well versed in business and this may cost me later. This is where Daphne comes in. She is a smart girl who I know for a fact knows all about politicking and negotiating. Of course, she will be well paid. For Tracy, I was thinking more of an executive manager position. What do you think? Harry asked with a smile after explaining his plan. Mrs. Greengrass smiled. I think it is a great idea. You should put some thought into it, Daphne dear. These opportunities only come once in a lifetime. Mrs. Greengrass said to her oldest. Daphne gave a quick glare to the smiling Harry before answering. Yes, mother, she said through gritted teeth. Her little sister simply giggled behind her. You should as well, Tracy. Such job opportunities don't come often, Mrs. Davis said. Tracy just nodded and looked at Harry. Harry was wondering what she was thinking. Over the past month, Tracy had gotten used to the idea of his job, but she seemed a little more distant now that she knew he killed people. Harry was of the opinion that she was a little afraid of him now. Only time would fix that though, so he would leave it alone. With all the talk of business out of the way, they all went inside to have dinner since it was getting lower. July 13th, 2009. Harry had decided to spend some more time with his baby sister, since he hadn't seen her in a while. So he went to the Potter house and kidnapped her while leaving a note explaining what was going on. Deep down, he found the thought of the Potters panicking over the thought of him taking Rose a little funny. So Rosie, what do you want to do today? Harry asked. Hide and seek, she said back with excitement. Okay, I guess we can play that. Harry responded with a smile to his cute sister. They played that while Tracy and Daphne plus their families were swimming in the ocean. Most of it was Harry just following around the giggling Rose. He had to make her a peanut butter and jelly sandwich for lunch. After she was done, he was ready to play some more games with her. So you full now? Harry asked. Ice cream, Rose yelled/demanded. I'm not sure that is such a good idea. Ice cream it is. 5 hours later, Harry was back at Potter Manor with Rose. He was also covered in multiple flavors of ice cream from head to toe. He tried to get rid of it, but all attempts had been failures so far. Rose stood next to him perfectly clean and smiling. Harry just smiled and knocked on the door. It opened immediately to show an angry Lily in the doorway. She looked ready to tell him off for kidnapping her daughter, but immediately took in his hilarious appearance along with the glare on his face. She could not stop himself from bursting out laughing at his appearance. Harry just grumbled in anger. You going to let me return Rose or not, woman? Harry demanded. Lily took a second to calm herself before looking down at her daughter. So did you have a fun time at Harry's house? Lily asked her daughter. Rose beamed up at her fun. Yep. We had ice cream, Rose said. I can see that, Lily said as she tried to make sure she did not burst out laughing again. I'm sure you can. Now hurry up. I have places to be, Harry said, no longer wanting to be here. All right, Rose, say goodbye to Harry, Lily said as she took her daughter's hand and led her inside. Bye, Harry. Thanks for the ice cream. Goodbye, Rose, Harry said with a wave before flashing away to go and find out how to get all this ice cream off. August 1st, 2009. Both the Greengrasses and the Davises had just left after thanking him for a lovely stay and making him promise that he would let them over again sometime. If he was being honest, they were kind of boring to Harry. Hanging out with normal people for any extended period of time was hard. He needed something to counter the boredom. Something that was exciting and action-packed all rolled up into an afternoon. He could try and get another contract just for old time's sake. He sighed and started to put on his signature black hoodie. Going somewhere? Sammy asked as she slithered into the room. Yep. Decided I need to go out and kill something. Preferably a human scumbag, Harry said as he put on his shoes. Bring me back a souvenir, she said as she slithered under the bed. Maybe I should get you a little snake boyfriend. You seem tense recently, Sammy dearest, Harry teased. Ha, you think you're funny. Won't be so funny when I strangle you in your sleep though, Sammy hissed back. Ouch, Sammy. I'm only trying to look out for you, you know, Harry said with mock pain. At this point, I am pretty much the closest thing to the queen of all snakes. It is beneath me to need a human to look out for my welfare, she said back smugly. Better watch out. That's the kind of arrogance that can get you killed, Harry warned. Oh, you mean the same kind of arrogance that you show in every single situation? Sammy asked sarcastically. Well, yes, but they actually can't kill me. I'm way too powerful and cool for something like a human to be able to kill me, Harry said while puffing his chest out in pride. Oh, I'm sure. Now weren't you going somewhere? Sammy said, clearly ending their little back and forth.
Yes, isa pouzido. Tatasammi.
I'm going out to play, Harry said as he flashed away. Same day, New York City. Harry was currently in the back room of Craig's bar, waiting for the man to show up. The man better hurry too. Harry was getting bored even faster. After waiting a few minutes, the man finally stepped into the room and greeted him. Harry, you rarely come in anymore. You just call. What's the occasion? Craig asked. Just felt like going old school today. So what you got for me? Harry asked nonchalantly. At this Craig shrugged. Nothing that I can think of. Not many contracts going on right now. Especially after that contract spree you've been going on for the past year. Craig said with some slight amusement. Harry frowned at this. I couldn't have taken that many, could I have? Harry said skeptically. Craig just deadpanned at him. You have taken 53 contracts over the past year alone. You are even being called the Reaper in dark underground circles. Craig said. Harry looked at him in surprise. They even gave me a nickname? Why? Doesn't everyone know my real name by now? Harry asked. Craig nodded. They do, but I suspect many think that the Reaper fits you a little better than just Harry. Craig said sarcastically. Harry just waved it off. They are just exaggerating. Harry tried to say, do you even know your official kill count? Craig asked. No, 2,567 people. And those are just the ones they could confirm. You probably have even more, Craig said. Harry's eyes were wide. While he never bothered to even try to count all his kills, he was pretty sure that it couldn't already be that high. That can't be right. No way have I taken that many contracts, even counting the ones when I was with Nick. Harry said incredulously. I think you are underestimating how many underlings you have also killed. Craig said with amusement. Harry just looked at him and tried to get an estimate in his head of all the underlings he had killed. Plus there was all the random people he had killed because he found them to be disgusting. Then the few contracts like Daphne's that he took on the side. It was all starting to come together. Okay. Maybe I am a little scarier than I originally thought. Harry mumbled. Yes, you are. Now, will that be all for today? Craig asked with mock politeness. Wait, you seriously have nothing for me? Harry said. He was silently panicking. He needed to relieve stress. He couldn't do that without a contract. Craig shrugged. Nothing that fits your MO. Besides, I think you should calm down with the contracts. I hear S.H.I.E.L.D. is on a 24-hour watch for you. Have their top people out searching for you. Best to probably not draw their attention for a while, don't you think? Craig said. Harry looked at Craig silently for a minute. His face was blank as he processed what the older man just said. Then his face broke out into a huge grin. A devious grin that made Craig uncomfortable. Harry, why are you smiling like that? Craig asked wearily while inching towards the door in case Harry had finally lost it. Oh, Craig, you just gave me the most wonderful idea. 8 p.m. or 4 hours later, Harry was standing on top of a future skyscraper. It was currently under construction, which was not uncommon for the New York skyline. There was always some new company trying to build here. What was uncommon about Harry being there was his reason. He knew he was probably playing with fire, but honestly, he didn't care. He was just too bored. He needed something to happen. Luckily for him, something was about to happen. He had openly walked around New York for 2 hours in front of as many cameras as possible. Why? Because he wanted to gain S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention. Yes, Harry was so bored that he was going to use one of the most powerful government agencies in the world to alleviate his boredom. He had no doubt that they would send the best they had to try and contain him. They also couldn't send too many men, otherwise they would make a noticeable scene. So now he was playing the waiting game on the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents that he knew would be here soon. Just as he finished that thought, he felt a tingle on the edge of his senses. 2 people had just entered the building. He was so glad that he could finally sense humans. Took forever to figure out how, but it was so worth it. Just had to find the rhythm that their heartbeat was making as well as the vibration of the injury pumping through their veins, which now let him really sense any living creature. He felt them take the elevator to the second highest floor before creeping up the stairs to his floor. He felt them on the other side of his floor no longer moving, most likely discussing how to take him down or in. Harry didn't care. He just continued to look out over the beautiful New York skyline from the top of the building. He had to look like a badass after all. After a couple minutes, He felt one of the signatures hide not too far from his position while the other approached him stealthily. He had to admit, if he wasn't able to loudly feel their hearts, he wouldn't know they were there. Must be real professionals then. Good. That would only make it more fun in his opinion. He suddenly thought of what Sammy said earlier about his arrogance. Maybe I do have a problem, Harry thought. As soon as the person was 30 feet and closing, Harry decided to speak. You're a little too loud to be trying to sneak up on me, he said without turning to the person behind him. He needed to keep his cool image. So you heard me? Impressive. Do you have enhanced senses by chance? Said a feminine voice that he actually recognized. So they sent you after me again, Red? Harry said while turning to look at the woman known to most as Black Widow while totally ignoring her question. She smiled back. Well, they wanted to make sure you wouldn't be able to get away this time, she said. Didn't do such a good job of that last time as I recall. Is that why you had to bring a friend this time? Harry asked amusedly. Her smile dropped for a split second before returning. That's quite the gift you have, she commented, trying to get more information from him. I have no gifts. All you see is a result of hard, painful work. But enough about me. Let's talk about you and your little organization that can't even find me unless I let them. Harry said. We wondering about that. Why did you purposely let us find you? You must have known we would see you. Did you hope to cut a deal? Widow asked. Harry just hummed to himself. You are extremely good at getting information. Everything you have said and asked was said to draw information from me. Not really going to work, but impressive nonetheless. Harry said with a smile. Does that mean we are just going to skip to the hard part? She asked innocently. Oh, I suppose it does. Harry said back with the smile on his face. This was the fun he was hoping for. Neither moved at all for a minute. Both just silently assessed their opponent. In a split section, they had crossed the gap between each other and were trying to trade blows. As soon as he dodged the first fist by a hair, Harry knew that she was skilled. She had more experience than him, but he could so far tell that he was slightly faster and more adaptable than she was and stronger as well. He ducked down to avoid a jab and immediately launched one of his own straight at her stomach. She jumped back to avoid, but before Harry could press his advantage, he had to sidestep as an arrow went whizzing by his head. He looked in slight surprise at the arrow not lodged in the wall. What the hell? Is your teammate the Green Arrow? Harry shouted. Don't ask. He gets real touchy when people badmouth his bow and arrows. Widow said back. Harry just shook his head and re-engaged with the female assassin. They were back to trading blows, but now Harry was on the defensive. She seemed to be trying to grapple and put him into a submission hold. He had to continuously block her hands from grabbing hold of him. In turn, he also had to stay close to her as well. If he got too far, the arrow dude would shoot at him since she was no longer in danger of being hit. Harry also was not about to use magic, otherwise this wouldn't be fun. He then gained an idea. He grabbed Widow by her outstretched wrist and shoved her down. Just as he predicted, once she was out of the line of fire, the arrow dude shot one right at him, only this time he was prepared. Just as it was about to hit him, he snatched the arrow from the air and wielded it like a knife at the now up Black Widow. He immediately went back on the offensive and stabbed at her. She tried to disarm the arrow from his grasp, but he was too fast to be able to get it away from him. She tried to punch him low in the kidney, but by now Harry had figured out how she fought. He reached down just as she punched and grabbed her fist as he countered with his own. He hit her straight in the kidney, which caused her to jolt forward in pain. Before she could recover, he took the arrow and put it right into her leg. The arrow tip was apparently electrically charged because she started spasming as soon as it went in. She then fell to the ground out cold. He heard a yell from the archer's current position. Natasha! The man yelled. Ah, so that was her name. He would remember it. Harry jumped behind a concrete just as 3 arrows flew by his last position. He then got up and started running straight into the shadows and hid. He calmed his breath and looked around. He could feel the archer sweeping the area as best he could in the night as he slowly approached his downed companion. Harry started to move again. He moved quietly from shadow to shadow as he kept an eye on the man. He slowly made his way around to the man's backside before approaching him quietly. He sneaked closed until he was right behind him. He reached out to knock the man out in one blow, but before he could, the man spun around and shot an arrow right at Harry. He was too close to avoid it, and it pierced his skin. He grit his teeth and fell to a knee as electricity soared through his body. When it finally stopped, he tried to get up but was immediately kneed directly in the face, causing him to fly backwards. He immediately flipped over and hopped to his feet so he could prepare himself for the man's attack. The man was reaching for more arrows, so he ran straight towards him to stop him. They immediately entered a close combat battle. This man was good, but it was clear his expertise laid more with long range. Harry was able to handle him much better than he was able to handle Natasha. He gave quick punches to the man's abdomen that made him lean forward. Before the man could recover, he grabbed the man's head and used his knee to slam into the man's face as he brought the two together forcefully. This made the man immediately fall backwards. Harry rushed to him, so he had not time to recover. As soon as the man lifted his head to get back up, Harry's foot came slamming down on it, causing him to collide with the ground and get knocked out instantly. Harry just bent over and took a breather now that they were both down. That was fun, Harry said between his breaths for air. He had not such a hard fight since his old sparring lessons with Nick, though he knew he was still a while from being at Nick's level. Nick specialized in hand-to-hand combat. He could have easily taken these two down in the right environment or with enough prep time. After he was done catching his breath, Harry looked down at the two downed assassins. Suppose I could heal them up and leave them for their agency, Harry thought. With that, he aimed his hands at them and watched as a soft green glow surrounded them both and their wounds healed. To most, it would now look like they were just sleeping. Harry sighed. Guess that's my cue to get out of here. Bet Sammy is going to get on my case about being so gung-ho about this, Harry thought. And with that, he flashed away, leaving the two government assassins to be found alone and passed out by their backup. 5 minutes later. So there is chapter 21. I hope you guys liked it. Next chapter is back to 4th year at Hogwarts. Gonna be some twists and turns. Thanks to everyone who supports this story with reviews/follows/favorites and PMs. I love hearing from you guys and your opinions on the story. Next chapter will be posted hopefully soon. Just got done with most of my quarter testing at school, so I should have more time. Chapter 22. So here is chapter 22. Sorry it took so long. Had an econ project. Pretty tired, so this is a short note. Thanks for all support. Enjoy the story. September 1st ST 2009. Harry was once again sitting in on an 8-hour train ride. Why? Because he was forced to buy his so-called friends. He decided that once he was done with going to this infernal school, he was getting rid of this train permanently. He couldn't decide on what would be better. A random explosion, or perhaps the train simply mysteriously disappearing one day. Luna, Tracy, and Daphne were chatting about they planned for the school year, as well as some rumored tournament that was supposedly happening. Harry just sat and watched them with uninterested eyes. He never enjoyed gossip. It was just so annoying to have to pick out the bits of truths covered in all the lies and exaggerations. Please do not tell me that I am going to have to hear this the entire year, Harry moaned. Not like you're here for most of the year anyways, Daphne shot back. I told you I was just busy with the company last year. I will be around more this year, I promise, Harry said with rolled eyes. I'll believe it when I see it, Daphne said back. Ugh, Luna, you believe me, don't you? Harry said as he shot Luna his best impression of puppy dog eyes. Luna just looked at him confused. You look constipated. Are you feeling all right, Harry? Luna asked with genuine concern. Tracy and Daphne burst into loud laughter. Harry just grumbled as he leaned back into his seat and crossed his arms. Luna just looked around, even more confused on why the other girls were laughing, but decided that she should just let it go. Just then, Harry's phone started buzzing in his pocket. He pulled it out and looked at it for a second. He didn't recognize the number, which probably meant it was someone trying to establish a contract. Hey, stay quiet for a second. I need to answer this, Harry said at the giggling girls. He then flipped open the phone and started talking. Hello? He said. Hey, Harry. So did you know that there is super government agency tracking you down? Said a voice from the other end. a voice that he clearly recognized. "Tony? How did you get my number?" Harry asked incredulously. "Oh, come on. You yourself are hard to track, but I can at the very least find your phone, especially since you're now using one of my phones. Don't worry, though I won't give it away or anything," Tony said back at him. Harry just sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose to control his annoyance at the man. "Fine, so what do you need?" Harry asked. "Already said it. Did you know there is a super government agency trying to track you down?" Tony asked. Harry thought back to his fight with Widow and Archer Boy. "Yeah, I knew that. And that agency is called S.H.I.E.L.D., Harry said. "Yeah, well, they came to my house a few hours ago and asked me what my connection was to you. They apparently know you came over and have been in contact. I imagine they have been spying on me," Tony said. Harry thought about that for a second. "So what did you tell them?" Harry asked. "What do you think?" "Told them if they didn't get off my property I would repulsor blast them off myself," Tony said back. Harry chuckled at that. "They didn't take offense to that?" Harry asked. "They did until I brought out my armor and told them to go away or I would make good on my threat," Tony said. "Their director called me up after that. I kinda have this thing going with them right now, or at least we're on speaking terms. So they cut me some slack, but they warned me to stay away from you and report if you ever came back, yada yada," Tony said back. "Looks like you got into quite the trouble because of me." "I thank you for not trying to sell me out," Harry said. "No problem. Probably best we don't meet for a while, though. I am sure they are watching in case you come back." "Will do. Thanks again, Tony. I'll pay you back one day. I promise. I told you it was no problem. Anyways, keep in touch, man." Later, Tony finished before hanging up. Harry stored the number in his phone before closing it and putting it away. He looked back at the girls to see them looking at him. "You can go back to talking you want." "I am done," Harry said. "What was that about?" Tracy asked. "Just a friend telling me some info about a government agency that is trying too persistently to track me down," Harry said with a shrug of his shoulder. "How were you talking to him?" Daphne asked. Harry sighed. He forgot that he had not actually showed them an example of what a phone was yet. "It's the product I told you about that my company makes. It lets you communicate with people anywhere in the world as long as they, too, have a cell phone. Plus, you can carry it around in your pocket. Can also be charged by your magic, which is a newer development. We just started selling them in America," Harry explained. "How's that going?" Daphne asked. Harry shrugged. "Starting pretty slow, but we actually just hired a marketing team, so it should speed up soon," Harry said. "Were you serious when you offered us jobs?" Tracy asked. Harry nodded. "Yep, you want a job, just let me know and I will make it happen," Harry said. "That's generous," Daphne commented. "What can I say? I am a generous guy. You can always have a job if you need one, too, Luna. I'm sure we can find a position worthy of your talents," Harry said as he looked at the girl with a smile. Luna smiled back. "Thank you, Harry, but I am still just going into my 3rd year. I don't think I am ready to think about what boring thing I am going to do after school," she said. "If you say so," Harry said with a shrug. After that, they just chatted and napped until they reached the station. As they exited the train, Harry suddenly remembered something. "Oh, Daphne, this year I will be teaching you wandless magic, so you should prepare yourself for exerting yourself mentally quite a lot." "This year," Harry said. Daphne just looked at him with surprise and happiness. "Finally," she exclaimed. "Yeah, I was going to do it last year, but I got super busy," Harry said. Now Daphne was glaring at him. "What?" Harry said with an arched eyebrow. "Nothing, let's just go," Daphne said. She was clearly not going to let Harry ruin her good mood. They rode up to the castle and went to the Great Hall. They sat down and waited for the first years to come in and be sorted. It was a process that Harry had stopped paying attention to immediately. After eating, he saw Dumbledore stand up and give an announcement about some super dangerous tournament that Hogwarts and 2 other magic schools were going to be participating in. Well, what do you know, Daph was right after all, Harry thought. After that announcement, they went back to their respective common rooms. Well, except for Harry. Harry went to his killer home away from home pad that he had built in an empty classroom. He was about to turn in for the night when he heard a knock on the door. He did a quick check on who it was and wasn't surprised to see the old fossil waiting patiently outside. "What do you want, old man?" Harry called at the door. Dumbledore took this as permission to enter his room. Good evening, Harry. How have you been for the past year? We have not spoken for quite a while, Dumbledore asked. I have been just wonderful. I killed so many people last year. Actually, I recently found out that my kill count is now in the thousands. How have you been, Headmaster? Still old as the dirt I walk on, I see, Harry said cheerily. He could see that Dumbledore was trying to restrain his horror at his kill count, and he was actually doing a pretty good job. How do you feel nothing at knowing you have ended so many lives? Dumbledore asked, not with condemnation but with simple curiosity. Simple, I kill only those who deserve a fate much worse than death. Do not be a fool, Dumbledore. You may have seen lots of it in your lifetime, but that is no excuse to no longer issue death as a punishment. Death is a strong force and that will never change. Your avoidance of it in the last war will be your downfall in the upcoming one, Harry said. Dumbledore just looked at him for a second. Everyone deserves a chance to change, Harry, Dumbledore said. Harry nodded. And they will get one. Just not in this lifetime. I can guarantee you that once you hit death, there are chances for you to pay for your sins and redeem yourself. Now, tell me why you came to my room already so I can sleep, Harry said. Dumbledore thought for a few more seconds on what Harry said before continuing. I want to acquire your services once more, Dumbledore stated. Oh, how curious. What would you like me to do then? Harry asked with a smile. I want you to train Arthur, Dumbledore said simply. Immediately, Harry's smile vanished.
Impossible.
Your request has been denied, Harry said back with a frown. Harry, I understand that you are mad about what happened so many years ago between you and the Potters, but stop. You think that is what this about? I hold no true hate for the Potters, Dumbledore. It was, after all, my decision to leave them, and I am glad I made that choice. It came with huge benefits which you can never possibly imagine. That being said, I still view the Potters as annoyances. Their constant attempts to try and find ways to get close to me are annoying, and even more so since they try to use Rose. Plus, I honestly just don't like any one of them enough to give them any sorts of training. They would most likely die anyway, Harry said. That last part was especially true since he would not heal any Potter like he would Daphne. I see. Then how about another request? Dumbledore asked. I will hear you out, but I make no promise to carry out your request, Harry said. The tournament. I suspect that Lord Voldemort is going to use it to his advantage somehow, Dumbledore stated. What's this have to do with my contract? Harry asked, trying to get to the point of this. I would like to have you watch the tournament and look for anything suspicious and report it to me, Dumbledore said. So you want me to spy? Harry deadpanned essentially, Dumbledore said. Harry sighed. Unfortunately, I am going to have to decline. You see, I only take high-paying contracts these days, and a spying mission like you want would be too low of a price to have me interested, Harry said. What if it's not money I give you in return? Dumbledore asked. Go on. I happen to have a book that teaches one how to become an animagus. A book I would be willing to part with if you would do my request, Dumbledore said. Harry just sat silently. On one hand, this was much lower than he normally worked for nowadays, but on the other hand, he did want to learn the process, and it might be a little too dangerous to experiment with it until he found the proper way of doing it. Alright, here is the deal. I am not required to act on any knowledge I find and only have to report it to you. Is that fine with you? Harry asked. Dumbledore nodded happily. Harry immediately conjured a contract and started to fill it out before handing it to Dumbledore to sign. Reading it over, Dumbledore then signed it. Harry then took the contract back. Looks like we have come to an accord. You will be required to give me the book by Christmas. If that will be all, please leave. As you can imagine, I am quite tired, Harry said. Yes, of course. Good night, Mr. Wolf, Dumbledore said as he left. Harry just watched him leave silently. When Dumbledore closed the door, Harry changed himself of his clothes and laid down. Man, that old fool annoys me. October 30th, 2009. Harry sat back as each of the new schools had their star pupils do some basic magic that was, frankly, unimpressive. Harry could conjure a 30-foot-tall ice dragon and make it start slaughtering all of the children in the room. Now that would be impressive. The blonde just fricking conjured birds. God, wizards were pathetic. Harry just sat and watched for anything suspicious. All the children looked clean. The Bulgarian school headmaster looked suspicious, but that was probably because he looked like a bad guy from old spy films. The headmistress from the other school just looked snooty and tall. He doubted she would be a true cause for concern. He stopped watching them and started eating and chatting with Daphne. She was making slow progress with wandless magic, which was expected since she had been using a wand for 4 years now. "Excuse me?" a heavily accented voice said from near him. Harry looked at the girl. It was the blonde that had done the unimpressive bird display. As soon as he looked back at her, all conversation in the hall stopped as everyone looked toward the girl and him. Harry couldn't understand what was so interesting about her coming up to him. He looked up at her and arched an eyebrow, waiting for her to explain why she had come over here. "May I have your bouillabaisse?" the girl asked politely as she looked at him curiously for some reason. Harry just pushed the pointed-out dish in her direction, gesturing for her to take it. "Take it," Harry said before turning away and back to Daphne. The girl picked up the dish and left, but was still looking at him with confusion. "You know she was a Vila, right?" Daphne said. "A what?" "A Vila. They're a subspecies of humans that are all female and have an allure like sirens that make all men drooling wrecks when they are around," Daphne explained. Harry just shrugged. "Well, whatever. As long as she doesn't try that allure stuff on me, we won't have any problems and I won't be forced to mount her head on a wall. It already seems like it has no effect on you since they release their allure subconsciously," Daphne said. "All the better. Now let's get back to your sucky magical control," Harry said, trying to change the subject. Daphne scowled at him but let him continue. October 31st St. 2009. Harry was currently on his way back to his room for the night after eating dinner. He did not care enough about the tournament to find out who would be the champions. He could just learn tomorrow. As soon as he got into his room, he changed to his boxers and hopped on the bed and drifted to sleep. As soon as his eyes closed, they seemed to jolt open from a loud and rapid knocking on his door. Harry slowly got up and went over to it without even putting on pants. He swung the door open and looked out groggily to see Dumbledore standing outside. "What in the hell do you want, you old fuck?" "I was trying to sleep," Harry snapped. "I am afraid you will need to put on some clothes and follow me, Mr. Wolf," Dumbledore said gravely. "Why?" Harry demanded. "All will be explained once we reach our destination," Dumbledore said. "Ugh. Fine," Harry said, too tired to even argue. He threw back on his clothes before heading out after Dumbledore. Dumbledore led him back through the now empty Great Hall and toward the side room adjoining it. Once entering, Harry saw the tournament judges along with 3 older students who he assumed were the champions. "Ah, and here is our 4th champion now," a fat man said as he gestured at Harry. Harry just looked at him confused. "What?" Harry said. "Do not try to play innocent, boy. We know you entered the tournament and violated the rules." The evil-looking Durmstrang headmaster shouted at him from his dark corner. Harry just looked at him. "I am just going to go ahead and repeat myself here." "What?" Harry said again. "It would seem that your name came out of the Goblet of Fire, naming you as the 4th champion of this tournament, Mr. Wolf," Dumbledore said. Now Harry was awake. "Yeah, no, I'm not going to compete in your stupid-ass tournament," Harry said. "You have no choice. The goblet is bound by old magic and you either compete or you lose your magic," the skinnier, older-looking judge said. Harry looked at him for a second and then realized why Dumbledore brought him here before telling him all this. He wanted witnesses so Harry wouldn't do anything. Harry looked down and started chuckling. The other people in the room just looked at him strangely. He then stopped and, as fast lightning, spun around and threw his fist directly at Dumbledore's nose. With contact, you could hear the loud crack as the fist clearly broke something and Dumbledore crumpled to the floor in pain. "Mr. Wolf, please, that's the 2nd time I am being told that I am locked in a contract that will otherwise take my magic if I do not complete it. What do both of the situations have in common?" "Oh, that's right, you," Harry said as he conjured a shield to block the oncoming spells from behind him. He then grabbed Dumbledore by the robes and slammed him against the wall while spells were still being thrown at him. "So, let's get a few things out of the way, shall we, Headmaster? 1. If I am ever placed in this type of situation again, I will kill you. There will no be arguing nor negotiating. You will simply be killed. 2. You will do your best to find a way out of this contract for me. 3. You will also find how I was entered into this contract. If you cannot do 2 or 3, there will be consequences. Is that clear? Harry asked. Dumbledore didn't respond for a second. Harry pulled him off the wall and slammed him back against it even harder than the first time. Is that clear? Harry yelled. Dumbledore nodded. Yes. It is clear, he said with clear pain in his voice. Harry dropped him and Dumbledore fell to the floor with a thud. Harry turned and looked at the other people in the room, who were still pointing wands at him. I would suggest you point those wands elsewhere before I start taking offense, Harry said coldly. Something about manhandling one of the most powerful wizards in the world must have stuck in their minds because they all slowly lowered their wands. You won't get away with this, Wolf, the older judge said. Oh? Gonna call the Aurors on me? Go ahead. I will gladly show you how little they can do against me, Harry said as he walked out of the room and left them all to their thoughts. November 13th, 2009. It was the wand weighing ceremony and Harry had to go, even though he didn't even use a wand. Dumbledore hadn't been able to give him any information on how to get out of the tournament or who entered him, but he said that he suspected it was Voldemort. That wasn't good enough, in his opinion, so while he did not injure Dumbledore, he broke every toy in his office. He was not happy about that. He watched all the champions get their wands weighed while some hideous-looking female watched with a cameraman next to her. When it came to be his turn for the wand weighing, he just stood there awkwardly. Yeah, so... I don't use a wand, Harry said while looking at the old man. How do you use magic, then, Mr. Potter? The old man asked. Harry squinted at him in anger. First, it's Wolf, not Potter. Second, I just do it without. It's not hard, Harry said. The old man and everyone else in the room just looked at him in surprise. You can use wandless magic? The man asked. It's all I use, Harry stated. In the corner of his eye, he saw the ugly woman's quill scribbling away into a notebook of some kind. He ignored it as the wand maker continued. May I see your hands? The wand maker asked. Why? I can get a feel of your magic even without your wand if you allow me to. Oh, then no, you can't see my hands. May I ask why? You may. But I will not answer, you see. I see, the old man said. He just looked at Harry for a few seconds in silence before concluding the ceremony. It was then that the ugly woman sprang up asking for interviews. Why don't we start with young Harry? She asked as she tried to grab Harry's wrist and drag him to a closet. Yeah, no, I don't do interviews, Harry said as he snatched his hand back and stepped away from the woman. My dear, you have to, the woman said with a fake smile on her face. No, I really don't. Nowhere in the contract did it say I have to, therefore I don't, Harry said. But the judges said, I don't actually give a flying fuck what the judges said. They have no control over me. Why don't you see if one of the other champions will give you one instead of chasing after me like some kind of pedophile, you sick cradle-robbing freak? Harry said as he left the room. He could hear the laughter of the other champions behind him as he left. Shows that disgusting woman right. She's lucky I didn't stick Sammy on her. Harry walked down the corridors before deciding that he needed to do something fun. He pulled out his phone and decided to call Tony. He waited while the phone rang before Tony picked up. Hello, Tony said groggily. Tony, I need to do something fun and stress-relieving. Help me out? Harry asked. Harry, it's the middle of the night. Why are you calling me now? It should be about 8 in Malibu right now, Harry stated. Yeah, the middle of the night, Tony said back. Harry chuckled. So what? You gonna help me out or not? Harry asked. Ah, fine. Guess I need to get up soon. Anyway, you ever drove on a racetrack before? Tony asked. Tony, I am 14. I have never even driven before, Harry deadpanned. Well, no time like the present to learn, then. Meet at my house in 30 minutes, Tony said. And how do you expect me to get there that fast? Harry asked. Harry, I am not an idiot. I know you can somehow travel at insane speeds. I am not going to ask how, but I trust you will tell me someday, Tony said. Harry stayed silent from the surprise he felt. He knew Tony was observant, but he couldn't remember a time he had slipped up around him. Okay. I guess I can trust you with knowing. Just give me some time to prepare, Harry said. He didn't actually know how to explain magic to Tony. That's fine. Also, try and get in my house unseen if you can. Don't want S.H.I.E.L.D. to come bothering us, Tony said. Will do. Be there in half an hour. Then Harry said hesitantly. All right. See you when you get here, Tony said before hanging up. Harry slowly put his phone away. How the hell did he find out? I was so careful, Harry thought. It's not like he didn't trust Tony, because he did, but he wasn't sure if he wanted Tony to know that much about him. Whatever. What happens, happens. Now let's get back to what's important. How am I going to defeat Rose's puppy dog eyes when I see her in a month? Chapter 23. Alright, next chapter. Sorry it's a few days later than usual. Thank you all for your patience. Hope you all like this new installment. Thank you to all those who follow/favorite/review. Enjoy the chapter. November 13th, 2009. I have to say, this sounded like a better idea on the phone. Harry yelled from the driver's seat of Tony's Audi R8 as they sped down the racetrack. Tony had rented a racetrack for the day and had been coaching Harry as much as he could on driving. Harry got the hang of it within the first 45 minutes or so. Then Tony decided that Harry should learn how to push a car to its limits, which was why he just hit 130 mph in the car. Don't tell me you're not having fun? Tony yelled over the roar of the engine.
Hell no.
This is the greatest feeling ever. Harry yelled back with a smile. Glad to hear it, Tony said as they made a sharp turn at the last bend. At this point, they were both hanging on for dear life. While Harry had gotten the hang of driving, it was clear that he did not have the experience to be trying to drive cars at this speed safely. Soon as he crossed the finish line, he immediately hopped out of the car with a new spring in his step. Woo, that was awesome. Is that what driving is like? I need to start driving more. What a rush, Harry exclaimed as he bounced on his feet from all the adrenaline coursing through his veins. Tony was on the other side of the car trying not to throw up. Come on, old man. It wasn't that bad, Harry said, smiling at the heaving Tony. Easy for you to say, Tony said as he finally stood up and looked at Harry. That enough of a stress relief for you? Tony asked. Oh yeah, more than enough, Harry said as his adrenaline high started to go down and he started to return to normal. Good. So how's your little business going? Tony asked.
No idea.
Haven't checked up on it for like 2 months. Probably means it's going good since one of my main guys is probably too busy to contact me. Only ever happens when he is swamped with work, Harry said. And here you are just driving around a racetrack. Tony said mockingly. Hey, I worked hard to get the company off the ground. I deserve some R&R, Harry said. What hard work exactly? Tony said sarcastically. Killing someone isn't exactly a walk in the park, you know. You have to go through a whole annoying process before and after the execution, Harry said back. That's how you're funding your company? You kill enough people to fund a company, especially a tech company? Tony asked incredulously. Tony, you do know that I am one of, if not the most skilled assassin in the world, right? Harry asked him. That why shield? Wants you so bad? Tony asked. Harry shrugged as he leaned against the car. Could be. I honestly have not stopped and asked why exactly they want me to come with them. Could be to put me down or for other reasons, Harry said. What other reasons? Tony asked. Could be trying to recruit me. I wouldn't be the first professional assassin they recruited to their cause in exchange for a clean slate, Harry said. Sounds like a not so good idea, Tony remarked. That's because it isn't, but who are we to judge others? Harry asked rhetorically. Well, I am a billion, don't start with that again, Harry said, cutting Tony off. Tony pouted, which looked really weird on a grown man. You're mean. Never claimed to be nice. You could have at least humored me. You're right, I could have. After that, they drove back to Tony's house in relative silence. Once arriving, they made their way to Tony's garage and cracked a few drinks. Tony had beer while Harry had soda. So go ahead and ask the question you've been wanting to ask all afternoon, Tony said. Harry looked at him for a second before nodding. All right. How did you know about my preferred mode of travel? Harry asked bluntly. You really need to be more careful, especially when around people like me. I run one of the biggest security and tech companies in the world. You really didn't think I noticed that little light show in front of my house when you left? Tony said. Harry's face just scrunched up in confusion. But how did you see me? I checked for cameras. Harry said. You were almost successful too. But I have hidden cameras all over my property. Along with that, I also have sensors that went a little crazy when a human being seemed to disappear into thin air. By the way, how the hell do you even do that? I did some scans on the spot that you left at. All I could figure out was that it has to do with the condensation of energy that I have never encountered before. Tony said as he looked at Harry to validate his discoveries. Harry nodded. You are correct in your findings. I essentially use energy I have and condense it at an extreme level. When I release it, it causes a temporary rip in time and space and allows me to travel to any place I have been before. It uses my memories as its GPS. Harry explained. Tony nodded slowly as he processed the information. What happens if you don't correctly visualize the place? Tony asked. I will just end up in a general area near it. I have to be careful though. If I don't put enough energy in, I could get stuck in what I like to call the void. There I will be lost for all eternity. Harry said the last part cheerfully. Tony just looked at him. That sounds awesome. Tony said with a smile, I wonder if I could somehow replicate that with a specialized high-intensity generator. Tony spoke his thoughts out loud. Harry shrugged. Probably not. I don't think there is anything on Earth that can condense energy to the point I am talking about. Harry said. Harry shrunk a little of sadness. Ah, that sucks, he said. For you maybe. Harry said back teasingly. Tony looked at him curiously again. So are you like a mutant then? He asked. Harry just looked at him in confusion. What? He asked eloquently. You know, a mutant. Subspecies of humans that are gifted with certain power. Ringing any bells? Tony asked sarcastically. Harry just stared at him blankly. You're an idiot. Harry said finally. That doesn't answer my question. Tony pressed. No, I am not a mutant. My people are called wizards. We can manipulate energy in a way we call magic. Don't let the name fool you. I'm sure if you looked for it hard enough, you could find how we scientifically work. Harry said before Tony could rant about how magic didn't exist. Tony just pursed his lips. So you have other abilities then? Tony asked. Yep. All kinds actually. I can do pretty much anything with magic given enough time. Harry said. That sounds useful. Tony commented. It is, though also annoying since most wizards are a few centuries behind on the times and are idiots. I mean that in a literal fashion. Harry said with a frown. Why? Tony asked curiously.
No idea.
Haven't cared enough to find out. Anyway, I should probably head out before S.H.I.E.L.D. arrives. No doubt they are already on their way. Harry said. Oh yeah, forgot about them. Tony said with disappointment. Don't get into too much trouble without me, Tony. Harry said as he prepared to flash away. Tony just smirked at him. Ditto, he said. Harry grinned and flashed away. November 20th, 2009. Harry and Daphne were in the library. Daphne was doing some boring homework from one of her boring classes. Harry was studying runes and thinking about the tournament. He already knew what he was going to do for the first task and what he was facing. He just needed to figure out how to do it. He needed to make a runic sequence that would summon something to him through a badass-looking portal. No one apparently had already made a badass portal runic sequence before, so now he was stuck with having to make it himself. Just as he turned to the next page, he heard some third years talking that were close by. Did you hear? They say the Hogwarts Express has gone missing, one of the third years said. He didn't even need to look up since he could feel Daphne's burning gaze pierce his forehead. He continued to try and read and ignore her gaze, but he could already feel a nervous bead of sweat trickling down his head from his hairline. What do you mean disappeared? How does a train just disappear? No one knows. Aurors are currently looking into it from what I hear. Immediately the glare from Daphne intensified, and another bead of sweat trickled down Harry's head as he continued to do his best to not meet her gaze. Harry, what do you know about the disappearance of the Hogwarts train? Daphne asked in a voice so cold that it felt completely opposite of her flaming gaze. A third bead of sweat trickled down his head as he gulped and looked at her. What do you mean, Daphne? He said, trying his best to act confused. Do not try to play dumb, Harry. It does not suit you. Now, tell me what happened to the train. She snarled at him. I have no idea what happened with that. I have been so busy lately with the tournament, you know. Harry said while averting his gaze from hers. Are you sure? Yep, Chim. She averted her gaze, but from her previous tone, he was guessing she did not believe him, which was fine. He just had to make sure that she had no evidence he was lying. Daphne had gotten very scary recently. She was at first very slow to get the concept of wandless magic. Took a while to find out that, for some reason, Daphne could only perform wandless magic when she felt strong emotion. Harry suspected it had something to do with repressed stuff from her youth, but he wasn't going to pry. Most people viewed him as a sociopath, so he definitely wasn't the person to talk to about repressed stuff. A few more hours of working and Harry finally decided to call it quits for the night. He was close anyways, so he figured he could probably complete it by tomorrow. Time to do some investigating. His top suspect? Moody. Moody was apparently some battle-hardened ex-Auror who was supposedly one of the best in his field. Despite that, he caught the man looking at him many times. It was clear the man was interested in him, judging by the gleam in his eyes. A gleam that told Harry that the man had plans for him. Harry did not like when other people had plans for him. In fact, he made it his business to disrupt those plans. So time for a little stakeout. He crept into Moody's classroom and started to look around. Lot of bull crap that did not really interest Harry. Moody was apparently away though. He looked around and even searched the man's desk. Nothing was out of the ordinary. Just lots of boring teacher stuff. He took one more look around the classroom before sitting down in the teacher's chair. If he could not find what he wanted by snooping, then he would find it directly from the source. He waited for Moody to enter the room. It did not take long. The man hobbled in only 5 minutes later. He also did not look surprised that Harry was there. Potter. He barked at Harry. Harry just ignored the man. He would not answer to that name. What in Merlin's name do you think you're doing in here, boy? He said threateningly. Just here to find something's out is all. Harry said nonchalantly. You have a very interesting office. A lot of teaching stuff. So? I am a teacher. The man barked back. Yes, you are, aren't you? Still something isn't right about this picture. Harry said as he calmly looked at the man. Moody's eyes flickered to fear for a second before they turned to their rough nature. No idea what you are talking about, Potter, he said. He reached and took a swig of something in a flask by his side. What you drinking? I can smell it from here. Does not smell so good, Harry said. He wasn't really familiar with potions or whatever wizards drank. He attended one class in first year and that was all. Occasionally he would go drop off the girls there, but that was the limit. None of your business, Potter. Moody snarled. I really don't like it when you call me that, Harry commented. He watched the man with his trained eyes. While on the surface he looked normal, Harry could see signs of nervousness as well as his body preparing to go into fight or flight mode. You seem jittery. Why is that, Professor? Something to hide, perhaps? Something to do with me? Harry said. Get out of here with your ridiculous accusations, Potter, Moody demanded. As soon as he finished the sentence, black chains sprang from the ground and wrapped him around tightly. Soon the man was just trying to wiggle out of it unsuccessfully. What is this, Potter? He spat. The chains instantly heated up, causing him to cry out in pain. I believe I told you that I do not like to be called that already, Harry said calmly, still sitting in the chair and looking down at the tied-up man. Release me at once, Moody said as the heat on the chains went down. That will depend on what I find, Harry said. Moody looked at him with caution. What you find where? He asked. Harry just looked at him. In your head, Harry said before launching an all-out mental assault on the man. Moody did not even stand a chance. While his defenses were impressive for a wizard, he was nowhere near the level to be able to try and fight off someone of Harry's caliber in the mental arts. Let's see what we have here, Harry said as he browsed through the man's mind. After a few moments of looking through the man's mind, he found exactly what he was looking for. My oh my, someone has been a very naughty boy, isn't that right, Barty? Harry said with a smile. So you know who I am, do you? Won't matter, the worst they can do is send me to Azkaban again. I will be out soon enough when my lord rises, Barty exclaimed. I'm sure that would happen were you to go to Azkaban. Harry said as he walked circles around the still tied-up man. Barty looked at him with suspicion. What do you mean? He asked. I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm going to kill you. Here in this room. And no one is going to know. Well, except Dumbledore, I suppose. Always good to show him a reminder of how I am not going soft. Harry speculated as if he were picking between two grocery products. You wouldn't kill me. You don't even know the meaning of the word boy. Barty spat. Harry looked at him and raised an eyebrow. Oh, how misinformed you are. I am pretty sure is higher than even your Dark Lords. If it isn't, then it is at least close. Harry mused. You're bluffing, Barty said. Harry looked at him and smiled. I'm going to make you choke on those words. Harry said as he walked over to the man and put his foot down on his throat and watched as he started to struggle to breath. Get it? Choke on those words? I made a pun. Harry said as he watched the man struggle violently as the life started to fade, and he looked up at Harry in horror. Harry just looked at him. I like that look in your eyes, Barty. I wonder how many would kill to be in my position now. Harry said as he watched the man struggle and look up at him in terror. Go to sleep, Harry said as the light finally faded from the man's eyes. Harry finally removed his foot. Looking back on what I just did, that was very creepy. Not going to do that again. I found my line. No creepy talking when killing people, Harry said out loud. He looked over at the chest that he knew the real Moody was in and shrugged. Dumbledore can handle him, Harry said as he looked back at Barty and finally shot black flames at him. He waited for the man to completely incinerate before leaving. November 24th, 2009. Harry was sitting in a chair while taking a power nap while the judges were explaining what the task was. He eventually woke up and saw the other champions pacing or standing around. So what's going on? All you guys ready for this? Harry asked with an unconcerned yawn. The other tall boy from Hogwarts looked at him with annoyance. Are you not concerned with what's about to happen, Wolf? You could die, you know, the boy said at him. Harry raised his hands in defense. Oh, chill out, Sparkles. No need to get hostile, Harry said with humor. The boy looked confused. What? Nothing. Just different dimension stuff, Harry said dismissively. Okay then, the boy said confusedly. The girl from the other country was looking at him confused, and so was the other boy. He honestly could not be bothered to be more specific about them even in his thoughts. Eventually they called them into the arena one by one. The different country boy went first. Apparently his name was Victor. He got a lot of oohs and us. Next they called in the hot blonde who was announced as Fleur. She didn't get as many oohs and us as Victor, but it sounded like she survived. The last before him was Sparkles. Good luck, Sparkles, Harry called after the boy who was announced as Cedric. Cedric just looked back at him with confusion but kept moving to the exit to face his dragon. When he went, Harry heard more cheers than anything else. Apparently Hogwarts was showing their love for their champion. It was actually annoying because he couldn't tell if Sparkles was doing well or not. Eventually the cheers died down and he guessed the match was over. He waited and then heard the fat, baby-faced judge call his name. He entered the arena at a leisurely pace with his hands in his pockets. He saw the dragon already pacing on the other side of the arena. He noticed that it was quiet and there was nobody cheering for him. Geez, don't cheer all at once, he mumbled to himself. The fat man called that the clock was starting. He walked up to the dragon in a way that appeared almost lazy. Right, let's get this out of the way. I am a businessman and you're a dragon, I guess. I'm sure we can come to an arrangement. I'm not actually sure what I am supposed to do besides face you. I kind of fell asleep when the judge were explaining, Harry said as he first tried to reason with the beast. The dragon roared at him. It was close enough to him that spit from it flew at him and hit him in the chest. He wiped away the spit and looked back at the dragon. So that's a no then? Harry asked. The dragon snarled at him. Harry gave it a confused look. Well, which is it? A roar or a snarl? Those are two very different answers. Don't do the woman thing where you start sending me mixed signals. I got too much other shit to do to have the time to decode your true feelings, Harry said as he deadpanned at the dragon. The dragon looked very angry and opened its mouth and spat fire at him, causing the whole crowd to yell in excitement. Harry just conjured a shield in front of him. It was interesting to watch flames totally surround him as it tried to draw near his shield. It felt almost peaceful in his little fire cocoon. Eventually the dragon stopped breathing fire and looked quite startled that Harry was not a crispy piece of meat on the ground. Harry took a few steps away, until he was close to 20 meters from the dragon. He sighed before he spoke. I tried to reason with you, and instead of taking advantage of my kindness, you tried to kill me, so no, we do this the super fun way that I wanted to do the whole time. Harry said as a smile adorned his face. He couldn't wait. This is what he had been working on all week. He raised his hand into the sky and watched as a purple mass of energy materialized 20 meters over the dragon's head. The opening was huge. Could easily fit a truck or a small plane throughout. It actually was hard to keep open since it consumed so much energy. Even for him. I guess this is it for you, dragon. Harry yelled at the dragon with a smile. With that, a loud whistle pierced the air coming from the portal, and something came barreling out at close to 50 miles an hour directly at the dragon. An object that everyone from Hogwarts recognized. It was the missing Hogwarts Express. The train smashed directly on top of the dragon and immediately caused it to collapse under the train's weight as the rest of the carts effectively buried the dragon under tons of metal. The whole crowd was silent in shock. Harry was silent in surprise. Didn't I put explosives in Tich-Dash? The train and all its carts exploded in a huge ball of fire. The force lifted Harry off his feet with so much power that he flew backwards until he smashed against the arena walls. He dizzily got to his feet and looked up and saw the huge fire of the train burning on top of the carcass of the mother dragon. Boom, bitch. Don't fuck with a wolf, Harry said at the flames. He shook his head and went and exited the arena. Killer headache. Can't wait to take a nap, Harry thought as he watched people finally get over the shock and start cheering like crazy for the massive amounts of destruction he just caused. The Medowitch was currently fussing over him at the same time as telling him how much of an idiot he was. When Harry decided he had enough of her fussing, he got up and left, despite her yells of protest. As soon as he was out of sight, he flashed away to his room where he immediately collapsed. December 25th, 2009. So apparently destroying the Hogwarts Express was not okay with the government. Cost Harry 4,000 galleons. He paid it only because he knew for a fact that a Muggle train would have costed way more. Wizards really just rubbed him the wrong way. He was actually about to head to Tony's house for a little get-together. He had just visited Rose and got his ass kicked by her puppy dog eyes once more. He just didn't understand how. He just killed a dragon for God's sake. Now one has killed an actual dragon without a team of at least 20 dragon handlers. Yet a little girl could make him do whatever she wanted just by looking at him. What if she grew up to be evil and made Harry her personal hitman? Harry would be defenseless to her orders. Maybe the eyes would go away with age. He hadn't seen any women use it before. Harry cleared his thoughts as he flashed his way into Tony's living room. He saw Tony lounging on the couch in PJs. Harry, glad you could make it. Got quite the day ahead of us, Tony said. Harry sighed. Where's Pepper? Harry asked. It's Christmas, I gave her the day off, of course. Tony said. Right. So what we doing? Harry asked. First, presents as is customary, Tony said excitedly. Harry looked a little taken back. You should have told me earlier. I didn't bring any gifts, Harry said. Don't worry about it. Get me one next year, Tony said, waving off Harry's concern. Harry hesitantly nodded. All right, so what did you get me? Harry asked. Tony gestured him over to the tree and handed him a medium-sized box that was quite heavy. He opened it and saw a box inside it that had an image and wording on the side. The hell is an Xbox 360? Harry asked. Tony just looked at him like he was mentally ill. It is a video game console. Don't worry, it comes with all the basic games. GTA 4, Assassin's Creed, Call of Duty, etc. I figured you need to learn how to lighten up and this would help. I even got one so we can play together, Tony said. Harry just looked at him. You? Play video games? Harry asked incredulously. Tony looked offended. I can play video games. I am not that old. Tony defended himself. Pepper is right. You are a child in a man's body, Harry said. Tony pouted. That hurts. I even got you a present and everything, Tony said, faking some tears. Harry rolled his eyes. All right. Thank you for the wonderful gift, Tony. I shall treasure it always, Harry said. Tony smiled. You better. All right, on to the next thing. Star Wars movie marathon. What? 6 hours later, Harry just finished watching Return of the Jedi. The trilogy was awesome in his opinion. Not that he had seen many movies to compare it to. They had just eaten popcorn and drank soda as Tony explained what was happening. It was pretty fun. Although, the whole time, Harry got the feeling of hanging out with just another 14-year-old, which was weird since Tony did not look 14. Alright, so that was awesome. It's getting kind of late though. I should probably head out soon, Harry said as he got up. Ton jumped to his feet. What? But we haven't even hit the change clubs yet. Tony whined. Harry just deadpanned at him. Tony, I'm 14. So I can't go to a change club, Harry said as if he was talking to a whiny 8-year-old. What, don't you like girls? Tony asked rhetorically.
Ido.
Doesn't mean I should let my hormones run wild though, Harry said. He knew deep down that wasn't the reason he was pressing not going. Girls meant attachment, especially to someone like Harry. He currently did not have the time to manage another attachment to someone, especially a romantic attachment. You telling me that you never had even a crush on somebody? Tony asked pressingly. Harry thought for a moment. For some reason, when Tony asked that, a pretty redhead randomly popped up in his mind. He shook his head to clear his thoughts. Look, I got to go, Tony. I have to check in on my company tomorrow, Harry said as he picked up his gift and prepared to leave. Tony looked down that his buddy was leaving, but he perked back up soon enough.
All right, Fine.
But when I get a lap dance, you are going to wish you were there, Tony said as he wagged a finger at Harry. Harry just rolled his eyes. Whatever. Later, old man, and thanks again for the gift, Harry said. Tony just did a single wave goodbye. With that, Harry flashed home. Alright, there is chapter 23. Chapter 24 should be out sooner. I'm hoping to have it up by Friday. It was probably obvious, but this chapter was not edited because I did not want to postpone putting it out more. Once again, thank you to everyone who supports this story. Means a lot to me to see so many people are enjoying this story. Chapter 24. Sup. Here is chapter 24. Hope y'all like it. Can't top the last one, but what can honestly? Thanks to everyone who follows/reviews/favorites. Appreciate the support. Now onto the story. January 1st St. 2010, New York. Harry was just outside Manhattan where he had established his first company headquarters. It was nice in his opinion. He had to move his team from Japan to here, which they seemed to be fine with. He needed to talk with Ren about how the company was going. As he made his way through the company building, he saw many new faces. Some were middle-aged and others looked like they just finished school. He was just about to make his way to the back room when he heard a call from behind him. Excuse me, young man. You aren't allowed to go back there. That is for employees only, said what appeared to be a receptionist. She looked to be in her mid-20s with blonde hair and a curvaceous body. Very pretty, as far as receptionists go. Though she would do well to know her boss even if he only came around once every blue moon. Ma'am, do you know the name of this company? Harry asked politely. The woman nodded like it was obvious. Of course I do. It's Wolf Enterprises, she said with confidence. Good. Now, do you know my name? Harry continued politely. The woman looked at him more closely before shaking her head. This Harry Wolf, otherwise known as the CEO and president of the company. I own this entire building, Harry said. The woman looked at him with surprise for a second before it smoothed over into a polite smile. I'm sorry, young man, but I am going to have to ask you to leave, she said, clearly not believing him. Harry sighed and was about to give this woman a hard time when Ren opened the door to the back and saw Harry. Ah, there you are, Harry. We were expecting you 10 minutes ago, Ren said with a polite smile. I was running a little late and got further hung up by the receptionist who seems to not know who her company president was. Honestly, we should put a picture up somewhere so people know, Harry said, frustrated. The receptionist looked at the whole scene with shock and felt a grave feeling in the pit of her stomach. If that is your wish, we shall have it done by the end of the day. Now come along. I have much to discuss with you, Ren said with a hint of excitement. Harry nodded before preparing to head after him when he heard the woman call out to him. Excuse me, sir. I'm so sorry about not letting you through earlier. I'll make sure it never happens again, the woman said with a bowed head. Harry just waved her off. No need to be so serious about a mistake. Just make sure it doesn't happen again and everything is fine, Harry said nonchalantly to the frightened woman who apparently thought she was going to get fired. The woman looked at him with gratefulness in her eyes before nodding her head appreciatively. Harry then turned and went to follow Ren into a conference room. Ren sat on one side with some papers and gestured for Harry to sit across from him. Harry did, and Ren started to speak. I have great news. Our company is making quite the profits. We decided to sell the phones at 6 galleons per each one, and that isn't including the cellular plan. The plan is just 5 sickles per month, which has added up to quite a lot. Needless to say that our phones are our most popular product. We have reverse engineered them so we could make many more of them. Now we make them ourselves, provided we have the tools and resources, which should not be hard to get, Ren said. Harry nodded and looked at the graphs in front of him. So how much in profit have we made so far? Harry asked. Close to 1.5 million galleons with all our products combined as well as the cell plans, Ren said. Harry nodded. That was insanely good for a company that only started several months ago. Good. Now we need to keep this wave going. We need to make sure that we are constantly releasing new products every few months. I have looked into companies in the Muggle world. They tend to put out a new product every year to keep money coming in, Harry said.
Ren nodded.
You're right. But first, we need to talk suppliers. Do you have any that you know of that can help supply us with raw materials? Ren asked. Harry thought about it for a second. There is a few people in China I know that can help us. Should be easy enough since they have so many sweatshops over there. A place that doesn't treat their workers like garbage would be well received, Harry said. Good. Then you can leave a note with the information and we'll have someone go over and try to make a deal, Ren said. Harry nodded, then continued. That's fine, but only for now. I want to not have to rely on any outside companies for what I want. We will need to find a way to create our own resources, Harry said. Ren looked at him. What do you propose? Ren asked. Harry thought for a moment and then looked at him. What do you know of the Philosopher's Stone? Harry asked. Ren's eyes widened. I know what it's capable of just as much as any man. Why? Ren asked. I think I can recreate it, or at least recreate something similar, Harry said. Ren looked truly surprised now. How? No one besides the Flammels have any idea how to create it, Ren said. 3 years ago I got the chance to study it intensely. Should I start to dabble in alchemy? I'm sure I can replicate something close to it. Only ours will not produce gold, since that would most likely crash the economy. We will instead produce the raw metals that we need, Harry said, revealing his plan. If you truly are able to create such a thing, it would be a great boom to the company. But how will you find a way to do it? There are very few who know about alchemy, and even less who have mastered it like the Flammels, Ren said. I will barter with the Flammels' apprentice. The old man will give me what I want. I am sure of it, Harry said with confidence.
Ren nodded.
Well, in the meantime, we will find the supplier in China. Is there anything else you would like to discuss? Ren asked. Harry nodded. We need to start expanding the company. You are obviously head of the technology department and have done a great job running this since I've been busy. But it shouldn't be a responsibility you have. Soon we will have more departments that will each be in charge of different things. We should also think of ways to expand into the Muggle world, Harry said. Ambitious. What do you propose to open next? Ren asked. First, another technology store in South America. Rio, to be specific. Next, I am going to start research in the clothing industry, Harry said. Clothing? Why? Ren asked. Because I hate wizarding robes and their uselessness. I will make top-of-the-line attire too. Tell me, what is the most durable threading material that we could make normal clothes out of? Harry asked. That would be acromantula web. very hard to get. Those spiders don't just let people take their webs. That is why clothes are rarely made from it. Ron said. Then we shall acquire some acromantulas. Harry stated. How will we safely get their silk? Ron asked. Mental manipulation. Harry said. Mental manipulation?
Ren repeated.
Indubiously. I will enter their minds and rip away certain parts and instincts. It will effectively make an entirely new animal if not be a little tiring and painful. Harry said. For who? Ron asked. Me. The spiders should be fine. They will just no longer have a will to attack humans. Harry said. And you're sure you can do this? Ron asked. Pretty sure. It will be one of the more difficult things I have done with mind magic, but it should be doable. Harry said.
Ren nodded.
All right. Should I look into a facility to hold the creatures and where we can farm their silk? Ron asked. No, I will. You just worry about your department. I will handle the higher level items from now on. Harry said. Ron nodded and smiled. So is that all? He asked. Harry now shifted uncomfortably. Can you make my Xbox work around magic? Harry asked. Ron threw his head back and laughed. February 24th, 2010. Harry was not happy. Not happy at all. He had just been informed by the judges that someone dear to him had been taken and hidden in the lake and that he had an hour to find them. He had not seen Daphne all morning. As soon as it became clear what they had done, Harry had made an ultimatum. The teachers and judges had 1 hour to return Daphne to him. For every 5 minutes after that hour that she was not returned, he was going to hurt someone. Badly. The tournament was put on hold as Dumbledore had to go retrieve Daphne from the lake. It seemed that the headmaster was the only one who knew that Harry was not in fact bluffing. Harry was forfeited from the event though, not that he cared. Either way, he had only participated in the last one because he wanted to drop a train on top of a dragon. Apparently that was a bigger deal than he thought. Since he had killed the dragon, many had been trying to get interviews with him. Guess being the first person to kill a dragon by himself in the last 600 years was a big deal. Even more so in how he did it and the age he did it at. Sadly for them, Harry did not take interviews. Rita Skeeter apparently wasn't happy with him based on what Daphne said. The woman was apparently writing lie after lie about him in the Daily Prophet. Harry couldn't care less. None of his friends seemed to believe it anyways. Arthur was another matter. He seemed to think that Harry had entered the tournament himself and that he was lying to everyone. The boy had seemed to be angry at Harry for some reason. Not his business on the why though. He wasn't fond of Arthur much to begin with. Harry walked down a corridor when he saw Dumbledore walking towards him. He debated on walking the other way but saw that he had an old-looking book with him. He suspected that the book was for him, so he continued forward. Dumbledore, how did the tournament go? Harry asked politely. It went Stop. I don't actually care. I was just being polite. What do you have for me? Harry asked, cutting him off. Dumbledore sighed. I have managed to acquire the book I promised you. Dumbledore said. It only took you 2 months. Is your private library that large that it took you 2 months to find one book? Harry criticized. Not usually, but I have to help with the tournament as well, which seems to be taking up quite a lot of my times these days. Serves you right for agreeing to such an idiotic task. Harry commented. Dumbledore said nothing in return. Harry looked through the book. This is sufficient. Now I need something else from you. I need books on alchemy and how to perform it. Harry said. Dumbledore looked startled by this request. May I ask why? Dumbledore asked. For a private matter. You can feel safe in knowing that it isn't to hurt anyone if that is what you are concerned with. Harry said. What do I get out of it? Dumbledore asked. What do you want? Harry asked. I would still like it if you trained Arthur. Dumbledore said. I'm sure you would. Sadly, I won't do that. Harry said. There is much you could teach the boy, Harry. You are, without a doubt, one of the most powerful wizards currently alive as well as the youngest. With your tutelage, Arthur could easily best Voldemort and save lives. Dumbledore said. You are quite obsessed with the fact that Arthur needs to kill the Dark Lord. Harry commented. That is because he does. Then why don't you train him if you are so concerned? What good would that do? I have faced Voldemort before, and never managed to fully overcome him. Sending Arthur down my path would make him powerful but not enough. It would also take too much time, which is something I suspect we are running out of. Dumbledore said, "All right, Fine. How about this? I will tell you how to permanently kill Voldemort if you give me the books I require." Harry said, trying to bargain. "You know how to kill him?" Dumbledore asked incredulously. "Yes, now do we have a deal?" Harry asked. "I would like a contract stating that what you say is truthful." Dumbledore said. Harry nodded before summoning and making contract, which they both looked over and signed. "Good. Now bring me what I want and I will tell you how to kill him," Harry said. Dumbledore nodded with a smile. It was clear that he thought he was getting a great deal. Harry rolled his eyes. "Idiot," he thought to himself. Sometimes he truly believed Dumbledore was as senile as he originally thought. They went their separate ways, and for some reason, Harry had a feeling that it would not take 2 months for Dumbledore to get him his books. March 1st, St. 2010. God damn it, Tony. If you steal my kill again, I am going to flash to your house and shove this controller straight up your ass. Harry screamed into his headset. "Hey, it's not my fault that you're not as quick as I am," Tony said cockily over the mic. "Funny. Is that why you can't get girls to stay with you? Hey, I'll have you know that I am amazing in the sack. When's the last time you got a girl to sleep with you more than once?" Harry asked. "That is my choice, not theirs. I could sleep with any girl I wanted." Again, Tony proclaimed. Harry finally turned the corner in the game and got the last kill before setting the controller down. "And did I won?" Harry said with a smirk clear in the way he spoke. "I got more kills than you," Tony pointed out. "I got more overall points though," Harry argued back. "What does that matter?" Tony scoffed. "Tony, I don't think we need to have an argument on which of us is the better killer," Harry said. "I'm a better killer in video games," Tony said back. "Maybe not something a 40-year-old man should be bragging about to a 14-year-old. Harry pointed out. "It's weird that you are 14 still. I feel like you're an adult," Tony said. "What the hell do you think puberty is, Tony? I honestly want you to answer me because it sounds like you think that someday I am just going to magically grow 5 inches taller and grow hair out of my face and chest." Harry said. "Well, you know, you're an idiot," Harry said. "Whatever. So, you coming to my celebration party?" Tony asked. "Nope. Kind of in a death tournament at the moment," Harry said. "I thought you weren't participating after the first round?" Tony said. "I need to participate in the last round, sadly. Something I need to do," Harry said. "Sounds suspect, because it is," Harry responded. "Don't do anything I wouldn't," Tony said. "I honestly doubt that even you would do something as bad as what I am going to do," Harry said. "I don't want to know. I trust you have a good reason, so I'm not going to ask," Tony said. "That makes it easier on me then. I got to go. You should polish your skills so I don't keep kicking your ass in this game," Harry said. "Yeah. Whatever. You won't be talking smack next time we meet on the battlefield," Tony exclaimed. Harry rolled his eyes before shutting down his Xbox and leaving his little home away from home. It was time to go see if Dumbledore had what he wanted. He walked to the old man's office and entered. He saw the man doing what appeared to be stacks of paperwork. "Evening, Dumbledore," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him and immediately seemed to become quite eager. "Ah, evening, Harry. I assume you are here for the books?" "Correct. Do you have them?" "I do indeed. Shall we start then?" Dumbledore asked as he opened a drawer in his desk and pulled out 3 very big and old books. "These books are the perfect tool for any alchemist start from. From these books you could theoretically branch off into any field of alchemy that you wanted," Dumbledore explained. Harry nodded and inspected each book for a few minutes. It was hard to tell if Dumbledore was being honest, but he decided to believe the old man. He nodded an affirmative that the books were what he wanted. "Now for your end of the deal," Dumbledore pressed. Harry smirked. First time he had seen Dumbledore so impatient. "You have been looking at it the wrong way all along, old man. Killing Voldemort is actually quite easy. He has split his soul in the hopes that when he dies, he will be able to come back. He is partially correct. A normal death simply kicks the soul out of the body and forces it to either wander or to ascend to a different plane. His little soul fragments anchor him to here. Sadly for him, an anchor is no use without a ship. Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him confused. I am afraid I don't understand. Dumbledore said. There are ways to completely obliterate someone in both body and soul. For example, if you can detonate an explosion with enough power that is condensed enough, it could affect not only the living plane but the plane that the soul resides on as well. This will destroy the soul, completely destroy the person. There will be nothing for them anymore. No afterlife, no nothing. Just the endless void. His little anchors are useless to attacks on his soul. They only keep him here. Once he is fully gone, his anchors will decapitate eventually as well. Harry said. Dumbledore put major thought into. How would you generate that much power in the first place, and would that be safe? Dumbledore asked. Harry shrugged. Depends on how close you are to it, I suppose. You can create it with enough magic. Just generate pure magic and condense it as much as possible. Should collapse in on itself and blow up. Harry said. How much magic would be required? Dumbledore asked next. Shem. Don't know exactly how much. Magic is pretty hard to measure. I could probably do it with 3/4 of my total magical reserves. Harry said as he tried to make some mental calculations. How much do you have? Dumbledore asked. Harry looked at him. Let's put it this way, you only have around 30% of my magical reserves. Harry said. Dumbledore just looked at him but did not question what he was told. Harry didn't really lie when he could avoid it. At most, he told half-truths. So it's impossible. Dumbledore said. I suppose you could also try and drink the injury of a demon and hope it doesn't kill you. If it doesn't, then you should get the ability to wield cursed flames summoned from the hell dimension. Harry said with thought. That doesn't sound possible either. Dumbledore said. Oh, it's possible. That I know for a fact. Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him confused before going back to his thoughts. I don't suppose you would be interested in donating yourself to help with this task? Dumbledore asked. Harry smiled. Nope, though maybe for a fee. A high fee, Harry said with a smile. Well, I suppose you did your end of the bargain. Even if I am sure that you knew I could use none of the methods that you would mention. Dumbledore said. That I did. Harry said as he stood up and picked up his books and started walking to the door. Good luck with your little Dark Lord problem. I hope you can solve it soon. Harry said as he stepped out and went on his way. The last thing he heard was a tired sigh behind him. June 24th, 2010. Over the past few months, Harry found himself hating the tournament more and more. They had extended the year to include the final task. Harry had not been happy about that, but he had to play it cool. His plan was finally going to be executed. He stood outside the maze with his usual black hoodie and cargo pants, complete with black military boots. He liked black. He saw the other champions looking at the maze they were about to enter with some fright as well as awe. He shook his head. They better all hope he made it to the cup first, otherwise they were going to be killed by a fetus. That would be sad. The judges came over and announced the start of the task and gave them the order that they would be entering the maze. Apparently Sparkles was going first and then the big Bulgarian dude. Finally it would be the French bird, H.A. Pun, and then him. The whistle blew and he watched Sparkles run off. One by one, the champions took off into the maze until it was just him left. Finally the final whistle blew and he took off into the maze. He immediately got lost. Every direction looked like the exact same way. He decided that he should just look for the nearest monster or trap. If video games taught him anything, it was that monsters and traps usually pointed in the right direction. The first creature he came across was some shape-shifting thing. It kept flickering into a dead Nick and him with red eyes and looking like the incarnation of Satan. Both brought up feelings that he suppressed. When it shifted to a red-eye version of him, he quickly stepped up and grabbed himself by the neck and snapped it violently. Whatever the creature was, it fell to the ground dead before dissolving into a cloud of black smoke and disappearing. Harry wasn't sure if he killed it and decided to just keep walking forward. The next creature he met with was a minotaur. Honestly, he wasn't sure if he could take a minotaur with an axe without using magic, but he was down to give it a try. He sprinted at the hulking creature. The Minotaur put both his hands up before swinging them in a horizontal arc right in front him, trying to decapitate Harry. Harry fell to his knees and slid right under the axe blade. As he jumped back to his feet, he immediately started punching what were supposed to be weak points and pressure points on the torso. Sadly, this seemed to only anger the creature. It brought its axe down vertically, trying to cut Harry straight down the middle. Harry sidestepped and slid just in time to miss the axe blade, then immediately started to move backwards so he could think of a plan. Okay, so pressure points don't work. Seems pretty fast for such a huge body. Wonder what I can do to take this beast down. Harry thought as he looked at the hulking mass that kept charging him and forcing him to sidestep and retreat. Finally his eyes caught something new. That thing has a man's body for the most part, so. Does it have a penis? I bet that would be a major weakness. I also bet I would be the only person alive to say I kicked a living minotaur in the balls that lived to tell the tale. Harry thought seriously, without thinking any further on the matter. Harry once more sidestepped the charging bullman hybrid. As soon as it turned around, Harry was already right in front of it with his foot cocked back. The Minotaur didn't even have time to show his surprise before the foot shot forward and smashed his very real sexual vitals. The Minotaur immediately fell to its knees and roared in pain as it dropped its axe and gripped its groin. It no longer concentrated on anything, except the deep pain the testicles were sending to the rest of its body. Harry stopped for a second and winced with the whimpering Minotaur. Maybe that was a little too far, Harry thought as the Minotaur laid down, no longer even able to stay on its knees. Yeah. Sue, I'm just gonna go then, bye, Harry said as he walked off towards the way the Minotaur was originally blocking. He got sad whimpers of pain in response. As he walked away, Harry hoped that there was enough Minotaurs in the world to compensate for the fact that that one would never have children. Ever. After a few more anticlimactic battles, Harry finally made it to the end of the maze. He saw the blue glow surrounding the tournament cup. None of the other champions seemed to be around yet. He approached the cup and took a deep breath. All right, let's do this, Harry thought before grabbing the cup and disappearing as the portkey activated. Graveyard, Little Hangleton. Harry landed, luckily, on his feet and saw himself in a graveyard. He looked around for a second and watched as a man scurried out of the nearby hut and appeared to have a bundle in one hand and a wand in the other. The man pointed his wand at him. Stupefy, he yelled. Harry just turned sideways as the spell flew right past him. Before the man could another word, Harry summoned an astral spear into existence and shot it straight at the man. The spear flew at the man and right through his leg, taking the leg with him and causing the man to fall back, screaming in pain. Harry put a hand in his pocket and walked up to the man who was screaming as well as the bundle that was hissing obscenities. He looked down at the man. Uncle Wormy, it has been so long. You look. Well, it's nice to see you all the same, Harry said. The man was crying as he looked up at Harry. Harry, please. I meant nothing by it. He was gonna kill me, Harry. You have to believe me. Lily and James wouldn't want me dead. They would want me to face justice. Wormtail blubbered on and on. Harry just rolled his eyes as he looked down at the man before his eyes shifted to the bundle that was now silent and looking at him. Harry smiled at it too. Hello, Tom. It's been years. You look younger than the last time we met, Harry said. The baby Voldemort said nothing and just looked at him. Not going to say anything? Harry said. He knew what the Dark Lord was doing. He had noticed the snake slowly slithering up behind him. It made him chuckle. He would leave the snake alone. She wasn't his kill after all. You are awfully quiet. I hope you are not expecting your snake to actually be able to kill me, are you? Harry said. This caused a reaction from the fetus as it glared at him. Insolent boy. Do you know what you have done? Don't think you have actually stopped me from rising. I will always rise, no matter how many times you strike me down, Voldemort said. Harry chuckled. Why? Because of those little soul anchors you have? Harry said. This apparently shocked the Dark Lord. How did you find out? Easy. Anyone who is as aware of magic as I am would notice the darkness emitting from them, Harry said, amused. The fetus Dark Lord hissed at him. At this point, Voldemort's snake had crept close enough to strike. It was about to bite at his ankle. As soon as it lunged forward, it immediately collided with the body of another snake that had been lying in wait in Harry's clothes. Sammy hissed at the other snake, daring it to strike again. Even Harry wasn't dumb enough to challenge Sammy to an actual fight. As the person who gave her all the upgrades she had, he knew well enough that it would not be an easy fight, especially since she could now change her size at will, and her scales were impenetrable. Sadly, Voldemort's snake seemed to be as stupid as the Dark Lord was. It lunged at Sammy and tried to bite and finish her off in one go. Sammy just moved her head to the left and struck the snake from the side. Nagini didn't even have a chance. As soon as Sammy wrapped her jaws around her neck, it was over. Sammy bit down so hard that Nagini's head was barely connected with the rest of her body. Sammy spat the now dead snake out of her mouth. TSH. Was that all that trash had to bring to the table? Not even worth my time, Sammy said as she slithered back into Harry's robes. Harry chuckled and Voldemort looked on with anger as the closest thing he had to a friend was murdered brutally. I told you it wouldn't be, but no. You needed to prove who the top snake was. As if it wasn't obvious already, Harry said. What can I say? I wanted to stretch my scales. Been cooped on that island for months, Sammy said. Harry just shook his head in amusement. He looked down at the groaning Wormtail and seething Voldemort. Well, I suppose we should finish up here, Harry said as he smiled down at the two. He crouched down and came face to face with the still crying Wormtail. You betrayed me once, Wormtail. I don't care for your reasons. All that matters is that I, at one point, trusted you and you betrayed that trust. It's the principle of the matter, you see. I can't allow people thinking that is okay. You understand that, right? Harry asked as he pulled out a knife and looked at the man. The man in question burst into fresh tears and started to beg once more. Harry, before he could continue, Harry jabbed his knife forward and cut his tongue in half while his mouth was open. No longer talking, Wormtail screamed in pain, as Harry just looked at him with cold eyes. You know, I have never done this to a human before. It's an ability that I created. I call it infection. Would you be so kind as to be my first human test subject? Harry asked sarcastically. He touched the screaming man's forehead and watched as a black dot appeared where he touched and slowly started to spread all over his body. Wormtail's scream grew even louder as his body literally withered away from the inside. He eventually stopped screaming and went totally silent, with the disease clearly still eating him. Harry then looked at Voldemort, who was watching the scene with silent horror. Don't worry. I don't plan to do that with you. Oh no. You are coming with me, Harry said as he grabbed fetus Voldemort and disappeared in a flash, leaving only the sound of insane laughter in his wake. And there it is. Hope you guys like it. Thanks again to everyone who supports the story. It is such an honor to see so many people liking this story. Hope to have next chapter up by next Friday. Till then, peace. Chapter 25. So sorry for the long wait on this story. I got sick last week and was bedridden, so I didn't have the time to write this up and put it out. I didn't get my beta to edit this since it's Thanksgiving week and I want them to enjoy it. Hope you all are having a great Thanksgiving. For those of you not, I'm sorry to hear that and hope it takes a turn for the better. Thanks to everyone for the support on this story. It means so much to see so many people enjoying it. Thank you to everyone who reviews/favorites/follows. You guys are a constant reminder of why I keep writing. Now on to the story. June 29th, 2010. Harry walked into the Great Hall after a few very crazy days. A lot of stuff had happened after kidnapping baby Voldemort. Ever tried to torture a fetus? Not easy. The body was so small and scrunched up that it screwed with all his torture techniques. He had to get the asshole a new body just to torture him. That was a terrible idea in retrospect. He had just picked up some terrorist and shoved Voldemort's mind and soul inside. Not the easiest thing to do, by the way. Point was, Voldemort immediately tried to escape and steal a weapon to kill him with. That didn't end well for Voldemort. Harry felt that he needed to make it clear that running away was a no-no. A 12 gauge to both his kneecaps seemed to fix that problem. After that, keeping him was a sink. He screamed a lot, but Harry was a little disappointed that he didn't last longer than others. Even Daphne's dad lasted longer than Voldemort did. Granted, He did do a longer method with Daphne's dad to keep him alive longer, but still. Voldemort was supposed to be a big bad Dark Lord, for crying out loud. It didn't matter honestly anymore. Voldemort liked to spew insults at Harry during the whole process. Harry had given him multiple warnings to stop, but he didn't, so he also had to be punished for that. Blowtorching out his right eye was a good way to stop him from spewing anything but screams from then on, or at least for a little while. Apparently breaking every bone on the bottom half of a person's body one by one can cause them to permanently retreat into their minds. Voldemort was just a husk of his former self. Harry was pretty sure that the Neville boys' parents were like that. Anyways, he sat down at the Slytherin table and grabbed some food, since he hadn't eaten anything in 16 hours. As he started to bite into his food, he looked up and saw everyone in the Great Hall looking at him with wide eyes, including the teachers. "What? Why are you all looking at me?" Harry asked, confused. "They are confused on how you just showed up when you were supposed to have been kidnapped, which is why you apparently couldn't contact your friends for 3 days. A voice as cold as ice said from behind him, causing him to stiffen up. "Well, I'm okay. Kidnappers decided to let me go and disappear forever, so that no one would ever be able to find a trace of their bod. I mean them," Harry said as Daphne and Tracy sat opposite him and glared. Harry chuckled nervously. "Hey guys, so how you been?" Harry asked, trying to not have one of them explode on him. "I'm afraid explanations will have to come later. Mr. Wolf, can you come with me? We need to discuss where you have been and also contact Aurors about your safe appearance," Dumbledore said, standing next him. Harry stood up a little too fast. "Well, you heard the man. Have to go do a lot of important stuff. Doesn't sound like I have a choice. Guess I'll see you guys soon. Bye," Harry said as he jumped away from the scary women and walked with the headmaster up to his office. The whole way, even when out of their sight, he could feel a burning sensation on him that felt very scary. "Well, you have had quite the adventure, I imagine," Dumbledore said. Harry shrugged. "Not really. More of a fun weekend, to be honest," Harry said as he thought back on Voldemort's screams. "Is that so? May I ask why you haven't returned to the castle? You must have known that we thought you were kidnapped," Dumbledore asked. Harry shrugged. "I had something to take care of," Harry said as they finally made it to the office. "Don't call the Aurors yet. We need to talk privately," Harry said, causing Dumbledore to look at him confused, but eventually appeased to what he said. He sat down on his throne and looked at Harry. "So, what do you have to tell me?" Dumbledore asked. "Voldemort has risen from the dead and got himself a body," Harry said, getting straight to the point. Dumbledore immediately stood up. "Are you certain?" he questioned. "Yes. I watched it happen, actually. I was in a bit of a bind, so I couldn't actually stop it, but that's that, I suppose," Harry said as he looked at the now pacing old man. He was smiling on the inside, though. While Dumbledore could probably no longer offer him enough money for the death of such a high-value target, Harry was positive that Dumbledore had possession to quite a few rare books and artifacts that would cover his expenses. "We need to prepare immediately," Dumbledore said as he thought about where to go from there. "Oh, and I killed his snake and also Wormtail," Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him. "Could you not have captured Wormtail? I'm sure he would have been a good source of information," Dumbledore asked. Harry nodded. "I could have, but I made the executive decision not to and decided that he needed to die," Harry said. Dumbledore sighed. "Fine. I will contact the Aurors and we will get the word out immediately," Dumbledore said. June 30th, 2010. Harry was currently watching over Tony as he had smashed up his Malibu house and was now working on creating a new element. "Oh, and was dying apparently. So S.H.I.E.L.D. gave you all these files?" Harry asked as he skimmed over the classified documents. "Yes. I think they want me to continue where my old man left off and help them fight the evils of the world or something," Tony said as he hefted a giant pipe into place. Harry nodded. "What can I help you out with?" Harry asked. "Just putting all this into place for now," Tony said. Harry nodded and got to work. They worked in silence for about 10 minutes, just continuing to move everything to where it needed to go. "So you're going to tell me why you never mentioned that you were dying or had some Russian terrorist after you?" Harry finally asked. Tony sighed. "We're friends, Harry, but it just wasn't your fight or problem," Tony said. "The hell it wasn't. Tony, we are friends, and I know that if I needed help, you would be there in a heartbeat to help me. That can't just work one way. I could continuously heal you indefinitely till we found a cure. What's the worst part, though, is that you have denied me the opportunity of curb stomping a terrorist. Unforgivable, Harry said. Tony laughed at the last part. All right, I get it. Next time I need help, I will go to you. Does that make you feel better? Tony teased. Damn straight, Harry said as they continued to work, but no longer with the awkward tension. So how's school been? Tony asked. Pretty good. One of our most dangerous terrorists in history just resurrected himself from the dead. Had to show him why that was a horrible idea. He is now a vegetable, Harry said. Tony looked at him. In what way? Mentally or physically? Tony asked. Both, of course, Harry said. Tony just shook his head. You need a hobby, kid. What about your work? How's that going? Tony asked. It is booming. We have decided to now expand into health. We have currently 2 hospitals we have acquired. One in LA and one in New York, Harry said. You know medicine? Tony asked. Me? Nope. I am a healer though, and one of the best on the planet if I do say so myself. Harry said. I see. So what kind of hospitals are you trying to run? Tony asked. The kind that will put others out of business. I'm not going to use random fees to up hospital bills, nor am I going to make it cost money to ride in an ambulance, which is total bullshit. We only make the customers pay the bare minimum for our services. You're not going to make much money that way, Tony commented. Doesn't matter. Money isn't the goal. Helping as many people as we can is, Harry said. Surprisingly noble coming from an assassin. Tony said. Harry nodded. I only kill the wicked, my friend. I, for the most part, like the innocent. Almost jealous of them, to be honest. They live such sweet lives not knowing the true horrors on this planet. Ignorance is bliss, I suppose, Harry said. Tony nodded in agreement. So any other projects? Well, I have to go kidnap some giant spiders and also figure out how to make a magic stone produce large quantities or raw metals. Oh, and I also have to go talk with a mad scientist later, Harry said. Tony smiled. Sounds like you have a full plate. Harry nodded. Yeah. Been swamped in paperwork too. Never knew running a company would be this annoying. Can't wait for Daphne to graduate so she can be my PA. Harry said. Oh yeah, your kitty friend. So she agreed to that? Kinda. She expressed interest in it. Especially since the pay is pretty good for a first job out of school. Harry said. That's good, I guess. Oh, and S.H.I.E.L.D. would like to have a sit down with you, Tony said. Harry looked over at him. What for this time? Harry asked.
No idea.
They just told me to pass the message along, Tony said. Harry sighed. Man, those guys never give up, do they? Nah, they're a super spy agency. That's what they do. So are you going to do it? I don't know. It is getting pretty annoying having them chase me around everywhere. What would you do? Harry asked. I would go just to see what they wanted at the least, Tony said. Harry thought about that. He was pretty sure they either wanted him neutralized or joining up with them. Fine. I'll think about it. In the meantime, let's finish this up already so I go to sleep already, Harry said. He heard Tony chuckling behind him somewhere. July 2nd, ND 2010. Subduing a 900-pound spider was an easier task than Harry had anticipated. They had very one-tracked minds, especially when they saw what they deemed food. The spider had immediately rushed him to go straight for the kill. With just a few chains, Harry had restrained it without doing any real damage. They had already bought a place in Canada to store them. It hadn't taken much work to set up really, since they just kept buying already made buildings that suited their needs. After bringing the spider back to the facility, Harry worked on reconfiguring its mind. Changing instincts was extremely hard. In fact, it was one of the hardest things that he had ever had to do with mind magic. The mind held onto its instincts tightly, probably because it would believe it would die without them. Harry had to manually insert a different method of what the spider was to do with its life. Making silk and creating offspring to make it silk were now its primary objectives. It would eat only what the hairless apes gave it, no matter how hungry it got. After that, he released it into its new home and had it start to build its nest. He pulled out his cell phone and called Rin. Ren, the spider cage is all set up. How is the mad scientist guy going? We have set up a meeting with him later today like you asked. You will meet at the bar that you specified in New York.
Rein responded.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Ren. Now how are our sales going within the wizard community? Harry asked. They are increasing every day, especially whenever we release a new product. The steady profit we get from all the cell plans as well as cable plans for the TV is really making us money. Our store in Rio that just opened is all starting to show a sizable profit as well. Our total profit is close to $125 million and growing. Great. How soon until we can get those hospitals open? Harry asked. They are moving in all of the equipment as we speak. There is a boom of doctors and nurses right now, so we have not had much of a hiring problem. Should be able to open both in a month or two, assuming we continue to rush its progress. Ren said. Good. Make sure we continue to do so. With that, we have 2 new departments as well as expanding into the Muggle world. Harry said. Correct. Congratulations, Mr. Wolf. The real congratulations should go to you. You have done a hell of a job with helping on bringing this off its feet, Ren. I appreciate it. Now, I hear that there is quite a few homeless veterans in the world right now. We are going to capitalize on that. Harry said. How so? We are going to create a private military. Harry said. Sir? Ren said, trying to get Harry to elaborate. We are going to give homeless vets a job by putting them back into what they are good at. They will have health benefits and good pay as well as not having to go to an actual war. We will use them as a security force. I see. The idea certainly does have merit. I'm sure it would help quite a few people as well. You do know that governments hire private contractors to fight their wars, correct?
Ido.
We will only accept the contracts for places we want to fight. It will work out, trust me. I have done the math. If you say so, excellent. Now I do believe that I need to go talk to a mad scientist. Harry said while hanging up and flashing away. Same day, Craig's Bar, New York. Harry was sitting across from a 26-year-old man who looked like he couldn't stop fidgeting and had a smile that practically spelled mischief. This man was James Hardy, otherwise known as the Mad Scientist. James was a prodigy when it came to inventing and liked to invent things that most people didn't really think about nor need. He was still a genius, but too free-spirited to be of any use to real companies, especially those that valued order and organization. Hello, Mr. Hardy. I am Mr. Wolf, CEO of Wolf Enterprises. Pleasure to meet you, Harry said. Likewise. You are a lot younger than I thought you would be. No offense, of course, James said. Harry waved it off. It is fine. I get that a lot. So, you ready to talk business? Harry said. James nodded. I just want you to know that I don't work too well in places that have a lot of rules and regulations on my creations. If you run a place like that, then we should just stop now. James said. I understand. We are ready to accommodate you fully. I assure you. My company is looking for a head of our research and development section. Now my company started recently, so we aren't exactly rolling in billions yet. We are making a huge amount of profit though. So here is what I will offer. Your first year, you will get $100K in salary over the year. You will be provided a company car if you need one, and will also be given a budget for any of your little side projects you want to do just for fun. We will of course require you to design things for us when requested and would also like to have you work on things that will help further our company, but you will also be given time for yourself. The years after the first, your salary will increase as long as we continue to profit. Harry said. James just looked at him. Wow, that is a lot better than I thought you could possibly give. James said. Harry smiled. Well, we aim to please. So what do you think? Does that sound agreeable to you? Yes, of course it does. When would I start? He asked. A week from now. We have our facilities HQ just outside the city. Here is the address. Harry said as he gave the man a slip of paper and stood up. It was a pleasure, Mr. Hardy. We hope you have an enjoyable time working for us. Harry said and extended a hand to the man. And you, Mr. Wolf. I greatly look forward to working with you. The man said with a smile. After that, Harry went into the back room and departed. July 4th, 2010. Harry was currently watching Tony and a friend apparently named Rhodey mowing down drones that were currently wreaking havoc. Looked like they were going to finish with that terrorist guy soon, and Harry had already run damage control as well as getting Pepper to a safe place. Now that all that was left was for Tony to finish up here. As he thought this, he felt a presence coming from behind, clearly not even trying to disguise their approach. They continued until they stood right next to him. "So you came here after all," Natasha said. Harry didn't even look at her. "Well, if it isn't the super spy. Did you bring along Green Arrow as well?" Harry asked. "No, he is assigned somewhere else at the moment," she responded. "You gonna try and attack me again? I won't go easy like I did last time," Harry warned. "I just want to talk," she assured. "Then talk," Harry said back. "My boss wants to meet with you," she said, getting straight to the point. "I heard. Look, if you guys really want to talk, we can have a sit down sometime, but I'm telling you right now that I don't work for anyone to the point that he is going to want," Harry said. "When are you free? You set up the time and date, I will be there," Harry said. "Tomorrow at 12. At the bar we first met at," she said. Harry looked at her before nodding. "That's fine. I guess I'll be there," Harry said as he turned and walked away, but not before taking one last look at the redhead. Her hair seemed longer to Harry. "Will you be there as well?" Harry asked. She raised an eyebrow. "Do you want me to be?" she asked. Harry nodded.
Ido.
Harry said. I somehow doubt it is because of my good looks and feminine charm," she said. Harry smirked. "Don't worry about it. I shall see you tomorrow. Goodbye, Natasha," Harry said as he entered back into the building and flashed away as soon as he was out of her sight. He flashed onto a nearby roof that he spotted Tony flying to. He arrived to see Tony and Pepper kissing and Rhodey off to the side and watching with amusement. Harry walked over to him silently and gave him a nod, which he returned with a smile before gesturing to the scene in front of him. Harry smiled in response. He cleared his throat, getting the new couple's attention. "Finally, no longer will have to deal with all your awkward sexual tension," Harry said. Tony laughed while Pepper just blushed and looked like she wanted to shrink into herself. "Seriously, you guys were at it for like 3 minutes straight," Rhodey said, offering his own 2 cents. "Thanks for running damage control, you guys. I'm sure you guys saved a lot of lives." Tony said. "It's fine. Whatever happened to that Vanko guy?" Harry said. "Dead," Tony said solemnly. Harry nodded. "Probably for the best. Well, I have to go prepare for a meeting. I'll see you all soon," Harry said. He then went back to the building and flashed away home. Wolf Cove. As soon as he landed, Harry got a call on his phone. He checked who it was and immediately thought if he should just let it ring. Nah, he would be in even more trouble. He flipped open his phone. Daphne. What's happening with you?" Harry said with fake happiness. "Shut the hell up with that fake stuff, Wolf. You know you are in trouble," she said. Harry sighed. "What did I do?" "Well, let's see, shall we? You beat up 2 Aurors and resisted arrested, as well as trying to shove a phoenix up our minister's ass. Shall I go on?" Daphne said. Harry thought back to the last time he was at Hogwarts. The minister had not liked the news about Voldemort's resurrection. He had straight up called Harry delusional. Harry was not having that shit, so he grabbed Fawkes and forced the minister to bend over and take it like the lil bitch he was. It had just spiraled out of control from there as the Aurors jumped in and resulted in them both being attacked. Daphne had to be called to pull Harry off the 3 grown man he was assaulting, and only because Harry had trained her enough to at least take him on. "I don't think any of that can be considered my fault though," Harry said. "It was entirely your fault. That sounds like an overreaction. Believe me, it's not. Look, let's just take a deep breath and calm down," Harry said. "Oh, I will calm down. As soon as you apologize to the minister. So you're never going to calm down," Harry said sadly. "Were you at least telling the truth about Voldemort?" she asked. "Yes, but don't worry about that. He is now harmless," Harry assured. "How can you be so sure?" she asked. "Well, he is currently a vegetable locked in my basement," Harry said. "What? Yeah, so he is under control. You have a Dark Lord locked in your basement?" "That is correct. You, an idiot," Daphne stated. "I don't understand how that is relevant to our current conversation," Harry said back. "That's because you're an idiot. Geez, you're hurtful today, Harry said. So are you hiding at your little island then? Daphne, I don't hide from anything ever, Harry said, except Rosie's puppy eyes. He thought to himself. Except Rose's puppy eyes. God damn it, you remembered. Fine. Besides those, Harry said, whatever. Just make sure you keep me updated on what's going on with you. Sure. Now have you thought about the job offering? I don't know, Harry. That's a big step. I'm still just trying to get through school. Daphne, we both know that you would be fine not going to school after this year. I hear you are already at a 6th year level. How do you hear that when you don't even go to the classes? She asked rhetorically. You have your ways, yes I know. You have said that before. Well then there you go. Keep thinking about it, Daphne. I could really use you and Tracy's help. Yes, you have said. And I promise that it pays well. Yes, Harry, you said that too. Look, I'll think about it, all right? Okay. I expect that I will not be the one to have to call for our next conversation. Daphne said. I'll call in a few days. Good. Then I will talk to you then. All right, later. Goodbye. Next day, Craig's bar. Harry was sitting down and sipping on a Sprite as he waited for his guest to arrive. He made sure that he had an escape route ready to go. He felt them arrive before he saw them. Seemed they brought back up 20 agents in all, he counted. He couldn't feel Green Arrow around, but he would be on guard for him just in case. He continued to sip his drink and decided to read the paper until they decided to come in. There seemed to be a little segment about his hospital opening soon. That made him smile a little. Some celebrity apparently died of a drug overdose. At this point, he heard someone clearing their throat at him. Sit down so we can get this over with. Harry said, not even looking up from his newspaper. You are Harry Wolf, correct? He heard a deep voice say, good job, Sherlock. Harry said as he continued to read the newspaper. My name is Nick Fury. I am the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. The man said. At this, Harry looked up. He saw a tall black man in a trench coat wearing an eye patch. He also noticed Natasha standing a foot behind him. I don't like your name. Brings up bad memories. Harry said straight out. I'm sorry to hear that. Now I won't beat around the bush. I am sure that you have already guessed that we have been trying to recruit you for quite a while. Fury said. I'm sure you also know my answer after all this time. Harry said. We would like you to reconsider. We of course know what you do for a living. Trust me, you don't. I'm not really in the mercenary business anymore. Harry said. You expect us to believe that? Fury asked. Harry shrugged. It matters little what you believe. That's the truth. Too busy, nowadays. Harry said. Oh? Busy with what? None of your business. Harry said. Then we can't trust that you have actually stopped. And? I am not here to get you to trust me or appease you in any way. I'm here because you were going to try and convince me to join despite what I have already said. Harry said. I don't think you understand the position you're in. Fury said. Really? And what position would that be? The position where you surrounded the bar with your little agents hoping they would be able to stop me. Or the part where you have aircraft on standby waiting if I try to escape. Harry said. Or is it something different? Perhaps some of your higher-ups want me dead, but you see me as a potential useful asset and think it would be an extreme waste to kill me and hope to manipulate in just the right way that puts me under your thumb. Harry said, not glaring at the black man and preparing to start strangling him. Harry, we aren't your enemies. We just want to help. Natasha said from next Fury. Harry diverted his attention to her and stopped glaring. Help me how? Only way you can help me is if you stop stalking me. Harry said. We can help you wipe your slate clean. You said you are no longer in the mercenary business, right? Well, we can help you with a fresh start. I don't need a fresh start, thanks. Harry said. Then what do you want? We can't just leave you alone. With your skill set, you affect not only national security but global security. There is no known place on Earth that can stop you from reaching your target. A lot of higher-ups want you gone or under control. Natasha said back. Harry looked at her. Well, I'm not going to go anywhere and I despise being controlled. I guess this means we have a problem. Harry said, tensing and preparing for a fight. Wait, there is another option. Natasha tried one more time. Fury looked ready to spring into action as much as Harry did. Which would be? Harry asked. What if you just became a consultant for us? That's what Stark does. You don't technically work for us, but we put you down in our roster as an ally, which would get the higher-ups to lay off," Natasha said. Harry looked at her and gestured for her to continue. "Basically, we would come to you if we ever needed help that required your expertise," Natasha said. "And why would I want to do that? S.H.I.E.L.D. pays well for any services given to us," Fury said, rejoining the conversation. Harry thought. He could actually make that work. Plus it would probably be fun to get a job now and then for old time's sake. "I have some conditions that must be met," Harry said. Natasha let out a breath, seeing that he was now open to negotiations. "All right, let's hear them," she said. "1. You don't call me for just anything. You only call me for jobs that cannot be done by anybody else. If you present me a job that I think can be done by others you have employed, then I won't do it," Harry said. Fury nodded. "That seems acceptable. There are more, I assume?" he asked. Harry nodded. "Last is that you only contact me through her," Harry said as he pointed to Natasha. They both looked suspicious at this. "Why is that?" Fury asked. Harry shrugged. "I know her. Plus I don't like you much. Your name is really getting to me," Harry said. Fury frowned at this. "Fine. Is that all?" he asked. Harry nodded. He got a napkin before pulling out a pen and writing on it and sliding it across the table. "That's my private number. Don't bother trying to trace it," Harry said as he got up, and they both followed suit. "All right, so you will need to be brought in for analysis and dash." "Where are you going?" Fury questioned. "Home. We're done here. Not going to let you guys do experiments on me. Call me when you need me," Harry said as he left and walked out the back door before flashing away so no one would see him. Both Fury and Natasha opened the door to follow but found no one. Natasha sighed. "That's the second time that he has done that to me. There is chapter 25. Should be back to posting at least weekly. Hope you all enjoyed this chapter. If you did, why don't you drop a review and tell me about it, smiley face. I will see you all next week with my latest chapter. Until then, peace." Chapter 26. Alright, here is chapter 26. I swear the next one will be in some form edited no matter what. Thanks to those who have stuck in there with these no edited chapters one have been posting recently. To get in the festive spirit, I will be trying to post more chapters than just one a week. I will try to do this if my teachers decided to flood us with homework before the holidays. In other news, a lot of people ask questions for me in reviews. I do read these questions, and I used to actually answer questions when I first started this story, but now it's too much of a hassle to log in every time I want to answer a question. So to rectify this problem, I have made a Twitter exclusively for my stories, just this one so far. So you can all ask any questions you have, and I will do my best to answer without spoiling the story. I will also be posting updates on the progress of any chapters one I'm working on and how close I am to posting them. You can find me at FlameRaiser. My pic is the same as my fanfiction account. For those of you on mobile and can't see that, it's a fire-breathing dragon. You don't need to follow the account, but if you want to take advantage of it, then it's there for you guys to use. Smiley face. Now on to the story. August 3rd, 2010, Disney World, Florida. Harry was currently walking hand in hand with his little 8-year-old sister as they walked around the famous Disney World. It was normally a place that Harry would actively avoid, but Rose had said that she wanted to visit an amusement park and convinced Harry to take her to one. From Harry's perspective, it was straight-up mind control, but he honestly didn't mind too much. He enjoyed getting to spend time with his little sister. She was currently pulling him to some teacup ride that spun around a lot. Harry let her pull him into the line so they could get on. "So how many more rides do you want to go on?" Harry asked. "All of them," Rose said with a smile. "Well, some of them have height restrictions, kiddo," Harry responded, looking down at her in amusement.
I'm tall,
she exclaimed while pouting. Harry leaned down and ruffled her hair. "Sure you are. Just not tall enough to get on some of the rides. Why don't we just go on all the rides we are allowed to until we get bored?" Harry suggested hopefully. He really did not want to have Rose make a big fuss in the middle of the line. "Fine. But only if we get ice cream after," she said. Harry immediately thought back in horror on the last time they had gone to get ice cream. Is there no other desserts you like besides ice cream? Harry questioned. Yeah. I like pie and cake and chocolate cake and ice cream and cookies, Rose said excitedly. Well then why don't we get one of those other things? Harry suggested. Okay. Cake, Rose said with a big smile. All right, we can get cake then, Harry said with a smile and wiped the sweat from his brow. Dodged a bullet there, he thought with relief. They finally got on the teacups ride, which Rose proclaimed was her favorite, so Harry of course agreed with her as well. He at some point in the trip noticed that they were being watched by multiple sets of eyes. Tensing his muscles, he prepared to deal with any enemies that would get in the way of his and Rose's time together. As soon as the tensing came, it went back to calmness as he saw who exactly were staring at him. It seemed that he, walking his little sister around Disney World, had gained the attention of several mothers who thought the sight was adorable. Harry scoffed internally. He was not adorable. He was a cold-blooded killer, the most feared assassin in the world. Harry, I want to go on that one next. Of course. Anything you want, Rosie, Harry said. Okay, so maybe my little sister has me wrapped around her thumb. Still, doesn't mean I'm not a badass or anything, Harry said, no longer sure on who he was trying to convince. Local cake shop nearby, and Rose picked a big chocolate cake. Harry decided that she could get it, and whatever she didn't eat, he could just go give to Tony, who had a huge sweet tooth. They went to go sit down at a small table and start partaking of their treat. Harry, how come you don't live with us? Rose asked as she looked up at Harry while eating cake. When Harry looked up, he only saw general curiosity in her eyes, so he doubted that Lily and James had put her up to this. Why do you ask? Harry asked back. Well, you're my older brother like Arthur, and you came from Mommy and Daddy, but you don't stay with us, Rose said. Harry remembered giving an explanation to her around 2 years ago to her about this very thing. She must have not remembered or wanted a better response since she was older. Well, let's just say that I don't get along with James, Lily, and Arthur like you do. It's just better to not remain in close proximity with each other, Harry said. How come you don't get along? Did they do something? Rose asked. Harry thought about it. It is more of what they didn't do, though that's only why I left. I chose not to come back simply because there was and is no reason for me to, Harry responded. What about me? Rose questioned. Harry smiled. Well, I don't need to live with you to see you now, do I? I can just come grab you whenever, Harry said. Yeah. Mommy doesn't like when I go with you without her permission, Rose said with a smile. Harry smiled back. She also thinks that you need to eat broccoli to grow up big and strong, so what does she know? Harry said. Rose's chocolate-covered face immediately brightened. Yeah. I knew I didn't need to eat the little trees. They taste bad, Rose said while sticking out her tongue in disgust. Well, just remember that when you hang out with me, you get cake and ice cream, Harry said, smiling. Ice cream. Boom. 45 minutes later, Potter Manor. Harry rang the doorbell with a giggling Rose by his side. Took a few seconds before Lily answered the door. She once again looed mad before taking a look at the new chocolate cake-covered Harry. While she didn't burst into laughter like last time, she did start giggling at the image of a chocolate-covered Harry trying to be intimidating. Well, it seems you two had fun, Lily said. Yeah. We went to Disney World and rode rides and got cake, but then the cake exploded, Rose said excitedly. Lily just smiled at her daughter. That sounds like fun. Why don't you go up to the bathroom and run a bath? I'll be up in a second, Lily said. Okay, she said. She then grabbed Harry's sleeve to gesture him to lean down. When he did, she kissed him on the cheek, which caught him off guard. Bye, Harry, she said before skipping inside. With her gone, Harry immediately put on his face of stone. I assume you want to say something, Harry said. First, you ever think this keeps happening as karma for stealing my daughter in the middle of the night? Do I need to bolt her window? Lily asked sarcastically. Harry shook his head. No to your first question, and to your second, go ahead. It won't help keep me out, Harry said. Lily just rolled her eyes. Fine. I assume you have seen the prophet lately? Lily questioned. Harry just raised his eyebrow. The what? He responded. Lil just looked at him to see if he was being serious. You know, the British magical paper. she said, trying to see if he would catch on. Oh no, I don't read that, Harry said. So you don't know what has been happening in our world at all since summer started? Lily questioned. Look, just get to the point. I don't have all day, Harry said, trying to hurry her up. Fine. The government is trying to launch a smear campaign against you and Dumbledore, saying that the whole Voldemort returning to life thing is totally a lie. They also are calling for Dumbledore to step down as headmaster. They already took his seat in the Wisengamot, Lily said. Harry just processed that for a minute. Okay, cool, I guess, Harry said with a shrug. Lily looked baffled. You aren't concerned? She asked. Concerned about what? What the government is saying about you, she exclaimed. Nah, they're just a bunch of coward politicians. None would actually say any of those insults to my face. They know I would slice them to pieces either verbally or physically or maybe even mentally if I'm feeling up to it. Harry said lazily. They could cause problems for you, she warned. Trust me when I say that they really can't. Even if they could, I would just deal with them, Harry said. What does that mean? Lily asked. Harry looked at her for a second. It means I would deal with them. You catching my drift? Harry asked. Lily's eyes widened. You can't do that, she said. Oh, why not? Harry said. It's wrong, she said in a harsh whisper. Killing the corrupt is hardly a disservice, Lily. Grow up already. People die and are killed all the time. That's how the world works. Just let it go, Harry said while rolling his eyes. So that's it? That's just how you solve your problems then? Lily asked incredulously. Well, not all of them. Just the ones that require it, Harry said with a shrug. I can't believe you, Lily said with a glare. Grow up. The world isn't just a black and white where there is good and bad, Lily. There is a lot of gray in it, and sometimes you have to make a call if the world would be a better place without someone. I just happen to make that call more than most. It isn't a happy thing to do, but someone has to do it. It's what keeps the selfish people who only want power from ruling over your damn sheep, Harry said. It still doesn't make it right, Lily argued. Whatever. I'm not going to argue this with you. Tell Rose I will see her soon, Harry said before walking away and leaving Lily standing outside her house. As soon as he turned a corner and made sure no one was watching, he flashed away. August 31st, 2010. Harry was at Hogsmeade with a huge grin on his face while Daphne and Tracy were glaring at him. Why was he in such a good mood, you may be asking? That was because he didn't have to take a stupid 8-hour train ride to get here. Hogwarts didn't have a new train for the upcoming school year, so everyone was just flying straight to the station. Daphne and Tracy were not happy about it. They said that it wasn't nice to destroy a tradition just because you did not like it. Harry just shrugged and continued to smile. There were some other people looking at him too. May younger years were looking at him with appeared to be awe while the older years looked at him questioningly. Harry figured it had to do with the paper and what it had been printing about him. He figured he would just ignore the stares. Not like they bothered him too much, although it did mess up his senses a little to have so many people watching him. He wouldn't be able to tell if someone was watching him with nefarious reason unless they released killer intent. Even then, if they were far enough away, he might not notice. He decided to put up a thin shield of magic unnoticeably around his body just in case to ease his worries. While doing this, he saw Arthur walking over to him with a serious look to his face. Can I talk to you real quick? Privately? He asked. Harry looked at him. HR hadn't talked to Arthur face to face in a while. Must be important to the kid. Fine. Follow me, Harry said as he started walking away from the gathered students waiting for the rides to Hogwarts to arrive. They continued to walk until they were in a quiet alley within town away from all the people. Then Harry put up some privacy wards to keep unwanted visitors from coming before looking at Arthur and gesturing for him to continue. I want to know the truth, Harry. Is Voldemort really back from the dead? Arthur asked with a totally serious face. Why would I lie about that? Harry questioned. To benefit yourself in some way only you understand. Arthur shot back. Harry had to give it to the boy. That was exactly what he was doing. It just so happened that his plan involved him telling the truth this time. Well, you are right about that. Definitely something I would do. Unfortunately, I must admit to have told the truth when I spoke of his return though, Harry said. I find that hard to believe. There have been no attacks, no mysterious deaths and disappearances, and no recruitment drives since his supposed return. How do you explain that, Harry? Arthur questioned. Harry shrugged. I would be surprised if he would be able to do any of those things, to be honest. Harry said. Why is that? Arthur pressed. Let's just say that he did not look well the last time we saw each other, shall we? Harry said with a smile as he thought back to his little vegetable hidden in the basement of his house. Had to put the flesh bag in magical stasis so he wouldn't have to keep forcing him to eat and drink and continue to be a nuisance. Now he just slept all day. Sort of. Can you elaborate? Arthur asked sarcastically. Harry looked at Arthur. The boy had been acting very hostile. Not much like the happy Arthur he first met. He briefly thought it might be an effect of something, but he realized that he probably didn't care enough to look into it. You didn't think I let him get away with just a slap on the wrist, did you?
Mon Arthur.
You know who I am. I doubt he has the physical strength to do anything right now. Might be a change in a month or two, I suppose. We'll just have to see. Harry said as he started to head back to the group now that he saw carriages arriving. We're not done talking, Harry. Arthur called after him. I am. If you would like to try and stop me, be my guest. I've been itching to break somebody's body recently. Harry said with a friendly smile back at the angry boy. Arthur did not try to stop him, but he did not look happy about the lack of information that Harry provided. Harry just continued to walk back towards his friends though. 2 hours later, Great Hall. Harry watched as some horrible genetic offspring of a toad and a human that decided to wear pink tried to clearly shove propaganda down the student masses' throats. It was such a pathetic attempt that Harry was sure that only magicals would be stupid enough to believe. The woman also sounded horribly fake and like a total bitch. She also seemed to have a thing for staring at Harry during certain parts of her speech. Harry would just look right back at her. This bitch was clearly not trying to hide who her target was. Harry just sighed internally. She can say whatever she wants about me as long as she stays out of my way. Harry thought to himself as he rested his head on the table and zoned out the rest of what she was saying. She went on for another 5 minutes until she finally stopped and sat down to the most monotone clapping Harry had ever heard. What did you think of all that? Daphne asked from next to him. Tracy leaned in, trying to hear what he said. I think that I am glad this is my last year here as well as that I want Dumbledore to be a hobo. Harry said. What does the last part have to do with the conversation? Daphne asked. Nothing. I just like the idea, I suppose. Harry said back. Well, it's clear what's happening. The Ministry is trying to take over Hogwarts. Tracy chimed in. Harry nodded. Yep, good thing too. I thought we would have to wait forever for a good old magical revolution in Britain. Harry said as he bit into a piece of steak. Both girls just looked at him confused. What do you mean? Tracy asked. Harry swallowed before responding. Well, historically speaking, this is how revolutions usually start. The government starts to seize full control. At first people don't mind, but then the government starts thinking they can do whatever they want to the country and its people. Then the people eventually catch on to what the government is doing and rebel. Then the rebellion and the government clash, and whoever wins gets to run the country how they want. The losers are usually sentenced to death. Harry explained. Both girls just stared at him. Harry raised an eyebrow. What? I think you're thinking about this too much, Harry. Daphne responded. Harry shook his head. Mark my words, in 3 to 5 years, there will be at the very least a start of revolution. Harry said. Both girls just shrugged and dismissed what he said. Despite this, Harry knew what he was talking about. He had seen revolutions before, hell, he had even helped with some of them. It was only a matter of time that the commoners of magical Britain realized they no longer wanted to be treated like trash and rise against the 15 that controlled all power in their world. Pure bloods. When that happened, Harry would just sit back and watch the chaos. September 29th, 2010. Harry was currently on his phone with James. Now that he was all moved in and working, he had already started to work on new ways to help improve the company. His first invention seemed to involve a supercomputer that would allow all parts of their company be connected to one giant, super-protected mainframe. James said they were still running tests on it to make it as protected as possible. Harry had also talked to Ren about maybe being able to add runes to even better protect their systems. Ren said it was possible and that he would look into it. So if the tests go well, how soon do you think that we could implement this system? Harry asked. Hard to say. We could probably have it up and running in a couple of weeks. If we really work at it. James said back. Good, make it happen. In the meantime, how is weapons development going? Harry asked. Well, it will take a while to procure all the material we need. That's what's really slowing us down. We just got a factory in Argentina, I hear, so we can start manufacturing, but like I said, they need to get their hands on materials. James said, leave that to me. I recently finished a little project of mine, so we should have almost an unlimited supply soon. Harry said back. James did an impressed whistle. Must have been some project. It was. Took longer than I had hoped, but it got finished, and that's all that matters now. I'm having Ren work out all kinks, and we should be able to start production within the month. Harry said. Great. I told Ren to call me whenever he was ready to send my designs over to be produced. He seemed pretty excited about the whole thing. James said. He wasn't at first, especially because I don't think he likes the idea of me having a private army. I just need to show him that I'm not trying to build one but employ and help people. Seems honorable enough. James commented. It is. That is what I want my company to be about. Not for the money it makes but for the way it has helped people. Harry said passionately. He was being truthful. When he originally started the company, he had planned for it to be about profit, but he did want to help people. Innocent people anyways. He had seen some of the worst sides of the world and wanted that to change, and now he had that chance to do it. He figured that Nick would like the path he was taking. No longer just killing and destroying but also creating too. And maybe keep some of the destroying and killing. As long as you keep that in mind, I am sure you will be successful. James. Thanks, James. Now I have to go. There is some things I have to discuss with some of my other employees. All right, boss. I'll keep you updated on the happenings around the department. Appreciate it. I'll talk to you later, James. Harry said as he hung up. He took a deep breath and breathed out as he looked around. He was currently on the roof of the Great Hall, so no one would see or disturb him. He had thought about just leaving but decided against it. He would be tempted to stay away and Daphne would be mad again. The things he did for his friends. November 1st, St. 2010. Things were going extremely well so far in the year. At least for Harry. He had added 2 more acromantulas to his habitat and had just started to make some of their silk into a cloth. His hospitals were technically a great success in his eyes. They weren't making a profit, but they could cover most expenses with what people paid and covered the difference from another department's earnings. Both the New York and La Times had written articles about their respective hospitals and how amazing it was. People seemed very happy to have them as well. They provided cheap medical care and charged no extra fees for trivial things. On another note, they had just released a new phone in the Americas that was a slide phone and had most phone users upgrading and causing a tremendous rise in profit. Despite all these great things happening, Harry was not happy. Apparently, no one informed the new Toad Lady that he didn't attend classes. She was apparently having none of that and continually pestered both Tracy and Daphne to get him to have a meeting with her about his attendance. Not only that, but he was hearing things about her around the school. Apparently she tortured students with a injury quill in her detentions. That was low even in Harry's mind. The woman was just a horrible human being, which was why he was no standing outside her office. He knocked firmly twice and waited. He heard an overly sweet voice tell him to come inside. He entered and saw the Toad waiting behind her desk. Ah, Mr. Wolf. How nice of you to finally meet with me. I was beginning to think you would never step in my class. She said to him as if he were 5. That was the plan, but I hear you're bugging my friends, and that's a big no-no in my book, so I'm here to stop that. Harry said as he pulled up a chair and sat in front of her with his legs crossed. Well, I had no other way to reach you since it seems that you like to disappear and do only Merlin knows what. She said with her fake smile. That's because I didn't want to reach you or have any relationship with you at all. Harry said as he took a cup of tea from her desk that she clearly had for herself. His fake smile dropped into a snarl for a millisecond before returning to her face. Yes, well, I'm afraid skipping class is an automatic detention, Mr. Wolf. she said as if she were regretting the words coming out of her mouth. Which she would be soon enough. That's a shame. I don't really do detentions. Harry responded as he sipped the stolen tea. Well, I'm afraid you have no choice if you want to remain a student at this school, she said. Good thing I don't then. But let's put this conversation behind us. I wanted to talk to you about something else, Harry said as he started to smile his unsweet smile at her. He could tell immediately that it unnerved her. And what is it you would like to discuss? She asked. Harry was really starting to hate her voice. So high and squeaky. He wondered if it would sound better as a scream. He leaned in slightly and spoke a little quieter. Is it true that you have been torturing students with an injury quill? Harry asked. He immediately saw some sick satisfaction appear in her eyes. Well, I am afraid that the ministry wants a more stern approach to those who break the rules at this school in order to make sure they don't do the same when they go out into society. You understand, of course. We have to make sure that everyone turns out to be normal adults, she said as if she was totally justified. Harry sighed with his smile still on his face. He took one last sip of the tea before setting it down. I thought you would say something like that. Tell me something then. Would it be okay to apply the same logic to adults that aren't normal? Harry asked. Well, of course. It's all for society's sake after all. And no one person is above all of society, she said in her sickly voice. That's what I figured as well, Harry said and took a step back. He snapped his fingers and immediately, the Toad Woman was being encompassed in black chains that were glowing red from heat. Harry just threw up a privacy ward in time to cover her screams of pain. He was right. Her voice did sound better when screaming in pain. He lowered the temperature of the chains but kept her firmly wrapped. What do you think you're doing, Wolf? The ministry will have your head for this, she screamed at him. Harry just went to her desk and started opening drawers. Doubt it. They would need some kind of proof to know it was me, like a witness or a body, he said with the last part, sounding demonic. The woman was struggling even more at this but was clearly not making any progress. Harry looked down at her for a second. What's your name again? I fell asleep when you announced it the first time, Harry said. She just glared at him. He shrugged and started raising the temperature of the chains again. It's Dolores. Dolores Umbridge. She screamed from the pain. Was that so hard? Go to the Dementors, she spat. Harry finally found what he was looking for in the drawers. He pulled out a quill as red as injury. Here we are, Harry said as he examined the quill. He had the chains raise Umbridge to eye level. So this is your favorite method of torture, is it? Bit crude and old-fashioned if you ask me, but to each their own, Harry commented as he twirled the quill in his hands. She continued to glare at him. Don't want to speak, huh? Don't worry, I can fix that, Harry said with a smile. With that, he stabbed the quill straight through the woman's right cheek. Her screams were actually starting to get on his nerves. Like torturing children, huh? That's fine. Why don't I introduce you to a friend of mine who had similar habits? At least till he met me, Harry said. Once again he flashed away with his victim, leaving nothing behind but the slightly cold tea. Again, thanks to everyone who was able to stomach my grammar messes that I call chapters. Hope you all like where I am taking this. This chapter was more of a filler before I really start advancing the plot more and not just building Harry's empire. If you like it, feel free to review/follow/favorite. I always appreciate and smile every time I get an email telling me I have a new follower or review. Never gets old to me. Once again, my new Twitter is FlameRaiser if you guys want to ever have a question you want answered about the story, or just want to be updated on how close I am to posting the next chapter. I'll see you all next time. Peace. Chapter 27. So Chapter 27. Last chapter of Hogwarts Arc. Hope everyone enjoys it. Thanks to everyone who follows favorites or reviews. Remember that you can get in contact with me, FlameRaiser on Twitter. Now on to the story. December 1st, 2010, Hogwarts. Harry looked around the Great Hall with a hint of boredom in his gaze. There were now aurors stationed by any fireplaces or other entries into the hall. He knew there was also some currently patrolling the rest of the halls of Hogwarts. With Umbridge going MIA, the citizens of magical Britain were in a slight panic. Umbridge was a big supporter that Voldemort was dead, and that Dumbledore and Harry were liars. She had gone missing without a single clue as to where she had gone. Similar to what happened quite often in the beginning of the last war. Fudge had stationed close to a quarter of the Auror force at Hogwarts. He wanted to make sure that no one was worried about something happening to their children attending the school. Another consequence of Aurors being here was the discovery of Umbridge's little injury quill. A quick investigation was conducted and found several students who had scars or cuts on their hands from using them, clearly as some sick form of punishment based on what was written. A statement was released to the press before Fudge could even see the report, and many people were outraged on what a high-level ministry employee had been doing to their children, causing Fudge's backing to take a major hit. Many jumped back on Dumbledore's train, or simply just stopped standing with the ministry. Harry was quite surprised with the after effects of the horrid woman's disappearance. It benefited him in the end because it was probably going to speed up the process of any revolution which he did want to happen soon. Daphne seemed pleased with the woman's disappearance, probably because the woman had bothered her constantly. He knew the whole situation had made her want to stay at this school less and was slowly pushing her to the idea of just taking Harry's job offer. If Daphne left, then Tracy would follow. The only friend who would probably be staying at Hogwarts was Luna. He hadn't talked to Luna much, especially since she seemed to rekindle her friendship with Ginny Weasley. That technically put her in Potter's camp now. He was happy that the girl had found more friends besides his posse. Luna, while a delightful person, scared Harry quite a bit. She knew quite a bit about him. Things that he would probably kill people for knowing. He was pretty sure that she was some sort of seer, though that didn't really help his comfort level much. Harry, he hid from beside him. He looked over at Daphne and raised an eyebrow. Yes, he said. I've been calling your name for the past 5 minutes. I was about to break your wrist to get you to respond, Daphne said. Harry chuckled nervously at that. He had no doubt that Daphne could break his rise. It would heal almost immediately, but it definitely wouldn't feel good. Sorry. What do you need? He asked. She looked at him. My mother wants to know if you are coming over for dinner on Christmas. If your mother is there, then yes. I will be going, Harry said with a smirk. Daphne glared. Stop hitting on mother. Daphne gritting. I have no idea what you are talking about, Harry said. He decided to change the topic. How is Astoria doing? I haven't seen her in a while, Harry asked. Daphne looked at him before answering. She is fine. I hear that she is excelling in her grades, Daphne said. Harry nodded and looked around the whole hall before frowning. Where is she, by the way? Harry asked. Daphne just looked at him like he was the biggest idiot in the world. She goes to Beauxbatons, you idiot, Daphne said. Oh, is this the first time you noticed that my sister does not go to this school? Daphne asked. I don't want to talk about it, Harry said evasively. Daphne rolled her eyes. So what plans do you have for your little company now? Daphne asked. I'm about to make a military contract, Harry stated. Daphne's eyes widened a bit at this. What does this contract entail? She asked. I make their uniforms and they pay me a lot of money, Harry said. Why would they want you to make their uniforms for them? Daphne asked. Wolf Enterprises currently has a huge stock of acromantula silk that is bulletproof to an extent and can be made into regular clothing, unlike Kevlar, which is not as flexible and can currently only be made into vest, Harry said. Daphne nodded at this. Do I want to know where you got such large quantities of this silk? Daphne asked. I just kidnapped a few spiders and put them in a habitat where their only goal is to continuously make silk, Harry said. That doesn't sound easy, Daphne commented. Harry shrugged. The kidnapping was, but getting them to do what I wanted was not, Harry said. I see. So besides that, what else? Well, I was thinking of maybe making vehicles as well. We would probably make civilian and military. Not sure if I would sell the military ones though. I am currently building a private army and I already have quite the amount of soldiers, Harry said. Why do you of all people need a private army? Daphne asked. Harry shrugged. First for security, and secondly in case other countries ever need some more power, Harry said. Daphne squinted at the last part. Don't worry about the second part. We will do background checks on anyone requesting our services to make sure their cause is just before agreeing to aid them, Harry said. I guess that's better, Daphne said. Why all the questions? You getting more interested in my offer? Harry slightly teased but was actually curious to know. A little, I guess. I don't know. Every time I look around at my environment, I only see a lot of bad stuff. It doesn't seem like our country is going down anything but a dark road. Not sure I want to stay and be in the middle of it when tensions finally break. Daphne said with seriousness. Well then this is the perfect opportunity for you. Harry said. I don't know. I don't want to just leave Tracy behind. Daphne said. You know that Tracy is going to follow you anywhere you go. She doesn't care as long as she is with her friends. Harry said. Daphne nodded in recognition of the truth behind Harry's words. She thought about it. I'll tell you what, I will give you an official answer on Christmas. Is that fine? She questioned. Harry nodded. He didn't want to force her into a rash decision. Of course that's fine. I can wait till Christmas. December 15th, 2010. Harry was looking on at the factory in Brazil that now produced the raw materials they used for all their projects. Ron had finally implemented the system to use the stones he had given him. They produced more material faster than mining ever could in a day. Harry had to put up some powerful wards to contain the energy that they were producing though. He had made sure they had docks so they could ship all materials to wherever they needed to go. This is great, Ren. I'm glad you could get this up so fast. Harry said. It wasn't too difficult. Just a few rune placements. What about our other business? Did we get the military contract? Ren asked. That we did. $50 million contract had been signed by one of our representatives. We need to send over the uniforms in 3 months' time. Harry said.
Ren nodded.
We can make that. Have you talked to James recently? He said had the concept idea for some cars as you requested. Guess I'll have to go talk to him soon then. In the meantime, good job on this, Ren. Maybe you should get a pay raise? Yeah, I think that would work well. Can we afford that? Ren asked. Yep. We are making quite the profit, my friend. Harry responded. Well then I thank you for the raise. Ren said while bowing slightly. Harry nodded in return. Well, I suppose I should head out. I have to go buy some gifts and stuff. Harry said. Oh, that's going to be hard so close to Christmas.
Ren commented.
Harry shrugged. What I can't find, I'll make.
I'm resourceful.
Harry said. Ren smiled at this. No arguing that, I suppose. I shall see you soon then, Ren said. Harry nodded and waved before flashing away. December 25th, 2010, Greengrass Manor. Harry was sitting at the dinner table and eating with Ms. Greengrass as well as Daphne and Astoria. He had made sure to ask Astoria lots of questions about her school earlier that day to cover the fact that he had totally forgot about her. Astoria had just flushed and stammered out as many responses as she could. Harry, Daphne, and Angelica had found the situation amusing. Now sitting around the table and eating, they were keeping up pleasant conversation. So Harry, what little adventures have you been up to lately? Ms. Greengrass asked. Harry smiled at her question. Nothing much, surprisingly. I've been so busy with my company that I haven't been able to keep up with my more fun habits. I might go out and schedule a fun outing for myself soon though. I'm actually currently deciding what country I want to have this little outing in. I was thinking about South America but haven't really decided on anything yet. Harry said. What's South America like? She asked. Well, depends where you go. Lots of forests. It is very beautiful there. Of course, like any place, it has its downsides. There's quite a few corrupt individuals there who like to take advantage of the masses, Harry said while sipping on a glass of water. I see. Well, I suppose wherever you go in this world, there will always be problems. You just have to decide on which problems you are willing to deal with. Ms. Greengrass responded. She took her last bite of ham and finished her plate. Well, I think I will retire for the night. Thank you for coming over, Harry. Feel free to stay as long as you would like. Ms. Greengrass said with a smile. Harry gave her an appreciative nod. Thank you, milady. Sadly, I will need to depart soon as I have another engagement to attend soon. On Christmas? She asked with concern. Harry just waved off her concern. It's fine. I'm the one who scheduled the meeting, so I have to deal with it. Harry said. I see. Well, with that, I shall see you all save for Harry in the morning. Astoria, Daphne, don't stay up too late now, she said with a slight motherly stern tone. Both daughters nodded or grunted in agreement. Astoria retired soon after saying that she was going to a friend's house in the morning, so needed to get some sleep, leaving Daphne and Harry alone. Harry looked at her and smirked. Well, I kept my promise and came to dinner, did I not? Harry said. Technically you were 10 minutes late and we had already started eating. Daphne pointed out dryly. That was your fault. You purposely started without waiting for me to put me in an awkward situation. Harry argued. To show you what happens when you are late. Daphne responded. No matter how you say it, you purposely put me in a bad situation knowing that I would not be able to make it on time. Harry said with a glare. Daphne just shrugged. Learn how to be on time. Daphne said, taking a sip of her glass of cider. Couldn't help it. Rose was physically attached to my leg for like 10 minutes. Harry whined. You couldn't get an 8-year-old girl off you. Isn't she getting too old to act like that around you? You just shut your heathen mouth. She can act that way as long as she wants. Harry bristled. Daphne raised her hands in surrender after that. So I suppose you want me to answer your question. I do indeed. Fine. I will join your company. Daphne relented. Harry did a silent fist pump at this. Perfect. You can start as soon as possible. Harry said excitedly. I'm not officially starting till after this year ends. However, you can still start sending me papers on any information I will need to know before starting. Daphne said, trying to calm Harry down. Cool. I'll get that all to you in a week. Harry said as he stood up. You leaving already? Like I told your mom, I have to go to a meeting. Harry said with a smile. Oh, I thought you were lying. I would never lie to your goddess of a mother. Get the hell out of my house, Wolf. Right, best be leaving then. Enjoy your little vacation. Make sure you tell Tracy so she comes with you to the company. Yeah. Now go. Bye. Harry said with a grin before flashing away. Daphne just shook her head from side to side. The hell did I just get myself into? Daphne said to herself, chugging the rest of her cider. Really wishing it was an alcoholic beverage. February 12, 2011. Harry was in a small gift shop somewhere in New Mexico. He had recently felt a big energy signal touch down here. Once touching down on the planet. The signal seemed to split into two, with one not moving, and the other in the town somewhere. With the signal spread apart, he could tell that one was a living organism while the other was not. The non-living one was just sitting somewhere in the desert. Harry's first objective was to find the living signature. After searching around town for a little, he found the person he was looking for. It was a large man who had shoulder-length blonde hair and seemed to be acting like he was some sort of Viking warlord. Harry wasn't sure what he was, but knew that the man wasn't human. He didn't seem to be trying to harm anyone, though. He honestly seemed more confused by his surroundings than anything else. Probably an alien of some sort that could change its physical appearance to match natives. Or just happen to look exactly like a human. That was less likely, but still possible. After secretly following the man for the day and cloaking himself to not be found, he decided that the man meant no harm and went to go find the other signal. This didn't take long, but he was surprised what he saw. It seemed that S.H.I.E.L.D. had already arrived. There were agents and security swarming the place. Still, a highly hostile environment never got in the way of his interest before, so why would it now? He walked right up to the base but immediately cloaked himself so as to not be seen. After that, it was pretty easy. As long as didn't touch anyone. He walked into the main tent and saw what he was looking for. He also felt a familiar signature currently somewhere else in the tent. He decloaked himself and stared at his target. It seemed to be some type of warhammer, but much smaller than any he had ever seen. Judging from the strong smell of ozone surrounding it led him to believe that its energy had something to do with lightning. By now he felt two presences approaching the room, but he wasn't worried. He was technically cool with S.H.I.E.L.D. now. If they wanted to start something, then he would gladly finish it. He observed the hammer and wrapped his hand around it. He could immediately tell the hammer did not like him. It was as if the weapon was giving off an emotion. He let go of the hammer and spread his magical sense at the hammer. There seemed to be some sort of magical array on it. They seemed Celtic, but not quite. Something else he could not quite put his finger on. "Mr. Wolf, please step away from the hammer," said a voice behind him. He looked over his shoulder to see the wannabe Green Arrow and another agent that was a Caucasian man with a serious look on his face. Arrow Boy already had his bow at the ready in case things got ugly. Harry scoffed at both of them. "Chill your boners. Wasn't trying to steal it. Just testing some of my theories is all," Harry said before he looked back at the hammer. "How did you get all the way in here with not a single team spotting you?" Robin Hood asked. "I walked. Any other questions?" Harry asked as he started to look at the hammer from different angles. Robin Hood looked like he wanted to say more, but the agent raised his hand to stop him. He then looked back at Harry. "Is there anything you can tell us about the hammer that we may not already know?" the man asked. Harry nodded. "Yes, I'm sure I could tell you quite a few things about it, Mr. Coulson." "Yes, well, Coulson, as I was saying, I'm sure I could. Sadly, I only talk to one of your agents when it comes to any type of information, and neither of you are her," Harry said. "I see. Could we perhaps get Agent Romanoff on a line so you can tell her?" Coulson asked. Harry sighed. "I suppose." He agreed begrudgingly. Coulson nodded before telling the boy wonder he now knew was named Hawkeye to watch him. Harry looked at the man before going back to the hammer. He briefly wondered what the metal was made out of. Before he could start hypothesizing, Coulson came back with a black cell phone and handed it to him. Harry took it and put it to his ear. "Harry speaking, to him am I talking to?" he asked politely. "Why do you have to be so difficult?" his secret favorite redhead asked. Harry smirked. Now, can't have just any old S.H.I.E.L.D. agent talk to me. I know it wasn't convenient, but it was necessary to prove a point," Harry said as if he was chiding a small child. "Fine. What can you tell me about the hammer?" Natasha asked. "Ask nicely," Harry said as he went back to circling and observing the hammer. "Fine. Please," Natasha said with fake sincerity which made Harry smile. "All right, no one is going to be able to pick it up or move it. Can only be picked up by one person most likely," Harry said. "How do you know?" she asked. "Not telling," Harry teased. "What if I say please?" she asked pleasantly. "If I hadn't said it yet, you are really good at your job. Sadly, none of your tricks will work on me," Harry said. "We'll see. If you can't tell me how you know, then at least tell me why it won't move except for one person," she said. "Too hard to explain. To simplify things, it's keyed in on someone, most likely. The point being that no one but its owner will be able to lift it," Harry said. "I guess that works," she said. "Oh, one last thing. This thing fell from space. Okay, good talk. Bye," Harry said before hanging up and cutting off any line of questioning that she would have after what he said. He saw Hawkeye and Coulson waiting by the entrance for him. He approached them. As he did, the alarm sounded. Harry put his hand to his earpiece to see what's going on. He then looked back at Harry. "We just got a perimeter breach. I think whoever's toy that is wants it back," he said. "Okay. Well, good luck with him. I'm going to go ahead and leave now," Harry said as he started walking in the opposite direction. "We could use your help," Hawkeye called after him. "I'm sure you could. Good luck with your perimeter breach. Think I'm going to go take a bubble bath now," Harry said as he turned a corner and cloaked himself from view. Now hidden, he went outside and watched as the blonde man that he had been watching earlier stormed in and ran for the hammer. Harry just let him do his thing. His intentions did not seem to be hostile. Probably just wanted his toy back. After staying a while longer, he watched the agents finally take him down and force him to submit. After that, he finally decided to take his leave from New Mexico and leave the problem to S.H.I.E.L.D. Time for that bubble bath. May 20th, 2011. Harry was sitting at the dining table watching the other students. In a few weeks, he would no longer see these peasants save for Daphne and Tracy. The rest of them would probably be forgotten as soon as he left. He looked and saw the faces, and really the only one besides his friends that he recognized was Malfoy. The little twat had stopped bragging and throwing his name around after third year. He was more quiet and calculative, but still a bigger idiot than most people Harry had met, as well as too arrogant to talk to most people. He still had his two hulking fat masses as bodyguards. To be fair, they had gained some actual muscle over the year, but they were still pretty fat. "Why do you keep looking around?" Daphne asked. Harry just shook his head. It's nothing. I was just reminiscing. I'm really not going to miss this place, Harry said as he went back to his food. Thanks for sharing that important insight. Glad you got that off your chest, Daphne said. Why so hostile? Harry pouted. I'm pretty sure that's the only way you learn, Daphne said. No true, Harry complained. Really? Okay. Tell me one time when you learned something that didn't include physical or mental violence, Daphne challenged. Okay, easy, Harry said as he racked his brain for an instance where he didn't need some kind of violence to learn something. Then he came to a realization. Wait, my whole life is based around violence. This isn't a fair question, Harry exclaimed. I can't believe it took you that long to figure it out, Daphne said as Tracy laughed from next to her. Harry pouted. You guys suck, he whined. Not yet, Tracy deadpanned. As soon as the words left her mouth, she realized what she said and covered her mouth as her face went red. Daphne looked directly at her in shock while Harry laughed his ass off. The moment was sadly interrupted by a pestering old man. I'm glad to see young people looking so happy these days. Harry, may I speak to you privately? Dumbledore asked. Harry almost immediately stopped laughing. My God, you can kill a mood fast than Sarah Jessica Parker can kill a reaction. Can't you? Harry said incredulously. My apologies, though I do need to talk to you about something quite important, Dumbledore said. Fine. I'll see you two ladies later. Lead on to your pedo cave, Dumbledore, Harry said as he stood up and followed the old man to his office. When they finally made it, they both sat down in their respective chairs. Been a while since you stepped foot in here, Dumbledore commented. Not like I ever come here for my pleasure, Harry said. I suppose that is true. Yet you will be leaving soon. Having you as a student was a very interesting experience, Dumbledore said with some awkwardness. Well, I'm a pretty interesting guy. So cut the small chat. What do you want? Harry finally asked. Well, we are having some problems in our government, as you may know.
Ido.
Yes, well, the situation is getting worse. It has become clear that some of the prominent dark houses have already started to prepare for their master's return. Sides are already starting to be drawn. If this continues on, there might be a war without Voldemort even needing to interfere. Dumbledore said. I know. Sounds great, Harry said. War sounds great to you? It won't be a war, Dumbledore. It will be a revolution. And it's about time to, Harry said. A revolution? What do you mean? Dumbledore asked befuddled. You're paying attention to only political parties, old man. You forgot that there's an even more powerful force out there, Harry said. What force? Dumbledore pressed. Why, the citizens, of course, Harry said with a smile. The citizens, what do you mean? Dumbledore asked. You forget that most of Britain's regular citizens are not purebloods or have any political power. Over the past few decades especially, they have grown more and more unhappy with their lot in life. They can't get good jobs or decent wages. Many are below the poverty line. They are sick of the higher political powers controlling everything. This is no longer about the struggle between the light and the dark. This is a struggle between the commons and the nobles, Harry said. Dumbledore looked astonished. I have heard nothing of the sort. Are you sure of this? He asked. Quite sure. There is even a new little revolutionist group, I believe, called the Republic of Magical Britain, Harry said. I don't understand. Why do this? Why now? Dumbledore said as he slumped in his seat. It's obvious. Despite what you think, the people hurt in the last war the most were the regular citizens. They were just trying to make it through to the next day. They remember better than most what happened in the last war. They remember being targeted despite doing nothing to offend either parties. They came to the realization that the government is formed of both parties that made up the sides for the war they got caught in the middle of. If that wasn't enough, there sounds like there is going to be another war, real soon. Who do you think is going to lose the most there? Harry said. How do we stop this from happening? Dumbledore said. Harry shrugged. I doubt you can. You might be able to slow it down at most. Before you worry about stopping them, you need to stop the dark houses and the light houses from fighting. That way you don't have to fight on two fronts. Harry explained. Dumbledore looked at him. How do you propose to do that? He asked. Simple. Give the Voldemort's dead body as proof that not only is he dead but that he is also never coming back. Harry said, How do we get his dead body? By killing him, obviously. Yes, but how are we going to do that? How bad do you want to stop your little Voldemort war, Dumbledore? Harry asked. Dumbledore looked at him with caution. Extremely, he said. There was no way magical Britain would survive 2 wars at the same time. Then you need to be prepared to take extreme measures. Harry said silkily. What do you mean? Dumbledore said, confused. Harry smiled a truly wicked smile. A smile he had not given in a long time. He held out his hand and a contract appeared from a ball of black flames in his palm. His eyes turned red and every shadow lengthened until the room was covered in darkness. Harry handed the contract to Dumbledore. Give me everything, Dumbledore. For such an important request, I want a very sizable reward. A price that fits the action, if you get me. You want me to destroy a soul. A supposedly unkillable soul at that. It's only fair that I get a soul in return, don't you think? To be clear, I want you to sign over your soul to me. Harry said, Absolutely not. The very idea is ludicrous. How could you possibly ask that of someone? You have gone too far this time, Harry, Dumbledore said as he jumped from his chair. Harry just continued to sit calmly. I can hand you the man within the hour. All you have to do is sign the contract. If you think I'm going to make you into my slave, then you are wrong. I don't need someone to do my dirty work because, frankly, I enjoy doing it myself. I will only ever force you to do me favors that require more subtlety. I will also promise to never make you kill anyone if that eases your mind. Harry said, That is something that I will not give. Dumbledore spat. Harry nodded. That's fine. Then, as you said, the wizarding world will spiral into complete chaos in these coming months and thousands will be killed as the greatest magical war in Britain takes place, and all because you didn't have the guts to make the sacrifice to stop it. Harry said as he got up and was getting ready to leave. Wait, Dumbledore said, sounding calmer. Harry looked back and raised a questioning eyebrow. You swear that you can do what you have said? Dumbledore said. On my life, Harry said as Flash appeared, sealing his word. Dumbledore looked on as he thought about his options. After a few minutes, his head finally sunk in defeat. Fine. I will sign your contract, Dumbledore said. Harry looked on and said nothing. He simply waited for Dumbledore to do what he said. Dumbledore looked at the contract with a solemn look in his eyes. With an unsteady hand, he signed the contract, giving away his soul. Harry looked on for a second at the defeated old man. He then started laughing. He laughed hard and long and then finally looked at Dumbledore, who still looked defeated. He then went right up to the man's desk. You are such a fool. You dreamed so big and thought you were so powerful, but in the end, you couldn't stand up to a teenager. You fell for yet another one of my little traps, just like the predictable mouse. You are. Now I can finally say what I have wanted to say for the past 5 years. How does it feel? How does it feel to have someone now been in complete control over life because of a fucking contract? Not so good from the other side. You want to know a little secret, Dumbledore? I've had Voldemort this whole time, Harry said with a huge grin plastered on his face as horror slowly overtook Dumbledore's. Oh, that's right. He never made it to freedom. At the cemetery, I took him. I held him captive and tortured him for days. He was so weak. I've had him in stasis in my basement, collecting dust for over a year now, just waiting. Waiting for the moment where you would be at your most desperate. I must applaud you. You fell for my plan perfectly. You were just too much of a fool to understand that this whole game between me and you were never the master. I always have been, Harry said. He liked this whole Bond villain rant he had going. Sounded badass. You did this all because I made you come to Hogwarts, Dumbledore said with sudden clarity. Bingo. Since first year I have been subtlety making you rely more and more on me to solve your problems until this one came around. Granted, I first wanted to put you in the poorhouse, but I think I like this ending a little better. Let this be a lesson to you, Dumbledore. Never fuck with a wolf. You'll get the fucking teeth, Harry finished before walking out of the office to get the frozen cocksucker in his basement, leaving behind a destroyed old man. God, it's good to the best thing since sliced bread and explicit material. And there's chapter. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Be back with next one soon. Chapter 28. I am so sorry for the super long wait for this update. Had about 3 different projects I had due before winter break came. I had close to no time to even just sit at my computer and write. Christmas week was, well, Christmas week. Obviously had a lot to do for the preparations of family coming over and such, as well as helping my parents with organizing all the gifts. Finally got some time this week to just sit down and continue the story. Thank you to those of you who stuck in there for me. This chapter is unedited because it's Christmas time, and I figured I would let my beta enjoy the time with their family instead of forcing them to edit this so I could put it out here. To all those who reviewed, favorite, and follow this story, thank you so very much for doing that. In other news, Star Wars came out. I saw it. Had a nerdgasm from it. So happy that they didn't ruin it. For those of you who haven't seen it and like Star Wars, definitely go see it. Now that I go that out of the way, enjoy the story. June 17th, 2011. Harry was walking around with Daphne in his New York headquarters. And this is where Ren works when he is here doing new things with technology. You will probably talk with him a lot from now on. Harry said as he walked past the double doors that led to what was the technology testing room. What's made in there? Daphne asked. PSH, I don't know. They make products, and when it's finished, they clear it through me to put out into the world. I don't really ask what they are working on anymore since it's quite a big department. Harry said, that seems not smart. Daphne commented drily. Harry shrugged. Well, I never really have the time. Since you're my PA now, you can look into all that stuff. Harry said with some excitement. Yamie, so how much power do I have exactly? Daphne asked. Harry chuckled. Why straight to the how much power questions? Would it stop you from working here? Harry asked. Maybe. Depends on how much of a grunt you are making me. Daphne said. Well, if you must know, you will be directly under only me. Your power is second only to mine. If I ever am put out of commission for some reason, unless I made prior arrangements for someone else to take charge. Harry said. Daphne looked at him. Why are you setting me up to kill you? Daphne asked with a slight glare. Well, reasons. Harry said. No, I actually want to know. Daphne pressed. Well, I trust you, I guess. Harry murmured. He did trust Daphne more than anyone currently alive. He had basically been training her for years now. She wasn't as good as he was, but it would take a highly trained person to be able to take her down. Trust me with the entire fate of a company that you built from scratch? She asked.
I supposido.
Harry said. You're an emotional sap. She commented. Harry snapped his head at her. Me, an emotional sap? I'm one of the best trained assassins in the world. I was just saying I trust you. I fail to see how that makes me an emotional sap. And that's another thing, don't you do things besides kill people? Daphne asked as they started walking through the building. Well, yeah. I did start this company. Harry said, waiting to see where this was going. No, I mean before. When you were an assassin. Didn't you also do protection as well as retrieval missions? Daphne asked. Well, I guess I did occasionally. Where is this going? Harry asked. If you did that stuff, that would make you a mercenary, not an assassin. Daphne said. What? No, it wouldn't. I am very clearly an assassin. Harry said. Assassins only kill people. Mercenaries do other jobs including but not limited to killing people. That would make you a mercenary. Daphne pressed. Harry stopped in his tracks. He was an assassin, and not just any assassin, he was one of the world's top assassins. Wasn't he? You have a look on your face of your whole world being turned upside down. Daphne commented smugly. Harry shook his head and looked at her. Shut up. Let's just continue the tour before I have a mental breakdown. It's not that big of a deal. I'm sure you were quite the impressive mercenary. Daphne said sarcastically. I said shut up. Harry said as they reached his medical department. Anyways, this is the medical department. Here we work on medicines as well as other medical advancements. Trying to cure the incurable is a major deal, and here is where we do it. Harry said. Interesting. Do you do it for magical diseases as well? Daphne asked. Not yet, but we have been talking about opening another headquarters in Europe that focused on magical while we turn this straight into a non-magical headquarters. Harry said. Daphne nodded. Last up that I'm showing you is the research and development department. This is where we come up with basically all new things that we make. Weapons, vehicles, software, you name it. Have a guy named James who is in charge of it. He's a genius, Harry said. Daphne nodded. Well, that's the company for you. I already showed you your office, so you should be good to go. Harry said. Great, so how do I get home? Daphne asked. Harry reached into his pocket and pulled out a necklace. Put this on. Loads of runes on it, so don't try and mess with it. It won't come off unless you take it off. Just touch it and saw go home and you flash home. Harry said. Daphne nodded. I suppose I will have to buy a house somewhere soon. She speculated. Harry shrugged. Probably. Probably weird to be doing that at such a young age. If you need help with settling down, you can always call me for help. Harry said. I'll call you if I need some mercenary work done or something. Daphne said. Harry looked at her and took a deep breath. I'm going to pretend you didn't say that and I will see you later. Harry said. Whatever, Merc boy. I'll see you in a week. I'll also message you to see if Tracy is on board yet. Daphne said. Okay. Now go. Harry ordered and watched as she grabbed her necklace and disappeared. Good riddance. Harry said under his breath. Was that your new PA? A voice said behind him. He recognized it as James. Yep, that would be her. Harry responded. She seems kind of young. James commented. So do I. Harry said without missing a beat. True. Anyways, about that car project you wanted me to start on. Do you mean modifications for a car or to actually build a car from scratch? James asked. From scratch. Harry said as he turned around and faced the man. James scratched his head in thought. That may take a while. He said. I know. I want commercial vehicles as well as military vehicles. You just design the blueprints and we'll have some engineers build it. They will tell you what works and what doesn't. Remember, it doesn't cost anything now that we have almost unlimited supply of raw material. Harry said. When did we get an unlimited supply? James asked. A while ago. Now, will that be all? Harry asked as he prepared to leave. Yeah, that's all. I guess I'll inform your PA on any progress we make. James said. Harry nodded. That sounds great. Now if you will excuse me, I have to go talk with some potential customers. Harry said as he walked away to go talk with a delegate from the UK on his new cloth, leaving James to go back to his workshop. June 29th, 2011. Harry was in downtown New York with Tony as he showed him around his half-constructed tower. And here is where the pool table is going to go. I figure if we put it here, then we can have a big fish tank over on that wall. What do you think? Tony asked. I think that none of these plans were cleared by Pepper. Harry said with an amused smirk on his face as he saw his friend pout. I don't need her permission to make plans for MY Tower. Tony said. Sure you don't, Tony. Keep telling yourself that and it might be true one day. Harry mocked. Tony scowled at that. I don't. Tony said. Harry raised his hands in surrender. Okay, buddy. Whatever you say. Harry said. Suddenly I don't want to show you around my tower anymore. Tony said with some annoyance. Harry just laughed at the man. He felt his phone vibrating in his pocket as they went to the balcony. He opened his phone and saw that it was an unknown caller. He shrugged and answered anyways. Hello, Mr. Wolf, said a feminine voice. Natasha, is that you? Harry asked as he immediately identified the voice. Yes. Do you have a moment? She asked politely. Harry pondered the question before looking at Tony, who was looking at him, waiting for him to finish his call, so he could go back to talking about foosball tables and indoor bowling alleys. Not this second. But, I'll tell you what, why don't you meet me down at the usual bar in around an hour since my phone's going to die? Harry said. I happen to be on a plane to New York and will be there in 2 hours. So how does 2.5 hours sound? She asked. Perfect, I'll make sure I stick around till then. See you then. Harry said as he hung up before she could respond. He turned back to Tony. My. Is my little Harry going on a date? Tony asked teasingly. Harry rolled his eyes. Hardly. It's just my handler from S.H.I.E.L.D. Harry. I assume it's my previous secretary turned assassin? Tony asked. More like assassin turned your secretary and then back to assassin, but yes, it was indeed her. Harry retorted. I didn't know you were into older girls, Harry. Tony commented with a smirk. Harry scowled. I'm not. He protested. Oh, so you like girls more around your age then? Tony continued to press.
No.
Wait. Just shut up, Tony, Harry said as he shoved the man a little. Tony was laughing at seeing Harry so flustered. Hey buddy, there's nothing wrong with older girls. They tend to have more experience, you know. Tony continued. Shut. Harry ground it out. Tony just continued laughing at the angered teen before calming down and showing Harry the rest of the tower. Later that day, Harry was sitting down at the bar and sipping on a Coke as he ordered 2 cheeseburgers since he felt his guest approaching. He watched the redhead open the door and walk over to his table before sitting down. Mr. Wolf. She greeted politely. Harry's face scrunched up in annoyance. Stop calling me that, he said. All these other names that people were calling him besides his first name was really getting on his nerves. At work, he had to deal with it. When sitting in a bar with another trained assassin, he would rather his first name be used. What would you like me to call you then? She asked curiously. My name, Harry. Everyone keeps trying to call me alternative names nowadays. The Reaper, Mr. Wolf, it's all just terrible. Just Harry works way better than all those. Harry said on a little rant. You don't place much in ways of politeness, do you? She asked with a bit of a smirk. None. Now let's get down to it. I ordered you a burger, by the way. Figured you would be hungry after your flight, Harry said. She looked at him with a raised eyebrow. That's thoughtful. Don't look too much into it. Now what did you want to talk about? Harry asked. Well, as you may or may not know, we identified the man who fell from the sky as Thor and the battle hammer was Mjolnir. You have heard of both, I assume? She said. Harry raised his eyebrow. Wait, the man who fell from the sky was a Norse god? Harry asked. Far as we can figure, they aren't gods. They just are extremely long-lived, technologically advanced aliens, Natasha said. Harry just looked at her. Who would have known? So what's this have to do with me? Harry asked. We couldn't determine anything about the man or the hammer except what you told us. Somehow you did what all our technology couldn't. Would you mind explaining how? She asked. Before he could respond, both their burgers arrived on the table. He thanked the waiter before taking a bite and answering her as she started on hers. To answer your question, yes, I would mind, Harry said as he took a sip of his Coke. I know that you don't want to give any information away about yourself, but we need to prepare in case of future attacks or invasions of a similar nature. We cannot afford to be unprepared next time, she said. I understand that. Still doesn't really want to make me give away possible crucial information about me. What's in it for me if I tell you? Harry asked. What do you want? She asked as she continued to eat her food. Harry thought about it.
No idea.
You don't exactly have anything I want, Harry said. Natasha sighed. You are pretty difficult to deal with, you know that? She asked. Harry shrugged. Sucks to be you, I guess. So what else did you want to talk about it? Harry asked. Fine. What do you know about Wolf Enterprises? She asked. Harry stopped at that. While he did eventually expect S.H.I.E.L.D. to find out, he had not expected it so soon. Say what you really want to ask. Harry pressed. She nodded. All right. What, exactly, do you have to do with the company? She asked as she took another bite and looked at him waiting for an answer. Harry saw no point in lying since he knew they would find out eventually. Everything. I built, own, and control the company, Harry said honestly. She stopped eating at that. I didn't expect you to be so honest, she said somewhat surprised. Well, it was going to come out at some point, Harry said nonchalantly. You must have been really young when you started the company then, she said, trying to gather more information. Yes, I think I was 12 or 13 when I started it, Harry said. Wait, how old are you now? She asked, generally curious. I'm 15, about to turn 16, Harry replied. He saw her eyebrows disappear into her hairline. 15 years old? Wow, I thought you were older, she said with genuine surprise. Puberty started for me when I was 10. I'm probably close to leaving it actually, Harry said. I see. That explains it, I guess, she said as she looked down at her food for a second before continuing to partake from it. Is that all your questions? Harry asked.
No.
Now that you confirmed that you are part of the company, I also have to ask what your intentions are with making it? She asked. My intentions? I suppose just a way to make profit as well as help people. Harry said. That's it? She asked skeptically. Well, what were you expecting? Not many other reasons to build a company, is there? Harry asked rhetorically. I assumed you were using it as a front to fund secret operations of some kind. Natasha admitted. I guess that would have also made sense. To put your mind at ease, I have no ulterior motives for my company that would be described as sinister. Harry responded. Are you trying to get out of the killing game then? She asked. Harry thought about it. Originally, no. But there's no real point in continuing it except when I feel like stretching my legs. I definitely do not use it as a source of income anymore. Harry commented. I see. Well, since you own the company, then I can ask you this next question. You recently sold special uniforms to the U.S. military that are virtually bulletproof without requiring Kevlar. S.H.I.E.L.D. is also interested in acquiring some uniforms and clothing made of the same material. Would this be possible? She asked. Harry thought about it. He couldn't find a reason to say no. Just another way to make money, really. He had no doubt they would try to analyze the cloth to try and replicate it, but they wouldn't get very far. Especially since they wouldn't even know the material it's made out of. I don't have a problem with it, although we currently only sell them in bulk. You send us the uniform/suit design and we make it for you and send it over when finished for distribution. Harry said. Excellent. I'll have Fury get someone to contact you about pricing then, she said with a smile. That's fine. I'll give you the number to my PA and she will handle it. Harry said. Great. Now onto the tricky questions, she said. Harry raised an eyebrow. What were we just doing? The simple ones. She responded. Of course we were. Fire away. Harry said as he drank some more of his Coke. Are you a non-human or a type of mutant? She asked. Harry looked at her. She had obviously decided to be more blunt, considering all her subtle ways had not gotten her anywhere. Not that I am aware. Harry said. Then how did you heal me and Hawkeye on that roof? She pressed. Her looked at her puzzled. When was this? Harry asked. After our fight 2 years ago. She said. Right. And how do you know I healed you? Harry asked. After we got back to S.H.I.E.L.D., you can imagine the surprise of the doctors when they discovered not even a bruise on either of us, as well as showing up in better health than when we left, minus the part about us being unconscious. She explained. Magic. Harry said with a smirk, knowing she wouldn't believe him. Knowing what I know about you. It might have been. She commented as she looked him in the eye. Harry chuckled. Maybe. You will probably never know though. Harry replied. Oh, you'll find it, Harry. Even if it's the last thing I do. That is a promise. She said with a mischievous grin. With that she stood up. That's all the questions I had. Thank you for the meal. S.H.I.E.L.D. will be in touch with you soon. Don't hang up on them when it's not me who calls. She ordered, semi-serious. Harry gave her a crooked grin. I'll think about it. Harry replied. Then I will think about calling you Mr. Wolf for the rest of our conversations. Or better yet, Mr. Reaper, she said with enthusiasm. Harry scowled at her. Fine. I'll pick up the phone. I suppose I will talk to you later then, Natasha, he said as she nodded and left the restaurant. Harry just watched the woman go. He noticed Craig come up next to him. I didn't know you were interested in older women. Craig commented. Do me a favor and off yourself, Craig. July 31st St. 2011. Harry was sitting alone in Wolf Cove with Sammy on his lap. He couldn't sleep recently. He kept dreaming of something. Or someone. Harry had never claimed to be a seer or ever pretended to be, but he was almost positive these dreams of his meant something. Every time he closed his eyes, all he could see was destruction on a monumental scale. The planet looked like it had just been through Armageddon. Not only that, he could see himself, or rather a person he thought was him. It definitely looked like him, if a little older. His older self looked angry as it seemed to try to be killing something or someone. Whatever he was trying to kill, however, was masked from him. All that he could tell was that he wasn't doing a very good job if he getting his ass kicked was any indication. Harry took a deep breath and sighed. You should stop thinking about it, Sammy said from around his neck. I can't. This is bothering me too much. Harry replied, still distracted. It's probably not even true. You yourself admitted to never exhibiting any prowess at seeing or even guessing the future. Why would that change now? She shot at him. Harry just looked at her. I know I never have, but still. I have never dreamt of anything like this. If I was just a regular person, then you would probably be right, but I am not. I would be foolish to try and ignore such a potential sign with all that has happened in my life. Harry responded, I'm not saying that you shouldn't think about future events, but worrying about it does no one good. If it happens, then it happens. There was nothing you could have done to stop it. Don't let it change who you are or what you would do. It will just come back to bite you in the back. Sammy advised. Harry nodded at his friend's logic. You're probably right. Still, I should prepare the best that I can for any threats that come in the future. Perhaps I have been too relaxed recently, Harry said. Sammy flicked her tongue in agreement. You have, though too much work can be just as bad for you. Too much of something good is something bad, as you humans say. She responded. Harry once again nodded to his snake's logic. He looked around his little slice of heaven. It seemed slightly smaller than he remembered. He looked down again at his snake. Don't you ever get bored of staying here? Harry asked. Sammy looked at him searchingly before answering. Not really. I can leave whenever I want if I get bored. She replied. Harry was startled at this. You can? Since when? He asked, confused as well as curious. Close to a year, I suppose. I am a magic snake, no, you know. Not only am I magical, but my magic came almost entirely from you. I can say I'm definitely one of the most powerful creatures on this planet just for that reason alone. Learning your disappearing trick didn't take long, especially since I've seen and felt it so many times, she said. Harry just looked at her. Sure. He knew he hadn't been paying as much attention to her as of late because he was so busy, but still. How much had he missed? So is that all you can do? Harry asked. If snakes could roll their eyes, then Sammy would be. Of course it's not, you idiot. She responded. Something sounded different about the way she said that, and he couldn't pinpoint it for a second. Suddenly it clicked. Wait, did you just say that in English? Harry asked incredulously. Sammy nipped him on the leg, presumably for asking such a stupid question. No shit. She responded again in English. Harry just looked at her. How is that even possible? Harry asked. You don't have the necessary vocal cords to produce such sounds in my native tongue. Obviously not. I simply use magic to convert my language into yours, she said as she looked awfully haughty while she explained herself. How did you learn how to do that? Harry asked, calming down. I taught myself, obviously. You're not the only one who can invent new magics, you know. She responded. So how long have you been able to do this particular trick? Harry asked. Sammy looked like she did some form of snake shrugging. Only about a month or so. Not exactly the easiest thing to learn how to do, she said. She then looked at him. Don't think this means we are going to suddenly start having English-only conversations, you hairless ape. I still prefer my language to having to resort to magic to communicate, she said with a very snake-like hiss to her words. Harry looked confused at that. Well, why you learned how to do it if you didn't want to use it with me? I'm the only one you even like to talk to. You would have no other reason to learn it but to communicate with me. Unless you had another motive that I am not aware of. Harry trailed off. The snake just looked away. Harry mentally probed her softly so he could keep her from noticing. He then found his answer and gained a huge grin. Oh, was little Sammy trying to impress her best friend done? Harry said in a very faux baby tone. The snake head whipped around and Sammy bared her fangs at him. What did you just say? Listen here, you sack of flesh. I learned how to do it purely for my benefit because I wanted Rose. Yes, that's right. I wanted to be able to talk to Rose. You didn't even factor into the equation. Sammy hissed at him in a very violent manner. Harry raised his hands in surrender while barely keeping a smile from breaking out over his face. Okay. Let's all just calm down. I think I'll just head inside for dinner, Harry said as he got up and tried to get out of there before he burst from laughter. He could feel the molten hot glare that Sammy was drilling into his back as he walked away from her. He almost made it to the doorway when he mumbled to himself. Didn't know I had such a tsundere of a snake. The last memory he had was a loud and angry hiss as something very big, heavy, and angry collided with his back at breakneck speed as he was able to get out one final laugh. And there is chapter 28. Thank you to all of those who read. Hopefully I can get back to my normal update schedule. For those who have questions or comments they want to send to me, they can hit me up on Twitter FlameRaiser. Thanks again to all those who review, favorite, and follow. I definitely appreciate all you guys, and I want you to know that you help me to continue writing on this site. Thanks to all. Have a happy holidays. Chapter 29. Well, here is chapter 29. It is my longest chapter to date. Didn't realize I had written so much until I was done. Anyways, hope you guys and gals like it. Thank you to everyone who review/favorites/follows. You guys are just so fantastic. Never thought I would make it this far with this story. Figured it would burn out pretty quickly and people would lose interest. Boy, was I wrong. Thank you to all who support my writing. Now on to the story. December 12, 2011. Harry was sitting in his new office in Paris, France. The building had originally been meant for a law firm of some sort, but they went bankrupt after some of their underhanded dealings were exposed. The building was then left only 3/4 completed when Harry swooped in and got a contract to finish it. Cost him a pretty penny, but he liked the new digs personally. His personally office had already been customized to fit his personality. It had a 100 plasma screen on the wall with nice leather couches to play his Xbox on. He also had a bar that had a range of drinks including both alcoholic and non-alcoholic since Harry himself didn't drink much. He also had a kick-ass stereo system that was always playing some kind of music as long as he was in the room. Daphne did not like the changes one bit. She said that they were too unprofessional and that they could never bring anyone up here and see it. Harry had told her that it was fine and that he never planned to do so except for people close to him. Couldn't you at least get rid of the gaming console? She asked, annoyed. Harry just looked at her. Sure. Why don't we just get rid of it, and why not just suck out my very essence and take that with you too? Harry responded sarcastically. Daphne gritted her teeth. How many other business offices around the world do you think have an Xbox in them? Pepper lets Tony have an Xbox in his office. Harry whined. Well, you're not Tony, and I am not Pepper, so you have to take yours out of here, Daphne said sternly. Harry frowned even more at that. What's the point of being rich and successful if I can't even do what I want? Asked himself wistfully. Oh boo-hoo. You don't get to have an Xbox in your private office at the top of your building looking over the Parisian skyline? The world is clearly out to get you. Daphne shot back as she vanished his Xbox with a wave of her wand. It does, doesn't it? Harry said as he looked out his window with a longing look. Wipe that very thought from your head, Wolf, Daphne said while coming next to him and looking at him. Harry swiveled his chair to look at her. You don't even know what I was thinking, he exclaimed indignantly. From your facial expression, I would guess it was something along the lines of, this world is just mine for the taking. Am I wrong? She asked. Harry looked at her. I don't think we have been friends long enough for you to be able to so perfectly predict what I am thinking, Harry said. Daphne rolled her eyes. That would be true if you weren't so predictable, Daphne said as she straightened her skirt. Me? Predictable? I think you have me confused with someone else. I am anything but predictable, Harry said. To those who don't know you well, maybe. But you are predictable in the sense that you always do what people don't expect you to do. This at least makes sure that I'm never surprised by any of your shenanigans, Daphne said. Harry looked at her with a scowl. That doesn't count as being predictable. That's just you learning to expect the unexpected, Harry argued. Daphne nodded. In a way, yes. In other ways, no, Daphne said. Harry just looked at her and waited for her to elaborate. She never did. You're being... He trailed off as he felt his phone ring. He pulled it out to see the words, unknown number. That probably meant it was S.H.I.E.L.D. He gave Daphne a look. She nodded and walked out of the room to give him some privacy. He then answered the phone. Hello, he said politely. Wolf, we need your help, said a much deeper voice than he was expecting. A voice that he knew belonged to one Nick Fury. He instantly frowned and got colder. Oh, it's you. What do you want? I thought I made it clear that I don't like talking to you. Harry said. We don't have time to discuss your preferences, Wolf. We have an actual situation. You ever heard of Hydra? Nick asked. Harry raised his eyebrow and racked his brain. They were some Nazi science group in the 40s during the war, right? Harry asked. Yes, they were. Keyword being were. They're a whole terrorist organization, no, and they're pretty powerful. They mainly stick to the shadows and use more subtle means such as bribing politicians and taking over third world countries. They are armed with state-of-the-art weapons and are practically trying to take over the world. Nick finished. May I ask why you're giving me a crash course on a Nazi-turned-terrorist organization that doesn't have anything to do with me? Harry asked, not showing any actual interest in what Fury had to tell him. We found one of their bases, deep in Russia. We sent teams to take it down. We haven't heard from them since they made first contact. Agent Romanoff was part of the main strike team sent, which is why she is not the one informing you of this. Nick explained. Harry felt anger overwhelm him for a split second before he regained control of himself. I see. That is most unfortunate, Harry said. S.H.I.E.L.D. had state-of-the-art weapons as well as quite a few bulletproof uniforms, courtesy of his company. Anything that could take down a few teams of agents, one with Black Widow, was nothing to be taken lightly. Yes, it is. This brings me to why I have called you. I want you to go to the base and take it down while also gathering any intel you can. I also want you to recover any survivors that may be still alive. Nick said. Harry didn't say anything at first. He was quite bamboozled on what he should do next. On the one hand, he didn't really like S.H.I.E.L.D. much and tried to always keep them at an arm's distance. On the other hand, he did like Natasha. She was surprisingly fun to talk to, not necessarily for what she talked about but the way she said it. She had an air of professionalism while having an almost sarcastic tone to back up everything she said. Reminded him of a mild version of himself if he were to be honest. He could only imagine how fun she could be if she ever opened up. He hoped she was still alive, otherwise someone was getting shanked. Well, what's in it for me? Harry asked. He couldn't just go for no reason. Even Fury would know that something was up. He also couldn't go just to save the sexy redhead either. That would get them trying to take advantage of Harry and that was the last thing he wanted. What do you want? Fury asked.
No idea.
Start making me offers I might be interested in. Harry said breezily. How about a clean start and a real identity? Fury asked. Harry raised an eyebrow. Explain. Harry responded. You're going to find it hard to remain out of the limelight for too much longer with the waves you have been making. Sooner or later, people are going to start looking you up and it will look suspicious if nothing's there. I'm offering to get you legit records and without any criminal offenses. You will need these eventually if you continue on with your little business. Nick said. Harry's lips quirked into a smile. What a deal that was. He did need such records. He didn't think the faked ones he used were going to last much longer. He loved killing two birds with one stone. Well, you managed to capture my interest. As it happens, I am in Paris. Send a plane to the Charles de Gaulle airport and send a car to pick me up in my new building. Have some gear for me on the plane. I will handle this little problem of yours, Fury, Harry said. He then clicked the end button on his flip phone. I should probably get this upgraded soon, Harry thought. Daphne, he yelled. Almost immediately she appeared through his door. Yes? She questioned. Cancel my meetings for the rest of the week. I have something to take care of, Harry said. You had no scheduled meetings this week, which I know you knew, Daphne said with a glare. Harry smiled. I know, but I wanted to feel the power other business people feel when they get to cancel all their meetings. Harry explained. God, you're weird, Daphne said before leaving the room and Harry to think about his newest mission. 12 hours later, Harry was in one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s state-of-the-art jets sitting by the loading doors. He had one other person in the plane with him, and that was the pilot. They were somewhere around 11,000 feet in the air somewhere over Russia. We're less than 5 minutes from the designated jump zone, sir. The pilot called back to him. All right, Harry called back. He got up and started to stretch as he prepared for the jump. S.H.I.E.L.D. had really come through with the gear. Gave him one of their new suits which was really his as well as an arsenal of weapons to choose from. He grabbed only 2 silencers and some ammo for them. He would need to go in quietly, or with magic if needed. He would try to go quietly first. As soon as they got close to the designated area, the hatch at the back of the plane opened. "We should be right over it now, sir," the pilot called back at him. Harry didn't say anything. He just ran at the door and jumped out. This was Harry's second time falling from a plane, and he couldn't say he liked it any more the second time. It was cold and windy as well as being the middle of the night, making it extremely hard to see. He was briefed that this Hydra base was actually built into a mountain and would be a hassle to get into since there was only one entrance and it was heavily guarded. He continued to free fall until he hit the designated distance from the ground to pull his chute. From there he coasted quietly towards the ground. As soon as he landed, he quickly got rid of his parachute and continued on towards where he knew the base's entrance was. He sensed around him to make sure no one was approaching and to feel out where his enemy was. They all seemed to be clumped at what he presumed was their base of operations. He made his way towards it with consideration of all the twigs that were scattered on the ground under the snow. Harry took a second to heat himself with magic. He did not want to deal with being sluggish due to the cold. He continued his trek to the enemy's base. After around 10 minutes, he sensed himself getting close. He started to see patrols scouting around the woods, looking for possible intruders. He figured that he could either kill a patrol and take one of their uniforms or try and somehow draw the attention of the guards, leading them away from the entrance. Before he decided to pick one, he had a sudden thought to himself. "Wait a minute. If this is the only entrance, then even if I make it inside, then I will have to come back through here anyways. That means any means to get in through stealth will just come back to bite me later. Oh well. Guess I'll have to just kill everyone until I either find someone in charge or found their main computers." With that final thought, he gave a satisfied nod to himself before pulling out his 2 pistols and hiding behind a nearby tree in wait for the closing in patrol. He waited as they walked directly by his tree and continued. He then stepped out from his cover and pulled both triggers at the innermost 2. As soon as the bullets hit their target, he alternated to the outermost 2 who were confused and barely turning to confront the enemy. Both of them were dead before they could even lift their weapons in retaliation. Watching them, Harry went on to meet the next closest patrol. They luckily only seemed to come in 4s. Any more might be difficult to kill with remaining quiet. The next patrol he spotted approaching the location of the previous patrol. He didn't even bother going behind them. He just stepped up from a shadow and quickly gunned them all down before they even knew what was happening. He did this with one more patrol before the other 20 guards at the entrance caught onto the fact that none of their patrols had come back in their allotted time. They sent out 15 guys it felt like to confront him. Harry put one of his pistols back into the bag and unscrewed the silencer from the other one. He then left the bag under a bush to get later. He then tucked the gun he still had into the back of his pants. It was time to go in loud. By the feel of it, the guards were fanning out to look for the missing patrols. Foolish mistake. They hadn't even called for reinforcements in the base. He approached the nearest guard from behind. He was looking around with his gun that had a flashlight attached to it. He tapped the man on the shoulder. The man immediately spun around and tried to point his gun at Harry. Harry grabbed the gun with one hand to stop it from pointing at him, as well as punching the man in the throat with the other. The man immediately let go of the gun and grabbed his throat as he struggled to breath. The man fell to his knees as he continued to struggle. Harry grabbed the assault rifle with both hands and then slammed it, barrel first, as hard as he could into the man's temple. The man died instantly. Wasn't a pretty death, but Harry figured that that's what happens when you join a terrorist organization. He dropped the assault rifle and moved on to the next person. This time it was a pair of guards. He ran up to them on their left. He shoulder slammed into the first one while also grabbing his weapon. He then took another step forward and spun to gain some of his lost momentum and slammed the gun down onto the other man's skull, crushing it. As the now dead man fell to the ground, he turned to person he body slammed and saw them reaching for their radio and trying to scoot away from him in fear. He lunged forward and smashed his left foot onto the man's wrist, crushing it and forcing him to drop his radio. His scream only lasted a quarter of a second before Harry's left-right foot came down just as hard on his throat. He then walked away, leaving the man to choke to death. He picked up the nearby assault rifle and went to the next person he could find before using the gun as a club to kill him just like his predecessors. One by one, all 15 of the men sent out were killed quietly and brutally by Harry. Harry, for his part, didn't feel too bad about it. They were the type of people he normally disposed of, and if he were being honest with himself, he had not gotten out and done any good old-fashioned taking out the trash in a while. Felt pretty good to be out from behind a desk all day, though he had a feeling he would be returning to magical Britain soon and causing some much-deserved chaos. Maybe force the old man to do some unpleasant stuff. That could be a fun afternoon. Harry shook his head and proceeded to the entrance. The 5 guys left were looking very tense. He was still surprised that they hadn't called back up yet. Did they honestly think that just because they had good weapons and some training, that they could handle anybody? Of course, he was positive that it would get a lot harder once he got inside. There would be all kinds of corridors that would to his disadvantage. Of course, he could just use magic. He was tempted to do that simply because he hadn't used it to kill anybody in so long. He couldn't even remember who it was. Might have been Umbridge, actually. He continued towards the entrance until the men saw him. One yelled something incomprehensible and they all opened fire. Harry, he simply held out his hand and watched the bullets stop inches from in and stayed suspended in the air. They kept firing until they all ran out in their magazines and just stared at their floating bullets. Harry smirked and made the bullets spin and face their senders. "Anything you want to say before I end this?" Harry asked with a smile. One of the men looked at him in fear. "Mercy?" He whimpered in English with a heavy Russian accent. Harry smiled brightly at him. "Ha ha ha ha, you're funny," he said while taking a second to laugh before propelling the bullets at high speeds at the men. All of them were torn to shreds and fell down dead. "Well, this was easy," Harry said. He then walked through the hidden entrance and into the rest of the base. As soon as he went through, the door closed behind him automatically. Although he heard it closing, he didn't bother to look back to confirm it. He just kept walking down the hallway that was dark but had yellow lights going down it. It was then that he heard a voice that came from some nearby speaker. "Quite impressive that you got past our patrols," the voice said. It was slightly accented, but Harry couldn't place it. "Not really. It was pretty easy. I hope the rest of your men can prove to be a better source of entertainment," Harry said as he continued to walk down the lengthy corridor with his hands in his pockets. You don't seem like you're from S.H.I.E.L.D. "Who sent you?" the voice asked. Harry smirked a bit. "I sent myself. You have some things I want," Harry said. He was of course lying, but he didn't want to be connected to S.H.I.E.L.D. on the off chance that he failed. The extremely small off chance that he failed. "And what exactly is it that you are looking in our humble abode?" the voice questioned. Harry clicked his tongue at the question. Now that would be telling. "Unfortunately, you will never know," Harry said. You don't have to do this. You are obviously powerful. You could join our group. We could use a man with your set of skills. The pay is very good." The man tempted with a deceptively kind voice. "No thanks. I would rather hear you beg for mercy before I end your life. Thanks for the lovely offer though," Harry replied cheerfully as he took his hands out of his pockets when he finally arrived at a door. The door led to another narrow corridor. Only difference was that he could feel close to 50 troops waiting with weapons behind the door. Harry stopped at the door. He debated what would be the most fun way to deal with these men. Should he use his signature chains? That might be fun. He loved seeing his targets grabbed by them and flung against every wall in a room as they broke more and more bones painfully before meeting their death. Harry smiled. Yes, this will do nicely, he thought. He put his palm flat against the door and used magic to propel the door forward. As soon as he did, the door flew off its hinges and back towards the soldiers waiting for him. He heard yells of surprise as the door kept flying back through the corridor and taking quite a few of the soldiers with it. Before the soldiers who weren't taken down immediately could react, Harry had stepped into the room and had chains sprouting out of every wall in the corridor. It grabbed the soldiers before slamming them into walls, floor, and ceiling. If they didn't die from all the continuous impacts, then they were at least fully incapacitated. Harry recalled his chains and watched the now down soldiers laid out on the floor. He continued to walk past all the bodies laying in the hall. When he passed the last man, he turned back and looked at the men who were laid out. Some were still alive and groaning quietly on the ground. Harry raised his palm at them. Immediately black flames shot out and consumed the entire hallway in flames. When he finally cut the flow a minute later, not a single piece of ash was left. The only way to tell something had happened here was the gray cement walls were now entirely black from the flames. Harry turned around and continued on his way. I know you say that. I just wanted to show you what is coming for you, Harry said, addressing the voice from the speaker. The voice responded, but with none of its earlier confidence. What are you? The voice whispered in horror. Harry smiled. Ask me again in 5 minutes when we meet face to face, Harry said as he finally entered an actual main room that looked like some kind of barracks. It was completely empty, so he assumed that every from it was either dead or with their commander in the main room. The room had multiple doors. He checked behind each one and found one that had stairs behind him. He sensed more people above him, as well as some that were no alone and separated in a room to the left of where he assumed their main room was. He continued up a few flights of stairs and got to a door. Opening it led him into what looked like an armory. Behind the door on the other side of the room is where he felt all the presences in what he assumed was the main room. He took a step toward the main room. As soon as he did, the voice came back. Wait, you don't have to do this. Maybe we can make some kind of deal? There must be something you want? The man pleaded. Harry just raised his eyebrow as he reached the door that he was sure the man was behind with the rest of his soldiers. Sure. You want a bargain? Okay. Then come out here by yourself. I will hand you a knife. If you slit your throat in front of me, then I will be satisfied. I'll even spice up the deal. I'll let everyone else in the room live if you do it, Harry said with his same warm smile plastered on his face. No, wait. I can't do that. Please, anything else? The man begged. I'm going to take that as a no, Harry said as he put his palm on the door and blasted it through. He immediately heard gunfire and had a shield ready to go to block the bullets. He didn't wait this time to have them all stop shooting. He conjured a pack of wolves in the room. They immediately jumped on the soldiers and started to rip into their flesh. The bullets were no longer pointed at him, but at the alpha predators in the room. Harry heard screaming and gunfire as he stepped fully into the room and looked around. The room was full of computers and giant terminals. He ignored the chaos and slaughter around him as he walked over to the computer. He immediately tried to access the computer. It wanted some password. He tried a few obvious ones with no luck. He then tried to hack into it, but the system they were using was too strong. He looked up and around the room. Most of the men and wolves were dead, with just a few stragglers on both sides. 3 wolves were cornering the last 2 men. One had a pistol pointed at them, but he was shaking too much to be able to use it effectively. The head wolf prepared to spring at the man. Wait, Harry called out. Immediately the wolf stopped and simply growled at the man. Harry walked over to the last 2 downed and frightened men. One appeared to be a soldier, while the other appeared to be someone in charge. He squatted down so he was face to face with the one who looked like he was running to the operation. He smiled kindly at the man. Hello. It would appear I need your help with that computer over there. I can't seem to access it. I need someone's password. You wouldn't happen to know the password, would you? Harry asked innocently. The man looked frightened at first before his face hardened and he glared. Harry rolled his eyes internally. This man was going to attempt something stupid. Hail Hydra! The man yelled, before quickly reaching into his pocket and shoving a pill in his mouth. Harry just watched the man's attempt to sacrifice for his cause. Right before the man could bite into the pill, Harry summoned it straight out of his mouth. The pill came shooting out so fast that it smashed through his front teeth like they were glass. The teeth shattered almost to their root. The man started screaming. Eh! The man screamed as he held his hand to cover his bleeding mouth. Harry stood and grabbed the man. He dragged him to the terminal and smashed him down on the desk. Hard. Here is what's going to happen. You are going to put the password in, or I'm going to see how many vitals I can take out of your body while simultaneously keeping you alive." Harry yelled at the man. The man just kept moaning in pain. Harry waited for a second for the man to comply. When he didn't, he shrugged. "I gave you a chance," Harry said. He then grabbed the man's legs and threw those onto the table so that the man was now laying on it. He gestured to the man's abdominal with his hand. His magic responded and sliced the man straight open, causing him to scream in even more pain. Harry reached in quick before the man passed out in pain or injury loss. He grabbed his target and pulled it out as fast as he could. The kidney came out with a fountain of injury accompanying it. By now the man had passed out. Harry quickly concentrated his magic and healed the man's inside as much as he could to the point where he at least wouldn't die. He then sent an electric pulse through the man's body to forcefully jolt him back into consciousness. The man was now crying in pain. "I can go on," Harry said as he placed the removed kidney right by the man's face so he could see it clearly. He looked down at the crying man. "Are you going to do what I asked?" Harry yelled at the man. The man was still crying but nodded. Harry reached over and grabbed the keyboard and gave it to the man to type. "If you do anything more than simply give me access to your system, then I promise I will keep you alive for weeks experiencing the most painful thing you can imagine." "No, I take that back. It will be a lot more painful than anything that you can imagine. Do I make myself clear?" Harry asked the weeping man. The man nodded and started pressing keys slowly. When he was down, he finally clicked enter. Immediately the system opened up and its hidden files were available for him to see. Harry smiled. "There. That wasn't so hard, was it?" Harry asked. He then put his hand against the still weeping man's head. Before the man could say or do anything, Harry sent another magical pulse, this one much larger than the last, killing the man instantly. He looked at the files. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a flash drive. He inserted it into the computer and started downloading them to the external drive. He had to wait 10 minutes for it to download, so he figured he would go find out who the other people were in the base. He was hoping it was prisoners. Before he left, he suddenly remembered something. He looked back and saw the last living soldier staring at him with wide eyes full of nothing but fear. Harry tilted his head at the man. "Would you like to be a prisoner or killed quickly?" Harry asked. The man looked at him. "Prisoner," he whispered. Harry nodded. He then sent a wave of magic at the man and knocked him out. He went to the last door. He opened it to see another stairway that led down into the dark. He descended and saw what looked like some sort of modern dungeon. He walked through the hallway that had cells on both sides. There were a few men and women in each. He didn't know if they were all shielded or not. They looked at him with caution. Must have heard what was happening upstairs. Harry walked down the row of cells looking into everyone. None of the prisoners said anything to him. When he got to the last cell, he found who he was looking for. It was clear that they hadn't been eating well, if at all, since they had been captured. Some also looked like they had been tortured. Natasha looked terrible though. Her normally flowing red hair was stuck to her head with the sweat. She looked like she hadn't eaten since she had been here. There were obvious signs of torture all over the part of her body that weren't covered. He touched the look on the door and ripped it off before opening the cell. Harry walked up to her and squatted next to her prone floor on the floor. He reached out and gently shook her gently. "Hey Red, how you holding up?" Harry asked as softly as he could. He didn't want to have her wake and try to attack him before he could deal with her injuries. Natasha's eyes slowly fluttered open. She looked up at him and squinted in confusion. "Am I dead?" she asked in a hoarse voice. Harry raised an eyebrow. "Are you implying that I also died and we're meeting in the afterlife?" Harry questioned. "Don't see how else you could be here." She responded tiredly as she tried to sit up. "Probably because I actually a good assassin. These chumps weren't even a challenge." Harry joked as he put his arm on her side and helped her lean against the wall. "So S.H.I.E.L.D. sent you then?" she asked. Harry nodded. "Yeah. Fury came whining to me as soon as you and your teams went down," Harry said. "And you actually agreed to come? Fury must have given you quite the deal," she concluded. Harry started looking over her injuries. "Sort of. Now enough of that. Tell me where it hurts the most." Harry said as he peppered to start healing her. She looked at him suspiciously. What can you do to help? She asked. Harry rolled his eyes. Really? Even now you want to fish for information? Jesus. If you must know, then yes, I can heal you. Don't bother asking how. Just tell me where it hurts. Harry said. Natasha looked at him before slowly nodding. She showed him each place she was injured, starting with her torso. Harry politely looked away since she had torn clothes and one could easily see her assets if they wanted. Natasha raised her eyebrows and smirked. Never figured you as the shy type, Natasha said. Harry shook his head. I'm not. Just figured it would be rude to be staring at you at a time like this, Harry said with control. Natasha chuckled at his response. Thanks. I appreciate the sentiment, she said, and let him continue to heal her. After a few minutes, they had her as healed as she was going to get. Her body was still way weaker than usual though, from all the loss of food as well as just being so tired after all the torture she had to endure. Are the rest of these guys in here S.H.I.E.L.D. agents? Harry asked. Natasha nodded as she finally stood but had to lean on Harry for support. She nodded. Yeah. You think you can heal them too? Harry counted off how many were in the cells. I can partially heal all of them but not fully. I've already used quite a bit of my energy today. Any more than partial and I might pass out, Harry said as he helped her to the stairs and sat her down on the steps. He then started going to all the cells and opening them as well as healing their occupants as best he could. Some of them thanked him while others were more interested about his healing ability. Harry ignored any questions about it though. He didn't really care if S.H.I.E.L.D. found out anymore. He didn't plan to hide his ability forever, so it was just a matter of time before they had found out. He finished and went back to Natasha. He helped her up and put her arm over his shoulder so he could support her. They walked up the stairs and back to the computer. The download was done. He took out the stick and handed it to Natasha. He then used the computer to send a message to Fury to let him know that the job was done and that his group would need a pickup. Alright, so here's a pistol in case anyone comes. I trust you know how to use it? Harry asked sarcastically as he pulled out the pistol he had been carrying but decided against using. I can probably use it better than you, she murmured.
I'm sorry.
Which one of us got captured? Harry asked as he looked at her with a questioning raised eyebrow. She rolled her eyes in response. That wasn't our fault. They surrounded us before we could even get into the base. They knew we were coming, she said, defending herself. You should look into that when you get back, Harry said. Oh, the guard over there is knocked out for you to take prisoner. I'm sure he can tell you plenty of stuff, Harry said, gesturing to the downed man. Natasha nodded. Harry then walked to the door with the intention of leaving. Wait, you're leaving? She asked. Harry stopped and looked back at her. Yeah. I don't want to answer any of Fury's questions. I trust you can handle that. And next time I get a call from S.H.I.E.L.D., you better be on the other end. I'm letting it go this time because of the circumstances, but it better not happen again, Harry said sternly as he looked at her. She squinted at him. Did you come just to rescue me just so Fury wouldn't be the one to call you again? She asked suspiciously. Harry put on an innocent look. I have no idea what you're talking about, Harry said, as he turned around and closed the door. As soon as it clicked shut, he flashed out of there. He returned to his office and immediately went over to his bar. He grabbed a Coke and started chugging it, before letting out a loud belch. I take it you had a successful trip, Daphne said, suddenly appearing behind him. Harry gave her a, "Are you kidding me look? Come on. Who you talking to?" Harry said while taking another sip. I'm glad all went well. I hope you have a quick rest because you have a meeting in an hour with the French magical government. Daphne, she said as she exited the room before Harry could complain. God damn it. This is not why I gave up being an assassin. Mercenary. Daphne yelled from down the hall. Harry just slumped in his chair in defeat. And there is chapter 29. Hope you guys enjoyed it. I seem to be back on my normal schedule for now. I do have an econ project coming up, but hopefully it won't affect my writing schedule. As long as my other teachers start swarming me with more projects like they did at Christmas, I will be able to post next week. Thanks again to all those who review/favorite/follow. A lot of you are still asking questions in your reviews, which is fine, except I'm not really going to answer them. Why? Because I am forced to relog in every time I want to do it since I see most of them on my phone. I have tried to make it remember my username and password and it just doesn't. So if you have questions, then just tweet it to me if you can. Now, I shall see you all next week, hopefully, for Chapter 30. Until then, peace. Twitter Flameraiser, Chapter 30. Hey all! So here is Chapter 30. A couple things before the chapter. Some of you didn't like the fact that Harry was using magic now on his missions. I just want to clear this up. He is not going to start using magic on all his little assassin missions. This was a one-time thing where he got to let off some steam and enjoy some health teenage rebellion. Another thing that some people don't like is how Harry's relationship is with Daphne and how some badass super assassin shouldn't let people walk all over him. Daphne is not just walking all over Harry. Friends always make fun of each other and they are both close friends, despite Joe Lawyer's wishes. Sorry, Joe. So sorry if some people don't like that, but it's the way it is. On to other things. Thank you to everyone who is reviews/follows/favorites. We are approaching 500,000 views and 1,000 reviews. That is so crazy. I can't believe so many people have read this story. Never expected my first story to get so popular. Thank you to everyone has supported me. Thank you to those who PM me with advice or questions. I try to reply promptly, but like I said before, it's pretty annoying to go log in every time I want to. Now that's out of the way. Enjoy the story. January 12, 2012. Harry was currently back in Britain as he visited Rose. Rose was apparently getting more friends with some other children. Lily had asked if he could go with Rose to a little play date at a park with some of Rose's friends and their moms. Harry initially wanted to say no, but Rose had also asked if he could take her, and she had used her most dreaded attack against him. He didn't remember actually saying yes to her, but next thing he knew, she was cheering about how Harry was taking her to the park. Note to self. Her ability has evolved to the point where I can no longer even remember agreeing with her. This will require further study. After gathering a few of her toys, they were off. The park was near Hogsmeade, so he flashed her with him to the small wizarding town. The park was easy enough to find. There were a few other kids that were playing amongst themselves. 3 girls immediately ran up to Rose, asked her to join them. Harry took this to mean that they were the friends she was supposed to meet. Rose looked up to him and silently asked if she could join them. Harry gave her a single nod and a smile as she ran off to go and play with them. They seemed to be playing tag. He sat down and was immediately approached by 3 women that he could guess were the mothers of Rose's friends. Harry looked at them with a neutral expression as they approached. The lead woman, a tall brunette that had a mother's glow around her, smiled down at him. "Well, you must be young, Harry. We have heard so much about you from Lily," the woman said as she continued to smile down at him. Harry raised an eyebrow in questioning. "Lily talks about me, does she? Anything in particular that she mentioned?" Harry asked politely. "Well, she did say something about you being quite scary in person." The woman continued as she looked at him, as if searching for what Lily thought was scary. Harry smirked at her. "I do indeed give off that impression quite often. Mainly to people I don't like or annoy me. I guess that means I look scary to most people," Harry commented as he looked back at Rose, who was still playing. "Oh my, shall I take that mean you don't have a problem with us talking to you?" the woman asked kindly. Harry just shrugged. "Take it however you want. I just think Rose wouldn't be too happy if I scared her friends' parents away," Harry said. So toleration then?" the woman said in understanding. Harry nodded. He was glad the woman understood. "Well then, I guess we will leave you be. It was lovely meeting you," the woman said with a final smile and left with her group as they giggled away. Harry sighed. What an interesting experience. Harry knew he was getting older, but seriously? Cougars? He supposed that he was almost a legal age, and it was now common knowledge among magicals that he owned a very successful company. It was highly likely the woman may have been trying to see how well her luck was. Harry shut down that thought process. He didn't want to think of such things anymore. He just continued watch Rose smile and play with her friends. After a few hours of this, the other girls had to go home, so Harry called out to Rose to get her to return to him. You ready to go? He asked her with a smile. She looked at him. Can we go get sweets? She asked with a smile. Harry wasn't fooled. He could see her prepping her secret weapon. He smiled at her. Don't we always? He asked her rhetorically. Rose let out a cheer before they both disappeared from the park in a flash. Harry arrived back with Rose at Potter Manor just over an hour late. Surprisingly, he wasn't covered in a random desert that Rose had taken a liking to. He silently thanked any deity listening that he made it out of that bakery just the way he had entered it. He knocked on the door and waited. Eventually James opened the door with a smile. Hey Rosie, did you have a good time at the park with Harry? He asked. Rose nodded vigorously. That's good. Why don't you go wash up and prepare for dinner? Uncle Padfoot and Mooney will be joining us. Yay! She cheered before kissing Harry on the cheek as a goodbye and running upstairs. Both James and Harry watched her go before turning to each other. James said nothing for a second before closing the door, leaving him and Harry outside alone. Harry said and did nothing. He just waited for James to say whatever he needed to say. I know you probably still don't like us much, Harry, but I know you love Rose, which is why I'm going to ask you for a favor if you don't mind. James said as he looked at Harry to give him permission to continue. Harry wanted to blow the man off, but he didn't. 1, because the favor had to do with Rose, and 2, because he had never seen James this serious ever. He nodded to show the man he could continue. As you may know, magical Britain is close to being in a civil war, he said. Harry nodded again. Not only did he know this, he had predicted it.
Ido.
What's this have to do with Rose? Harry asked. Well, to be honest, the Potters are trying to stay out of this revolt. I even quit my job as an extra precaution to make sure our family is not targeted. I know that soon it's going to get real bad. Every day, more people join the new Magic Republic or whatever they are calling themselves. Soon tensions are going to break, and either the Ministry will need to submit or they will launch a counter to them. James said. They will launch a counter. Harry stated as fact. James nodded. I figured they would. Too many purebloods would lose their influence and power should this new government take control. They would force the Ministry to act. I don't know how bad it's going to get, with Arthur almost grown and me and Lily being able to hold our own. He trailed off. You're concerned about what this conflict will do to Rose. Something may happen to her. Harry finished. James hesitantly nodded at the conclusion that Harry had drawn. Yes. I will not be so foolish to think that I will be able to shield Rose from everything when everyone eventually starts killing each other. What I'm trying to say is, if anything ever happened to me and Lily, we want you to take Rose and get her out of here. James said. Harry narrowed his eyes at that. Do you think you will be targeted that much? Harry said. James shook his head. No, but things happen in wars. Innocent people get hurt all the time. I don't want Rose to be one of those innocents no matter what. So just in case anything happens to us, I want you to take Rose and get her as far from here as possible. Can you do that for me? James asked. The man almost sounded desperate to Harry. Harry didn't really need to be asked this question. If Rose was ever in true danger while living here, he would have taken her away. I can do that, or just make sure that you don't die. As much as I don't really like the rest of you, even I know that I can't replace Rose's father or mother. Harry said. James nodded in relief. He then opened the door back to his house before looking back at the boy who was once considered his son. Thanks, Harry, he said. Harry just stared at him for a second. It's not a problem, Harry said as he disappeared in a flash. March 13, 2012. Harry looked in the mirror that was located in his New York office. He was wearing a tuxedo and looked quite spiffing, if he did say so himself. He was going to one of Stark Industries' parties in downtown tonight. Tony had greatly encouraged him to go and meet him and Pepper. Harry figured that he could just pop down for a few hours to be polite and then head out. It would also give him a chance to decide if he wanted to get a penthouse downtown. It would be easier for traveling purposes. He just was about to head out when Daphne poked her head into his office. Well, don't you look handsome? You clean up well, Wolf, she said with a smile. Harry smirked. Of course I do. I have the ability to blend into any environment, including fancy pants parties that the 1% throw, Harry said as he adjusted his bow tie. You do realize that you are part of the 1%, right? She asked sarcastically. Well, I guess I am. Didn't really think about that. Being rich is weird. Harry said. Indeed. Daphne responded with a half smile. Well, I am off. Harry said. You're sure that you don't want me to go as well? Daphne asked. Nah, I can handle anything that might happen. Harry said. If you're sure. She said knowingly. Harry glanced at her suspiciously. You know something I don't? Harry asked. Call it women intuition. She said with a smirk as she left him alone in his office. Harry raised an eyebrow. Well, too late to think about it now. Better head out. Harry said to himself as he exited his office and proceeded to leave the building. He went to the employee parking lot and walked up to a silver 2009 Mercedes McLaren. He entered the car with a smile on his face. He started the car up and revved the engine just to hear the car purr. He then set off to his location. He winded down roads and sped along freeways. He was quite surprised that no police had come after him with the speed he was going. After close to an hour of driving, he came into Manhattan and was in front of the building that was hosting the party. It appeared to be some kind of fancy hotel. He had a valet take his car and go park it somewhere. He proceeded to walk up the stairs and through the doors before following other guests to where the party was. He entered what appeared to be a ballroom with a bar attached to it. It was quite beautiful inside. It had crystal chandeliers hanging from the room as well as a band playing in the background. Many important-looking men and women were chattering or out on the floor dancing. He immediately surveyed the area and found Tony and Pepper talking intimately with each other. Harry smiled and approached them. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, Harry said as he came up to them. Both of them looked up and smiled. Harry, how are you? Pepper asked first. Doing well, Harry said as he took her hand and kissed the back of it. And you? Well, I'm currently trying to get Tony to interact with, well, anyone to be honest, she said with some slight irritation. Hey, I'm not the CEO anymore. I no longer have to force myself to have meaningless conversations with these bores. I am only here to be your sexy date, Tony said as he lifted his chin with a fake arrogance. Pepper rolled her eyes and Harry chuckled at his antics. Well then, I suppose you're taking to your new role well, Harry said. I don't mind. It's nice to see it from the other perspective for once, Tony said with a smile. Harry nodded at his friend in agreement. So, where's your date? Tony asked. Pepper playfully slapped his chest. Harry smiled. I did not need one, Harry replied. Tony just looked at him as if he were stupid. You're probably going to regret that, you know, Tony informed him. Harry raised an eyebrow. Oh, how so? He asked skeptically. Look around. You're young, single, and rich. Since you have been talking with us alone, I have noticed 8 different women checking you out. They vary in both age and marital status, Tony said with a grin. Harry took a second to process that before shrugging. Too bad for them.
I'm underage,
Harry said. They don't know that. I've told you before, you look older than you actually are, Tony said. Still doesn't matter. Not like I would get with any of the women here. None would be my type, Harry said. Says the virgin. Tony, Pepper scolded. Harry just laughed at that. Maybe you have a point. Still, I would like to think I have better self-control than that, Harry said. I'm sure most 16-year-olds would like to think that too, Tony said as he sipped some alcoholic drink that Harry didn't recognize. Harry rolled his eyes at the man. Harry looked around the room and did indeed see some women giving him looks. None interested him, although some were quite beautiful. Pepper walked off to go talk to someone and left them both alone. So who are they? Trophy wives? CEOs? Or both? Harry asked. I don't know. Haven't really paid much attention to them tonight, Tony said dismissively. Harry eyed the man. Man, Pepper sure has her claws in you deep. Definitely a change from 2 years ago, Harry commented. Who knew I would be so good at being a one-woman type of guy? Tony responded in amusement. Harry chuckled in agreement. Well, I suppose I should wander around and try to not get noticed, Harry said as he prepared to leave. Before you go, Miss Super Spy is here, Tony said. Harry looked at him in confusion. Who? You know, Natasha. The redhead. Tony explained. Harry tilted his head even more in confusion. Why would she be here unless she wanted something with him or Tony? Maybe she was scouting out a potential target among the crowds. Why is she here? Harry questioned. Tony shrugged. Best I can figure is that she is here to make sure nothing happens to either of us. Tony said. Harry frowned. S.H.I.E.L.D. is trying to give us babysitters now, are they? Harry asked rhetorically. Tony nodded. Well, something like that. Since we're both not only consultants but also major business partners with them, they want to make sure nothing happens to us. Tony said. Harry looked at him. You have a suit stashed somewhere close by? Harry asked. Tony gave him a smirk. Always. He responded. Then I don't understand the problem. Harry said. He scanned the crowds and looked for their so-called babysitter. He didn't see her, so he expanded his senses and looked to find her life force among the crowd. He found her almost immediately. She was at the bar on the other side of the room. You should go say hello. Tony said suggestively. Harry's eyes snapped to his friend in suspicion. Tony's face was skewed in an innocent expression. Why's that? Harry asked. Well, you did save her life. Tony argued. I saved your life too. Didn't mean I wanted to become buddy-buddy with you. Harry said as he looked towards the direction he knew she was in. And yet, here we are. Tony said, as he took another sip of his drink. Harry kept looking in the direction but slowly nodded in agreement. Here we are indeed. All right. I suppose I should and at least go and tell her that S.H.I.E.L.D. needs to respect our privacy. Harry said. You do that? Tony said with a mischievous look as he walked away to go rejoin Pepper. Harry himself walked through the crowds and towards the bar. He wasn't sure, but he was almost sure that someone squeezed his left side cheek when he was walking through the crowd. He had looked around for the perpetrator but couldn't see anyone who looked suspicious. Though there was a blonde that looked just a little too innocently at her husband. He shook his head and continued his trek. He approached the bar and saw his target redhead. He walked to her side. The seat taken? He asked her. Yes. She responded without looking up. Harry's lips twitched upward at that. Sucks. I'm taking it anyways. Harry said as he sat down on the stool and looked over at the redhead. By now, Natasha had turned her head and looked at him. Not very gentlemanly of you, she commented with a smile. I'll have to apologize to your date for stealing his seat when I see him. Harry teased. I just happened to be here by myself, she said as she sipped what looked like a cocktail. Harry raised an eyebrow. The Black Widow couldn't find a date? That's quite shocking. Harry said. Fury wouldn't let me bring anyone along. She explained with a fake sadness. Ah yes, Fury. Mind telling me why he is under the impression that me and Tony need a babysitter? Harry asked while making sure that none of his anger leaked into the question. Well, you're both highly valued personnel for one, she said. I fail to see how that fact places me in a position where I need a babysitter. Harry commented. You don't need Peresi. It's just better safe than sorry, she said. Why? Do you have a problem with me being around? She asked with a hint of seduction laced in her voice. I have no problem with you being around. I have a problem with what you being around means, Harry stated. Natasha raised an eyebrow. I see. Well, it is what it is. Neither of us can change the decision now, she said. Harry looked at her. On the contrary, I can probably go to his office and threaten him. Only problem I have is finding out where that is. Luckily, I have a feeling you know exactly where it is. This is all hypothetical, of course, Harry said with a smile. I'm sure. So how would you, hypothetically, get me to tell you where it is? She asked. I wouldn't need to get you to tell me the location. You would tell me whether you wanted to or not. You wouldn't have a choice in the matter, Harry said. Natasha gave him a hard stare for a moment. Is this like your healing people thing? She asked. Depends. Did you tell your boss about my healing people thing? Harry asked. No. Liar. Harry said with a smile as he looked at her. He knew that there was no way that Natasha didn't tell Fury. She was extremely loyal to the man's organization. So you won't tell me then? She pressed. Let me ask you something. Why did you join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Harry asked, ignoring her question. Why do you want to know all of a sudden? She asked calmly. Just curiosity. You tell me and I will tell you something about me, Harry said. He saw her eyes light up at the chance to learn more information on his powers.
All right, fine.
To be honest, I didn't have much choice. Once I got on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s radar, they hunted me down relentlessly. The agent, assigned to take me down, didn't though. He made me an offer. He asked me to join S.H.I.E.L.D. It paid well and I would make a good difference in the world for once. He even let me go so I could think about it. After a few days, I decided to meet up with one of my old partners and ask him for advice. Nick, Harry said with realization. Natasha nodded. Nick was always good at making tough decisions. He was reliable, one of my best partners. Once we cut our partnership, he never betrayed any secrets of mine or ever accepted any contracts on me. Natasha explained. What did he say to you? Harry asked curiously. This was one of the few things about Nick that he had never found out about. He told me that he couldn't make the decision for me, that I had wasted my time by coming to him because I had already known what I was going to choose. Then he smiled at me and said he would see me around before leaving. That was the last time I ever saw him, Natasha said. Her voice had gained a darker and sadder tone to it. Harry could sense the actual sadness coming from her as she talked about Nick. Yeah. Nick was like that a lot. He wanted to help you but would always make you solve your own problems. Hell of a man. Harry said he thought of the man he considered a father and had taught him so much. It still hurt to remember him. If you don't mind me asking, how did he pass? Natasha asked. Harry thought back to the day and internally winced. We were in the Caribbean relaxing from our jobs. By this time, we had started taking jobs solo. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but the FBI marked him on one of his last jobs and started hunting him down. We had been hiding on the island of St. Thomas to wait for the heat to go down. I'm still not sure how they found us, but one night the FBI swarmed the house. We barely had time to escape. We ran into the forest to get back to town where we would leave the island and go to a different country. We never made it there though. They had dogs and were tracking us. Sniper put a bullet in him and he went down protecting me. He was still alive and told me to go on without him. I refused, of course. As I held him, he got shot again. He told me his full name as he died in my arms. Harry said solemnly.
I'm sorry.
Natasha said sincerely. Harry shrugged as he traced a random pattern in the bar with his finger. I've dealt with it. Anyways, thank you for telling me about how you joined S.H.I.E.L.D., Harry said as he sobered up. Will you tell me something about yourself now? She asked with a hint of excitement. Harry smiled lightly. All right, let's see. What do I want to tell you? How about the fact that I can turn one thing into another thing? Harry suggested. Natasha tilted her head in confusion. Harry was slightly surprised by how cute it was coming from the woman considering she usually gave off a more sexy vibe. Can you explain further? She asked, not quite understanding. Harry nodded. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a quarter. Look closely, Harry said. He closed both hands around the quarter and concentrated. When he opened his hands, the quarter was gone and in its place was a small beetle that started to slowly walk around his palm. Natasha's eyes widened in shock and her mouth opened slightly. Harry smirked at the reaction. How did you do that? She asked/demanded. Magic, Harry said teasingly. It was the truth, but she didn't need to know that just yet. Is it real? She asked. Harry pondered that for a moment. Real? Yes. Alive? No. It's basically a puppet. I can of course create it with all the innards of a regular beetle if I know its actual physiology, but this time I haven't. Plus it has no will whatsoever. The sole purpose is to do what I want it to. It doesn't need air, food, water, etc. If you kill it, it will just revert back to the quarter. Harry explained. He held out his hand to give the beetle to Natasha so she could observe it. The bug crawled on her hand and started walking around. So it is like this until it dies or you turn it back? She asked. Harry shook his head. It will eventually turn back into a quarter. The more magic I put into it, the longer it stays in this form. Harry explained. You don't say, she said as she continued to look at the bug curiously. You can keep it. It will revert to a quarter in around 20 hours as long as it doesn't die. Harry said. What would I possibly do with it? She asked rhetorically. Give it to S.H.I.E.L.D. for tests, Harry suggested. She looked up from the bug and at him. The fact that you would allow that means that we won't find anything, she said accusingly. He smirked at her. Maybe, he responded teasingly. She rolled her eyes. She put the bug on the table and watched Harry turn it back into a quarter by waving his hand over it. So are you satisfied? Harry questioned with a raised eyebrow. She smirked. It will take a lot more for something so small to satisfy me, Wolf. But it's a start. I suppose I must be off. I guess I should reward you for such a display. She pondered out loud. Harry was about to confidently say that she had absolutely nothing he wanted. Before the first word left his mouth, though, she leaned over and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. When she pulled back, she smiled at his shocked face before grabbing her purse and making her way to the nearest exit. Harry just continued to stand where he was with his shocked expression. It took about 2 minutes for his brain to reboot. He looked around confused before straightening his bow tie and went off to find Tony and tell him that he decided that he was going to leave. When he found Tony and Pepper, Tony smirked and Pepper giggled at him, which confused him. I take it you had a good talk with our resident spy. Tony teased him. Harry looked at him. What makes you think that? Harry asked. Could be the dazed look you came over here with or the red lipstick that's on your left cheek, Tony said. Harry frowned in confusion. He touched a hand to his cheek and when he pulled it back, noticed red from said lipstick on his fingers. Didn't notice that was there, Harry said as he reached over to grab a napkin and gently rubbed off the lipstick. I think you were the only one who didn't, Pepper said as she observed the other guests that were close enough to notice the bright red on Harry's cheek. Well, I was thinking about heading out of here anyways. I have a long and probably confusing day ahead of me tomorrow, Harry said. I'm sure. We'll have a fun night, buddy. I'm sure you're going to have some wonderful dreams, Tony said as he patted Harry on the back. Harry glared at him. Tony, it's still not too late for me to hang you from your tower with your insides. I do have experience with such things, you know, Harry threatened. Tony raised his hands in surrender. All right, you've made your point. No pleasant dreams for you, Tony said. Harry rolled his eyes. He looked to Pepper and gently grabbed her hand and placed a kiss on it. Thank you again, Pepper, for inviting me to such an event. It was enjoyable, Harry said politely. I'm sure it was, Pepper said in amusement. Not you too. Tony's rubbing off on you. Let's hope you don't start humping anything that's moving and has a penis, Harry teased. I think I would rather just kill myself, Pepper said seriously. Harry laughed before saying one last goodbye and turning and leaving. He had the valet get his car and got inside of it. Then he started driving back to his office where he would drop off the car and return home. Before he did though, he touched his cheek. Soft. And there you have chapter 30. There was some nice development between Harry and Natasha for those of you who couldn't wait for it. If you guys think I'm rushing their relationship, just let me know. That's the last thing I want to do. Anyways, hope you guys enjoyed the story so far and tune in for the next chapter. Not sure how soon it will come out since this is finals week. As fun as it would be to blow those off and just write this, my parents would probably kill me, so see you all next time. Chapter 31. And here is chapter 31. Finally got to 1,000 reviews. Thank you guys so much for all the support. Sorry I had to delay this chapter, but I did have to study quite a bit for finals. Luckily I passed all of them. I'm not quite sure, but I think this story is probably at least 3/4 done. I've been thinking of some other stories I will pursue after this one. No sure things yet, but I got some stirring in this old head of mine. Thanks to everyone who follows/favorite/reviews. It means so much to me to see all your feedback. Now on to the story. April 20th, 2012. Harry was sitting in his new penthouse in downtown New York. It was nice and roomy as well as giving him a great view of the city. Cost a lot, but he could afford to splurge nowadays. He was reading through some of the reports on what was going on in his company. His magical department was now fully controlled by Run and only really had him sign off on things that were being introduced to the magical public. Almost of the Americas and most of Europe was now fully immersed with his products. The magical side of his corporation was easy to run. It was the Muggle world that was harder. Apparently it was suspicious if his products or materials just magically appeared at the places they needed to be without any records. He had to start a shipping branch for his company. He figured that he might as well turn that into another full money-making business, so he was working on partnering with some other corporations who needed to move materials all over the world. He was having Daphne looking into calling them and finding out if they would be interested. Most were just greedy men who wanted to know if his service was cheaper than competitors and if they could depend on him to get their products to their destination in a timely fashion. He could deal with these things though. Despite his age, he was a very intimidating person and most people could not stand up to him if he showed them even a glimpse of his true form. Despite all this business with his company, his mind was somewhere else. He wasn't sure where, but he could feel a disturbance in magic itself. The disturbance was so large that he could not actually pinpoint its exact location. All he knew was that whatever it was generating a lot of power and was somewhere in America. He was almost sure that S.H.I.E.L.D. was looking into it, so he wasn't bothering with it himself unless it somehow became a threat. When discussing this with Tony earlier that day, he got the feeling that Tony had an idea what it was when they talked, but he hadn't told Harry. Harry respected the man's privacy on the subject though, so he let it go. He continued to go over his work when his mind wandered to Rose. He was sure the girl was safe as he had placed a rune on her that would alert him to anything that she perceived as danger. He also put some protections on her that would protect her from lower-level charms and hexes, but nothing too advanced. With the Civil War officially starting in magical Britain, he wanted every safety precaution available to Rose. Harry stopped his train of thought as he felt a change with the disturbance in the magic he had been feeling. The magic or energy seemed to finally pulse in a way that reminded Harry of an implosion, similar to the way he traveled except much less refined. He paused to see what else he could feel. The energy that was causing the disturbance he had been feeling was rapidly receding. Within a few minutes he no longer felt anything. He gave it a second before he felt something in place of the large energy he just felt. This one was clearly a sentient being with the way that the energy was condensed around him. The said being then shielded itself before Harry could determine its position. Harry frowned. He had not felt a presence this strong since the alien who called himself Thor had came to Earth. It was more bothersome that the person knew how to hide his presence. It was not particularly hard to do such a thing, but it was very unusual for someone to be adept enough to hide from Harry's senses. He did not like this arrival of an unknown and would have to be on the lookout for any strange occurrences. He then looked around his room out the window. It was very late. It was probably best to sleep. He went to his room and was greeted by Sammy. "Is it safe to assume you felt the arrival of our guest?" she asked. Harry nodded before taking off his clothes and climbing into bed. "Do you not plan to do anything about it?" she asked him incredulously. "I can't find him even if I wanted to. Its cloaking skills are too good for me to be able to sense him at such a distance. If whatever it is starts causing trouble here though, I will confront it and put it in its place," Harry said. "If it's powerful enough to hide from your senses, then it must be at least semi-adequate with magical use. Unlike most of those wand-waving fools," Sammy commented. Harry again nodded. "Yes, it was quite powerful. Still, from the brief glimpse of its power that I sensed before it cloaked itself, it still isn't powerful to take me on. Although it may cause me to work up a sweat depending on how well it can use its power." Harry relented. Sammy didn't comment further. She just flicked her tongue in thought and stayed silent. Harry took this to mean she had no more questions. He closed his eyes and waited for sleep to overtake him. April 21 St. 2012. As the day continued to progress, Harry had a strange feeling. It wasn't bad, but he definitely could feel a difference. He knew something was going to happen and it was going to be soon. He also had a feeling that it had to do with whatever being had come to their planet yesterday. He had not felt the being at all, but he knew it was out there lurking somewhere. He pulled out his phone and called Daphne. "Hello?" She answered. "Hey, I was thinking that we are going to need a new head of our shipping branch. Do you think Tracy would do it?" Harry asked her. "I'll check with her, but she will have to go through training to deal with such a position," Daphne stated. "Will that cost a lot?" Harry asked. "Not too much," Daphne responded. "Great. Make it happen. Also, how are the hospitals doing? Harry asked. We are just about through with the construction of the third one in Houston. The other two are as busy as ever. Our medicine department believes that they may be onto a possible cure for malaria. They say it's far from complete though, so we shouldn't get our hopes up. Daphne said. Harry thought about that. Curing malaria would be huge press for the company. Boost their pay and make sure they understand that the closer they get to forming the cure, the closer they get to an even bigger paycheck. Harry said, I suppose that could work. All right, I'll let finances know. Anything else? She asked. Nope, that's it for work-related stuff. Harry said. I assume you have something non-work related that you want to talk about then? She asked with a hint of sarcasm. Harry smirked. Indeed I do. What do you know, if anything, about the little disturbance yesterday? Harry asked. Probably less than you. I felt the disturbance implode and that's it. She said. So you didn't feel the being that entered Earth with the implosion? Although it was phrased like a question, Harry said it like a statement. No, I did not. What being came through it? She asked.
No idea.
Harry said back cheerily. You didn't investigate? She asked incredulously. More like couldn't. The being seemed to be able to cloak itself and hide its presence almost as soon as it got here. Harry stated. Is powerful enough to hide itself from you? She asked surprised. Indeed it is. Pretty scary, right? From the slight second where I felt its power, it felt pretty strong. It might actually be a challenge. Harry said. Something being able to actually challenge you is a little scary. Daphne pointed out. Harry smiled at that. I said might be a challenge. I'm not sure how well it uses its powers to know if it's going to be an actual challenge or not. Harry said. That's not comforting. Daphne sighed. Well, keep me up to date on any information you get. Will do. I'll see you at work. Harry said before hanging up the phone. He looked out his window once again, but this time looked at Stark Tower. It had turned out pretty well in Harry's opinion. Looked big like Tony's ego, so it fit well in his opinion. It was getting dark, so he figured that he would order a pizza and play some video games. He still had Saints Row 3 to beat after all. He ordered up the pizza and got relaxed on the couch before popping in the game and starting up his console. The game was fun. Had a lot of fun scenes in it. He particularly liked beating people up with a dildo. That would be something he would have to try later. He heard the doorbell ring and got up to go grab his pizza. He got to the door and opened it up. His eyes bulged a little when he didn't see Dylan, the usual pizza boy, when he opened the door. Instead was a redhead wearing tight leather pants with a matching leather jacket with a red blouse under it. In her hands was a white box with what he assumed to be his pizza inside. I really need to start spreading my senses out again and making sure I know who I'm about to face. Did you kill my usual pizza boy? Harry immediately questioned. Natasha rolled her eyes and pushed by him and into his apartment. Harry let her and watched her move to his table. That was a serious question. Harry called out to her. He heard her chuckle from the table as she put down the pizza and started looking for plates in his cabinets and seemingly made herself at home. Harry sent a quick prayer to Dylan before closing the door and walking over to the table which she was now sitting in and helping herself to a slice of his pizza. No, please. Go ahead and make yourself at home. Harry drawled sarcastically. Am I not welcome? She asked as she continued to bite into the pizza slice. Harry just sighed and joined her across the table before grabbing a slice. Any reason you came to my house and decided to join in on my dinner? Harry asked as he bit into his delicious pizza. I was just in Russia getting worked over by some small general who thought he was hot shit. I really needed a quick break, she said. Harry raised an eyebrow but didn't comment. Just so you know, the wire on you won't work while in my apartment. All anyone will hear is static. Harry said. Good to know. So what has the big bag Wolf Enterprise CEO been up to since the last time I saw him? She asked. Harry recognized the fact that she was purposely making small talk, which probably meant she wanted him to do something for S.H.I.E.L.D. He decided to play along anyways. Well, we are opening up a shipping branch soon, though I'm sure S.H.I.E.L.D. already knew that. Harry commented. She seemed to pretend to not hear the last part as she nodded and grabbed another slice. That's good. Your business seems to be going well. You have national attention for being one of the fastest growing enterprises in the world. You have my congratulations, she said with a smile. Harry smiled back. Well, it is me after all. I'm handsome, charismatic, and can still scare people shitless. What more would you ask for in the perfect businessman? Harry asked rhetorically. Natasha nodded in agreement. Does seem to be a common trait in most of the powerful businessmen I have met, she said as she got up and went to his fridge and opened it. No, please help yourself, Harry said sarcastically as he continued to eat his own pizza. Natasha smiled but didn't respond. Do you not have anything with alcohol? She asked. Harry shook his head. Never developed a taste for it, Harry said. Fine. She reached and grabbed one of his sodas and sat back down at the table across from him. So, are you going to tell me what you are doing here soon or not? Harry asked. Do you want to jump right into what S.H.I.E.L.D. wants? Don't even want to finish dinner first? She asked. Harry shrugged. It matters little to me, usually you are on a pretty tight schedule. Harry said. S.H.I.E.L.D. has given me all night if necessary to convince you, she said. That caused Harry's eyebrows to raise. It was easy enough to connect the dots when she said it. They want you to have privacy with me if I'm not cooperating. Harry guessed. She didn't say anything before nodding in confirmation. Must be important. So why don't you go ahead and brief me on the situation? Harry said. If that's what you want. We have a situation of a hostile, foreign being on Earth and out to take over the planet, Natasha said. As soon as she said it, Harry had no doubt it was the being that had come through the magical implosion yesterday. Since he knew that happened only yesterday, that meant that Natasha was sent from Russia all the way straight to his apartment with likely no rest. Wow. I can see why you needed to take a breather in my apartment. So what can you tell me about this foreign hostile? And don't tell me he is not from Earth because I already know that, Harry said. Natasha looked at him with suspicion. How do you know that? She asked. It's not like I couldn't feel the huge amount of energy that was being released by whatever object he used to get here. I also felt him for a second when he got here before he could cloak his presence. Now continue on with what I need to be able to know about the hostile, Harry pressed after explaining. Natasha looked at him for a second before accepting his explanation. Do you remember Thor? She asked. Harry nodded. Well, it's his younger, adopted brother Loki, she said. Harry thought about that. It certainly made more sense why the man was so good at cloaking himself. The trickster god was supposedly an expert on magic that had to do with transfiguration and illusions. That sounds not good. So S.H.I.E.L.D. came to me immediately for help. Did you ask anyone else? Harry asked. Natasha hesitated before nodding again. We are also recruiting Tony and Dr. Bruce Banner as well as Steve Rogers, she said. Harry pondered that for a minute. Tony I know, the other two I am unfamiliar with. Harry said. You've never heard of Captain America or the Hulk? She asked as if he were an idiot. Harry racked his mind but was drawing up blanks for both. Nope. Neither ring a bell. Who are they? Harry questioned. One is a super soldier from World War II that was frozen in ice, and the other is a scientist who turns into a giant green ball of anger and strength when he gets mad, she said. Harry looked at her to see if she was serious. She seemed to be telling the truth. Well, okay then, Harry said. He wasn't sure what he should say to that. So, will you help us with this threat? Natasha asked. Harry didn't answer immediately. He really wanted to though. The chance to face a supposed god of magic and put them in their place sounded so pleasing. He almost smiled just from the thought of it. It would also give him a chance to see how immortal the supposed god really was. Well, it does interest me, I will admit that. Well, what the hell? This sounds fun. Especially if Tony is getting involved too. But you guys owe me one for this. Harry relented. He could not pass up this chance. He might get to do surgery on an god. It sounded like it would be quite the informative trip. Natasha smiled at him. Thank you. We really appreciate the help. Are you ready to leave now? She asked. Harry briefly glanced back to his game and how he was paused in the middle of a level. He sighed. Yeah, I guess. Let me go get my clothes, he said dully. She raised an eyebrow. Is something wrong? She asked him. Harry just shook his head while silently mourning his game time. Why were women always getting in the way of him playing video games? He went into his room and packed clothes for about a week trip. Sammy, I'm leaving on a trip to try and kill a god of magic. I'll be back hopefully in a week. Harry called out. Okay. Don't forget to take a jacket and be home by Friday. Have fun. She called from somewhere under the bed. Harry nodded even though he knew she couldn't see it, and exited down to the door of his apartment where Natasha was waiting. She looked at his packed bag. All right, ready to go. Harry said. What was that weird noise from upstairs? She asked. Harry just looked at her confused. What noise? He asked. Sounded almost like a hissing, she said. Harry knew what she was talking about, but just continued to look at her with a confused expression on his face. She shook her head. Never mind, let's go, she said. Harry nodded and exited the apartment after her and locked it up before following her down the stairs to her parked car. It looked like an Acura. He got in after, putting his bag in the bag. As she started up the car, a thought struck Harry. Wait, what did you do with my usual delivery boy? Harry asked. Who, the blonde kid? I just batted my eyelashes and paid him for the pizza before saying I would taking it up to you, she said with a smile. Harry frowned. He was almost 100% sure that Dylan now thought he had a secret supermodel girlfriend. Is that a problem? Natasha asked with a smirk. Harry looked at her. Well, it's going to be awkward to talk to him when I order pizza again, Harry said. Natasha just smiled and started driving to wherever their transport was waiting for them. 12 hours. They had just touched down on the carrier and got out of the plane. Harry had learned on the trip that Agent Barton was apparently compromised by Loki. That did surprise Harry. While the man wasn't the best he had ever seen, he was definitely what he considered in the top tier of assassins and mercenaries. To know Loki could get him so easily spoke of how impressive Loki's power was. Harry could probably do the same, but he had stopped taking away people's free will a long time ago. It just didn't feel right to him. When they landed, it was already morning, and Natasha told him to follow her to the rest of the team. They approached two men on the platform. On was buff, tall, and looked to be radiating nobility as if he were a knight or something. The other appeared much more down to earth and was looking a little nervous. Natasha walked right up to them. Hello, Captain, Dr. Banner. I am Agent Romanoff. Pleasure to be working with you, Natasha said politely. Harry thought about how no one would ever guess at that moment that she basically just walked into his house and helped herself to all his luxuries. This here is Harry Wolf. He will also be joining us on the mission to stop Loki, Natasha said. Banner looked a little confused on what good Harry would be to the team while Steve's face hardened. S.H.I.E.L.D. is recruiting kids now? He asked stiffly. Harry smirked at the man but said nothing. He is not S.H.I.E.L.D. trained. He is what we call a consultant. Also, don't let his appearance fool you, Captain. You are looking at one of, if not the most skilled assassin in the world, Natasha said. Harry watched Steve's face soften but still seemed confused. He can't be older than 19. Steve commented. I'm 17 and please stop talking as if I'm not here. I may take offense to it. Harry warned. Trust me, Captain. Mr. Wolf is more than capable. Now, Harry, calm down before you do something rash, Natasha commanded. Harry did an over-the-top bow. As the lady wishes. Now why don't we find out where this supposed god is so I can cause him bodily harm? Harry said, barely containing his excitement. Natasha lead them inside where some agents took their bags and put them in the rooms they would be staying in. Then they were led to the bridge where Harry saw a familiar sight. Oh, Fury! How dreadful to see your one-eyed face again, Harry said. Feelings mutual, Wolf. Fury shot back. Director, Steve said in greeting as he shook the man's hand and Banner followed suit. You have all been briefed on why you are here. As much I would like to give you a private tour of the facilities we need you to head. We just got a signal on Loki's position. He is in Germany. We need to move on him now before it's too late, Fury said. He turned to Harry and Steve. You two need to suit up ASAP, he said before addressing Banner and showing him to his new quarters and lab. 2.5 hours later, Harry and Steve were in the back of the S.H.I.E.L.D. jet with Natasha driving. They were already in German airspace. You two get ready. Loki was just spotted in a courtyard with hostages. Natasha called back to them. Got it, the captain yelled back at her. They flew over the courtyard to witness Loki making some sort of speech while smiling to a bunch of cowering people while an old man stood defiantly. "You better head down. He plans to kill that man," Harry informed Captain America. Steve immediately jumped out and made it just in time to block an attack of pure energy from striking the old man. That surprised Harry. That shield of his must have been made of something incredibly strong. Harry jumped out too but cloaked himself with invisibility as he touched down. He also made sure to suppress his aura. He watched the captain make a speech before he and Loki started to fight. Harry stood back and watched the way his enemy moved. He was a good enough fighter but clearly was no expert. It was also clear that he wasn't as good with the spear in close quarters considering how he was almost flaying it around to hit Captain America. He made up for his lack of skill with his superior strength and slipperiness. The fight continued until Captain America was put on his back. Harry was about to intervene when he heard classic rock start to play in his comm and a voice speak. "Agent Romanoff. Did you miss me?" Tony said cockily through the comm. Harry couldn't help but smile at the man's entrance. Tony came flying in with his suit on. Before Loki could even try to fire his spear at the man, Tony pointed his repulsors at the man and fired. The trickster god flew backwards before coming to a stop on no longer moving. Tony walked up to him. "It's over, Loki," Tony said with confidence. Harry could not hold back any longer. "Could you be any more cheesy, Tony?" "Jesus," Harry said with a laugh. "Harry, when did you get her?" Tony asked in surprise. "I've been here the whole time. Honestly wish I had recorded that so I could show the world how corny you really are." "It's over, Loki. Are you kidding me?" Harry questioned as he laughed harder. "Hey, I had to come up with it on the fly. Heroes always have to have the last word, you know. Ladies, you're both beautiful, but if we could stop arguing and detain the lethal god, that would be just great." Natasha broke in. All right. Excuse us for having a friendly chat," Tony said as he picked up Loki. Harry uncloaked himself and walked up to the jet. "Where were you?" Steve asked with some annoyance. "Watching you get your ass kicked for the most part," Harry said with a smile. "Didn't think you could help?" Steve questioned. "No, I could've. I was gonna tag in when he got you to the ground, but Tony did it for me, so," Harry explained. Steve still didn't look pleased, but he dropped the topic. "All right, boys. Let's get this one home and call it a day," Natasha said as she started the jet back up. Just as she said that, Harry felt another energy source just touch down in America. A signal he recognized as another supposed god. As soon as the Thor touched down, he could feel the man flying from the other side of the planet towards them. He would most likely meet them before they got to the carrier. Harry just smirked to himself. "Yeah, let's go home," he said knowingly. "Sweet. 2 for the price of 1. And there is chapter 31. We started the Avengers movie. Hope you guys liked the first chapter of it. Obviously the movie is only 2 hours long, so I'm not sure how many chapters one will be able to stretch this out to. I'll do my best to give as much detail as possible without droning on and clearly trying to extend the chapter length. Once again, thanks to everyone who gives this story support. I will hopefully have the next chapter posted next week as long as my schedule permits it. Chapter 32. And I'm back with chapter 32. Long week I've been having. I tried to figure out a way to make this arc more than 3 chapters long and it turns out, didn't even need to. It all seemed to work out well. So, this is the second chapter of the Avengers movie. I know there will either be 1 or 2 more official chapters for it. I'm positive it won't go any farther than that though. Once again, I would like to thank all of those people who have supported this story with favorites/follows/reviews/etc. It really means a lot to me to see you guys liking it so much. Or not so much. Even if you only like it a little bit, still makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Now, enjoy the story. April 22nd, 2012. Harry sat waiting for the Thunder God to arrive with a barely contained smile. He wondered if the god would be able to detect his presence. His brother certainly couldn't. Harry was sitting directly across from the god of magic, and so far the man hadn't seemed to notice anything about him. He had given Harry a once-over when he entered the jet, but had clearly deemed him a regular human and not a threat. Harry was sure that the man had given himself to S.H.I.E.L.D. willingly, but without either going through his brain or finding out more information about his plan. He really had no clue as to why. The man, most likely, had some form of mind defenses, and Harry was curious if he could push through them or not. He continued to stare at the god with a slight smile on his face. Loki had eventually taken notice to Harry's unwavering gaze and creepy smile. The god smirked at him. "Is there something you would like to say to me?" Loki asked with a fake politeness. Harry's smile widened a little. "Oh no, I'm just excited. He's almost here after all," Harry said to the god. Loki frowned slightly at that. "Oh? Who's almost here?" he asked curiously. Harry just stayed silent as he felt Thor close in. Just then, there was a loud thundering and lightning outside the jet. Loki looked up and frowned nervously. He too could now feel the presence of his stepbrother. He glanced back at the still smiling form of Harry. "How did the boy?" Tony took notice of Loki's sudden nervousness. "What? Scared of a little lightning?" Tony asked rhetorically. "It's not the lightning that I fear. It's what comes with it," Loki said ominously. No one understood except Harry, who chuckled at the comment. Tony looked confused and was about to question further when there was a loud slam on the top of the jet. Everyone looked to the point of origin except for Harry, who already knew who had joined them. "What the hell was that?" Tony asked. "More company, it would appear," Harry said back. Harry walked over to the back hatch lever and flipped it open. As the back opened up, Tony yelled back at them, "I'm gonna see what that was." Before the man could take off, another man came flying through the hatch at incredible speeds. The blonde was wearing silver armor with a red cape. He looked to come straight out of the old storybooks that children read. He smashed into Tony and sent him flying and falling on his back. He then grabbed the stunned Loki and took off into the night. Tony immediately got up and powered up his suit, and Captain America unbuckled himself from his chair. "Tony, wait." Natasha called back, but couldn't finish what she was going to say since he blasted off towards the two gods. Captain America strapped on a parachute and prepared to himself to jump out. "You should sit out of this one, Cap. Those guys are practically gods," Natasha called back as she slowed the jet down. Steve just shook his head at her words. "There is only one god, ma'am, and he certainly doesn't dress like that," Steve said before he ran towards the exit and jumped out. Harry just watched the scene with amusement. "I suppose you're going too," Natasha stated as she looked back at Harry. Harry just looked at her and smiled. "Well, I really don't want to miss out on all the fun, so," Harry said as he unbuckled and walked over to the exit. "Don't forget your para," Natasha tried to say, but was ignored as Harry hopped out of the jet after the gods and other heroes. "Shoot. God, why do men all have to be testosterone-filled morons?" Natasha muttered to herself as she looked for a place to land the jet. Harry, on the other hand, was already on the ground and watching as Tony just took off with Thor, leaving Loki alone. Harry watched Loki for a moment. He wasn't moving. He seemed to watching Thor and Tony's little argument from a distance with a smirk. Seeing that he wasn't going to try and escape, Harry decided to reveal himself. "My, oh my, what have I found here? A little trickster all by himself." How curious that the little trickster does not seem to be putting any effort into trying to disappear while he has a chance. One might come to the conclusion that he wanted to be in the hands of his captors, Harry said as he stepped out of the shadows. He enjoyed the look of brief shock on Loki's face as he turned around and saw him. Loki quickly covered it up with another arrogant smirk. "So S.H.I.E.L.D. even has children watching over me? They must be desperate," Loki stated while continuing to smirk. Perhaps he thought he could distract Harry with his taunts. Harry smiled. "They are, but not in the way you are thinking of. Besides, I am not here because of S.H.I.E.L.D. I am here because I want to test something. Would you giving me a hand with my test?" Harry asked, not caring what Loki answered. "A test? What idiotic test could a mortal like you have created that includes someone like me in it?" Loki continued with the same arrogance. "Oh, I think that you will like it quite a bit, but first, let's make sure that we aren't disturbed while our friends are busy having their own fun," Harry said as pulled out a stone. The stone was flat and had a small but complex runic scheme on it. Harry tossed it on the ground, and as soon as it touched the dirt, A transparent white energy pushed outward from it. It expanded until it was close to 30 yards wide and formed a dome around both Harry and Loki. Loki lost his arrogant look as he saw the use of magic. "You are a seer?" Loki asked quietly at Harry. Harry just shrugged. He had come across the term when studying ancient Norse runes but did not know the qualifications to make one a seer. "I couldn't say. I have no idea what qualifies one to be. But enough on that. I still want to see how powerful the supposed Norse god of magic really is. Please let loose Loki. Otherwise you'll just bore me like so many others," Harry said as he got into a stance to prepare to start casting magic. Loki sneered at Harry. "You really think you are powerful enough to challenge me? I knew mortals had grown dull since the days they worshipped us, but I did not know it had gotten this bad," Loki said. Harry smirked and lifted his hand and shot a red bolt at Loki's feet that caused the ground to explode in front of Loki, causing the god to cover his face, otherwise get flying dirt all over it. "Enough talking. Time to see if you are as powerful as you were made out to be," Harry said with confidence. Loki sneered before giving a smirk. He charged at Harry and conjured 2 knives in each hand. Harry smiled and conjured a claymore that he would smash the god with. He brought the sword down just as Loki got in range. He put quite a bit of strength into the swing. Loki didn't have a chance. He had not even brought his blades up to defend. Harry did not sense anything amiss until he saw that Loki was smirking up at him still. As soon as the blade connected to the top of Loki's skull, his body disappeared in a dull flash of gold. An illusion? Harry thought to himself, but it was too late. The next thing he knew, he felt a blade slice deep into his back and cause him to collapse to the ground. He looked up to see Loki smiling over him. "Did you honestly think a little mortal like you could do even a little bit of damage to me?" Loki asked back to his arrogant self. Harry smirked as he already felt the wounds on his back fully heal. He flashed from the ground and was already mid-swing with his claymore as he sliced through the god once again, only to discover that it was once again an illusion. So he truly is good with illusions. He better not think that will be enough to take me down. I'm not even close to showing my true hand, Harry thought as he looked at the reappeared god who was standing 40 feet from him now and eyeing him carefully. "I hope you didn't think that would be it," Harry called at him, as he ran at the god one more time. This time he covered his blade in black flames. Loki's pupils focused in on Harry as he approached with his huge flaming sword, which he wielded as if it weighed as much as a wooden stick. Harry moved at the god extremely fast. He knew that he would try to dodge and replace himself with an illusion. He was prepared for it this time though. Harry brought the sword down on the man's illusion, and just as he thought, he disappeared with another dull flash. He continued to bring the sword down. When the flaming sword smashed into the ground, a shock wave of black flames exploded from it in all directions, burning every flammable thing in its path save for Harry himself. Loki, who had been preparing to attack Harry's back once again, had to quickly make a U-turn and retreat back as the wall of black flame chased after him. He made it far enough to escape the shock wave. His cape, however, was not so lucky. Had he been mortal, he would not have had the speed necessary to tear it off and throw it away from him before it could consume him. Loki exhaled a breath of relief before glaring at Harry, who looked pleased with himself. "You shall pay for that," Loki said through gritted teeth. Harry just smiled wider. "Oh, I look forward to you trying to fulfill that threat. Now shall we continue? Oh, and I know you are trying to hide your true abilities from me still, but I wouldn't try that illusion trick on me again. I figured out how it works and how to counter it," Harry said. Loki scoffed. There was no way to tell his illusions apart. Even the Allfather couldn't tell his best illusions apart. This time, he charged at the boy but formed illusion copies of himself as well so the boy wouldn't be able to tell where the true attack was coming from. Harry sighed at the god's attempt to trick him. Before Loki could get to close enough to strike, Harry threw out a dark purple curse at the second copy from the left. Loki barely had time to widen his eyes as the curse smashed against his chest and very painfully sent him flying back. He could honestly say that the harsh crash landing was the most pleasant part of the experience. He griped his chest in pain. "How did you know?" he wheezed out. Harry looked amused at him. "Your illusions are good. Almost impossible to tell apart. Sadly for you, I can track someone based not only on their magical signature but their heartbeat as well. So unless you plan to take out your heart sometime soon, you can no longer hide from me," Harry said. Loki scowled at this. How did this creature at the same level of an ape evolve his senses enough to be that strong? The boy was right, he could not stop his heart without causing, at least, extensive damage to his physiology. He was really being backed into a corner. He did not want to show his true strength, or the other humans might detect it and wonder how they had captured him so easily, which would mess with his plan. "You are stronger than I thought," Loki admitted, trying to buy some time to see if there was some weak point in the force field. The stone that had the runes sustaining the dome had disappeared, so he would need to find another way fast. "You haven't seen anything yet. Just wait for me to actually start putting major effort into killing you," Harry said. He then held out his palm and conjured a ball of flames with a diameter of 5 feet. He condensed it so that it would explode on contact. He then released it at the god of magic. Then, unbeknownst to Loki, he ran directly behind it to catch the man off guard. He predicted correctly. As soon as the fireball came close to him, the man had jumped to the right, only to have Harry waiting for him with a smile. Harry grabbed the god by the collar and punched him directly in the nose. Loki couldn't remember the last time he had been punched so hard. It must have been during a training session with Thor a few years previous. He fell to the ground and cradled his nose. "You're still convinced to take it easy, huh? That's fine. It will give me a chance to try all sort of methods to push your supposed godhood to the test," Harry said with an insane glint in his eye. Loki shivered at that. His stare then hardened. This child wanted to test him? Fine. He would show him the true power of the trickster god of magic. "You want a battle with a god boy? Fine. I'll give you one. Consider it your last request," Loki yelled. Before Harry could retort, the god's body started to shift before his very eyes. His skin hardened and formed scales. His arms melded into his torso while his feet melded into each other. At first glance, Harry was concerned that the god was about to morph into a mermaid, in which case, he wasn't sure if could continue to take Loki seriously. Then, as the transformation continued, it was clear the man was turning into a snake. A very big snake. It wasn't quite the size of the basilisk, but Harry believed that may have been simply because of the limited space. While not having the basilisk size, Loki's snake form seemed equally, if not more dangerous. It was pitch black with glowing red eyes. Harry briefly remembered that Loki was known to have fathered a snake so massive that it could not fit in one dimension. Maybe he had slightly underestimated the god. The snake reared back and struck at him. He barely dodged to the jaws of Loki and had to get up before it could get him in the floor. Harry had to reevaluate. Loki can turn into a giant snake that can move at super fast speeds, Harry thought to himself. He was about to prepare to dodge again, but instead of striking at him, the snake reared its head back and shot a stream of flames at him. Harry threw up a magic shield and held it as he watched the flames try to break through and consume him. Damn, he's good. I need to do something before he can get a true advantage over me. I could blow up the entire area with my flame. I probably don't have enough magic left to do that and make sure that the fire doesn't harm me as well. His skin is extremely durable and partially magic resistant as well. That leaves its eyes and mouth. I'll stab his eyes out. Hopefully that will cause him enough pain to force him out of this form. He had to do it fast too. He could sense the others had already stopped fighting and were looking for Loki. Harry looked at the snake. He had a plan. Hopefully it would work too, otherwise he probably wouldn't get a second chance. As soon as Loki stopped breathing fire at him, Harry struck. He did a quick levitating spell on the snake, but supercharged it to make sure that it would get by its hide's resistance. Loki suddenly was pulled up into the air as if by a hook. Harry yanked him up about 20 feet and then dropped him and charged, conjuring twin, steel, daggers in both hands. Loki wasn't harmed by the fall, just shaken by the suddenness of it. He shook it off and looked for the mortal that he was going to tear apart. What was surprised him was that Harry was not on the ground in front of him, but in the air mid-leap towards his face above him. Before he could react, he felt the boy land on the top of his head and watched as two glinting pieces of metal approached his eyes, and then he saw no more. His sight had seemed to be replaced with pain, red-hot burning pain. He screamed in agony as the blades simultaneously piercing his eyes. Harry hopped off the head and panted as he looked on at the god that had already shrank back to his more human form as he wailed in pain and agony. Harry took a second to suck in some air and look at Loki. "I forgot. You could shape-shift," Harry said between breaths. Not only could he shape-shift, but he could turn into a fucking fire-breathing, magic-resistant, black snake. Not cool. "You will pay for this," Loki yelled at where he thought Harry was. Harry took a few more breaths before walking over to the man. "Relax, I'll heal your eyes later. Gods shouldn't be such little pussies," Harry said to the downed man. Loki just spat at his feet and missed completely. Harry rolled his eyes. "Hey, no one told you to come here and threaten my planet, man. You should have figured there would be consequences for trying to take my position of top dog around here," Harry said to the groaning Loki. "You will perish under my boot." Loki spat at him as injury leaked from his currently useless eye sockets. "Chill. I said I would heal you, didn't I? Few days you will be back to your plot to try and take over my planet, in which case I really will kill you," Harry said as he collapsed the barrier so they could finally leave. He conjured a rag and then forcefully wrapped it around Loki's eyes. Harry then grabbed the weakened god and put him on his shoulder before heading out. Loki had already passed out from either pain or tiredness, and Harry was sure that he was not that far behind. He walked where he felt the search group was and started walking towards it. When he got close enough for them to hear, he finally sat Loki and himself down. "Tony, get your ass over here," Harry yelled out into the forest. As soon as he screamed it, he could feel both Tony and Thor coming to his position at high speeds. Tony landed first. "Harry, what the hell happened?" Tony asked as he walked over to his tired and injured friend. Harry smiled as he thought of what he must look like. He had burns and scrapes all over his body that he had avoided healing so he wouldn't pass out from exhaustion. "Picked a fight with a god. I won," Harry said with some arrogance. After all, not every day one could brag about such a thing. "Easy there, hotshot. I beat him too, and I beat him first," Tony said with his own arrogance. "Nope, sorry. He was kind of holding back on you, it would seem. You seem to forget that Loki is a god of magic and can apparently shape-shift," Harry said. He saw it click in Tony's head a second after he said it. "Wait. Magic like what you can do?" Tony asked somewhat nervously. Harry nodded. "His is different. It's much older and less refined. Doesn't make him any less powerful though. Really gave me a workout before I could take him down," Harry said. Just after he finished his sentence, Thor touched down. His eyes immediately zoomed in on his brother's injured form. He gained a thunderous expression on his face and raised his hammer, which sparked with lightning. He pointed it at Harry and glared. "You have 10 seconds to explain what you have down with my brother," Thor threatened. Harry shook his head as his vision started to blur. "We fought, I won. Can't explain. Too sleepy. Tony, make sure I get to a bed safely. No shield experimenting with me," Harry managed to say before he passed out. April 23, 2012. Harry slowly opened his eyes and yawned. What a lovely sleep. He hadn't slept that good in years. Must be something about totally exhausting yourself that made you sleep well. "So you're finally up," a voice said. Harry turned his head and saw his favorite redhead in a chair next to his bed staring at him with amusement. Harry cracked a smirk. "Well, I did beat a full-powered god to a pulp, you know. Did I mention I was by myself? I'd like to think that was pretty impressive," Harry said. Natasha cracked a smile at him. "Done puffing up your own ego?" she asked. "Almost. Have you been staring at me sleep all night?" Harry asked teasingly. Natasha rolled her eyes at this. "Don't flatter yourself. I'm just the only that Tony allowed in here besides himself," she answered back. Harry sked at that. Harry knew why. Tony was not subtle about his attempts to try and get him to make a move on the attractive super spy. Did he now? "I'll have to make sure he is updated on who is and isn't allowed in my room when I am unconscious and defenseless," Harry said with a smile. Natasha pouted. "Does that mean you don't want me here?" she asked like she was 5.
No.
"I just wanted to let him know that you should always be allowed for future visits." Harry responded with a playful smirk. Natasha raised her eyebrow at that in amusement. Oh, do you plan to make a habit of becoming unconscious then? She asked. Depends. Will you always stay by my bedside till I wake up if I do? That seems like something I can get used to, Harry said with a smirk. Natasha, again, rolled her eyes at him. Well, unfortunately for you, you can't laze around in bed all day just talking with me. Fury wants to see you ASAP, Natasha said, killing the mood. Harry frowned. Does Fury think I'm some dog that he can just call at his leisure? Do I need to make another one of his body parts go missing? Harry threatened with annoyance. Natasha put her hand on his shoulder.
Ismo.
You know he doesn't mean offense by it. He just needs to do what he thinks is best to keep the people of the world safe, even if it means standing up to the big bad wolf, Natasha said while blatantly stroking his ego. Harry scoffed, then smirked. All right, I'll go see him. If you give me a good morning kiss, Harry teased. Natasha smirked. She grabbed him by both sides of his head and leaned down and kissed him on his lips. It wasn't a passionate kiss that you see in movies, but it definitely wasn't an 8th grade touch of the lips either. She pulled back and smirked at his surprised face. See you on the bridge in 10 minutes, she said before getting up and exiting his room. Harry just watched the woman go. I see why they call her Black Widow now, he mumbled to himself before getting up and throwing on some clothes. 1 hour later. All right, Fury, what do you want? Harry asked as he entered the bridge and saw the black, bald man working at one of his terminals. As soon as he saw him, Fury's face hardened. Wolf, what the hell were you thinking? Fury yelled. Before or after I fought him? Harry asked innocently. Both, Fury yelled. Well, before, I was thinking something along the lines of, I really want to say I kicked a god of magic's ass. And after, I was thinking something along the lines of, I can't believe the fucker can shift. Does that answer your question? Harry asked as he sat down at the table where he saw Natasha sitting on the other side and watching the scene with hidden amusement. Do you have any idea what you could have done? What if he had become so injured that he couldn't have told us about where the Tesseract was and how to find it? People's lives are at stake here, Wolf. The world doesn't revolve around you getting your adrenaline thirst quenched, Fury yelled. Harry rolled his eyes. Loki is not going to tell us anything he doesn't want us to know. Besides, even if I did hurt him that much, I would have healed him, which I know that you know that I can do, since I'm sure little Miss Femme Fatale over there snitched, Harry said as he threw a playful accusing glare at the redhead, who seemed to find the touchpad in front of her very interesting. So it's true then. You can heal people. Can you heal Loki? Fury asked. Harry nodded. Sure. I already told him I would. Harry said. Good. Then maybe we can get the interrogation underway, Fury said, obviously glad that they were finally getting somewhere. He's not going to tell you anything that he doesn't want you to know. You do know it was his plan to surrender and come here all along, correct? Probably didn't expect me to kick his ass along the way, but he still got what he wanted. Now it's up to you to figure out why he would want that. I'm going to heal him now. You two have fun with figuring out about the plot Loki has concocted. Good luck, Harry said as he got out of his chair and prepared to track down Loki. He took a few steps to the door before he remembered something. Oh, Fury. One last thing. Did Natasha tell you about the quarter to beetle trick? Harry asked. Fury just looked at him baffled. The what? He responded. Harry smiled. Nothing, sorry. It was just this joke I made. Not really important, I guess. Anyway, see you later, Harry said. Fury just watched Harry leave the room with a frown. He then turned to Agent Romanoff to see if she knew what he was talking about, only to find her chair empty with her nowhere in sight. Fury let out a tired sigh. I'm getting too old for this shit, and that's chapter 32. I hope you guys liked it. Before I end it, let me say a few things before they come up in questions or reviews. You might be thinking, Harry didn't seem that powerful in this battle as he usually does. Well, let me just explain that real quick. Harry is used to simply overpowering his enemies from the very start of the battle and giving them no room to defend against his power. He likes to either kill them quick or permanently incapacitate them. He does this by either his chains or with his flames. In this scenario, he didn't want to do either. His hell flames are extremely overpowered and, as such, cost quite a bit of magic to use, especially in a drawn-out fight like this. They are also quite hard to control the more of it he summons. So that's why Harry may have seemed weaker to some of you than usual. Not necessarily that he was weaker, he is just not used to drawn-out fights. He usually fights with stealth or simply overpowering his enemy. Anyway, just wanted to get that out of the way. Hope you guys liked that story. Remember to review and tell me what you think. Also, I started another new story which will not affect the update schedule of this story. I promise, so if you're interested in reading a Harry Potter and Star Wars crossover, give it a look. Let me know if you like it. If you're not interested, then just ignore it and pretend it never existed. See you all next week with Chapter 33. Chapter 33. Holy shit. I am so sorry about having this chapter out so late. I got really sick last week and didn't have time to write with all the catch-up work I needed to do. Anyway, hope you guys are liking the story. From the reviews, it sounds like most of you are. That makes me happy, so thank you all who support me and this fanfic. Quite a lot of you checked out my other story too. Chapter. April 23th, 2012. Harry stared at Loki as the god sat in his cage unmoving. He, of course, knew the god was alive, but you wouldn't be able to tell normally. There was no rise and fall of the chest that could normally be seen on a living person. Harry didn't know if the man simply did not require oxygen or if he developed a technique to slow down his breathing to unnoticeable levels. After a few more moments of staring, he entered the glass cage. "Hey Loki, how you feeling, buddy?" Harry asked as he approached the god. "I will kill you for this insult," Loki stated as if it were a fact. "Sure you will. Look, I don't want to point fingers, but when you start messing up your neighbor's backyard, you best be prepared for your neighbor to come out of the house with a shotgun. That's just straight-up common knowledge," Harry said matter-of-fact like. "There will be nowhere for you to hide from me," Loki said once again. Harry just rolled his eyes. "Whatever, you goddamned crybaby. Don't move so I can heal your eyes," Harry said as he closed the distance between him and the god. Loki said nothing at Harry's approach. Harry reached out and put his right hand over the man's clothed eye sockets. He immediately flooded them with a soft warm magic that worked to recreate tissue that would grant him new eyes and reconnect their nerve endings. It was a process he could finish in several minutes if he really concentrated. As he continued, a sudden thought crossed his mind that he decided to put into effect. He lifted his left hand and laid it on Loki's forehead before concentrating more magic in a different kind of way. "I didn't realize 2 hands would be needed for the procedure," Loki shot at Harry suspiciously. "Shut up. I'm using the blueprints your mind has on what it remembers your eyes to be so that they can be regrown into exactly what they would have been before our little altercation," Harry said to the god as he continued to pump some magic into the god. "Impossible. My mind is not so easily entered," Loki said. Harry slightly shook his head. "It's less of me entering your mind and more of your mind giving the prints to me. Not an easy task, mind you. You have to show it that you mean the mind no harm for one and actually mean to help it for another. It's why this is the only technique I know that allows for such a relationship with another's mind," Harry said. Loki stayed silent after that and let Harry continue to work. After several minutes of this, Harry finally put his hands down. "You should be fine. Take a few moments to adjust to your new eyes," Harry said as he left the cage and closed the door. He simply stood outside and watched the god. He wanted to be around for what happened next. Loki took off the cloth covering his eyes and immediately smiled. It was clear that he could once again see. He smiled for a few more moments and then frowned as he looked at his reflection in the glass. He then whirled around with a furious expression on his face. "What is this? What is this symbol you have put on my head?" he yelled at Harry. Indeed, there was a new symbol on the god's forehead that was not there before. It looked like a spiral made of obscure letters that seemed to be constantly changing into other letters. It was clearly magical in nature. "Oh, that's just a little array of mine. You see, I've had my fun with you, Loki. I know what you are capable of, and while you are incredibly powerful, you just aren't quite at my level yet. You are, however, powerful enough where you may catch me off guard and do me harm. So, I have taken a few precautionary measures against such a thing from happening. That's where the runes come in. You see, where I come from, there are ways to deal with shapeshifters like yourself. No one quite like yourself though. This is a slight modification on what the people I know use to contain their little shapeshifters. To make a long story short, you can no longer shapeshift into any form while you have that rune on you. The only way to get rid of it is through me. I mean, come on. You must have seen this coming. All that bullshit about needing to access your brain for the blueprints. That doesn't even sound close to being a real thing, you gullible bastard. Harry smiled at the god. Loki looked horrified at the loss of such an ability. How dare you? I had thought to play with you when I took over, but no. I see that was a mistake. You must be shown no mercy. When I take over, I shall give you to my son, Jormungand, and he shall feast on you as I kill all that you know and love on this wretched planet. Loki screamed. Harry just stared. He wasn't very frightening. It reminded him of a kid having a tantrum in Walmart because their parents refused to get them a toy. If you say so, man. I'm going to go. I have to do, literally, anything I want because I'm not stuck in a glass cage like a lil bitch. Harry said as he walked out of the room, leaving behind a pathetic screaming god. Natasha was waiting for him outside, leaning against the wall. So what did you do to him? She asked causally. Harry smiled innocently. Shouldn't you know? He asked. Funnily enough, all of our recording devices for both sound and video surveillance seemed to be malfunctioning as soon as you stepped in the room. Natasha said. Harry pretended to be shocked by the news. Wow, sounds like a major security breach. You might need to check that out. Harry said as they started to walk aimlessly down the halls. That's what I was doing. She mumbled to herself. Harry pretended to not quite hear her. What was that? He asked. Nothing. So did you find any information that you would be willing to share? She asked. I can confirm that he has a giant snake son who may or may not be willing to feast on his enemies while Loki kills everything that the person loves and holds dear. Harry said. Natasha raised an eyebrow. That sounds like a very specific thing for him to reveal. May I ask what led him to revealing such specific information and phrased in such an interesting way? She asked. Harry shrugged. He wasn't happy with me for some reason or another. Could be for one or many things I may or may not have done to him in the last 24 hours. Harry said. I see. Well, I'm next up to talk with him, so I best get prepared. Are you going to watch? She asked. Harry shook his head. Sorry. If I had a fetish for watching sexy women tricking powerful men into giving them everything that they want, I would go watch explicit material. Harry said. Natasha got closer and leaned next to his ear. Trust me. The quality can't even be compared. She whispered into his ear. Harry felt a shiver go down his back at the way she said that. Natasha then gave him one more sexy smile and sauntered off. Harry watched her go. I'm almost 100% sure she is purposefully seducing me at this point. I can't actually tell if it bothers me though. Harry said to himself before shaking his head to clear his thoughts. He then walked off to the geek lab where he was sure that Tony was located in. Took him little time to arrive at the lab's doors. Harry, my main man, to what do we owe this incredible honor? Tony asked with too much enthusiasm. Harry just rolled his eyes and threw himself into the nearest chair. You want to catch me up on the shenanigans you have been up to? Harry asked. What, you mean after I heroically carried you all the way to a bed and protected you all night from any foe who dared try and disturb your rest? Tony asked while puffing up his chest. Except for red-headed super spies, of course. Harry pointed out, looking at the man. Tony shrugged. Well, that was just in case. Tony said. Harry looked at him. In case of what? Harry asked calmly. Tony smiled. In case you woke up a little stiff. Tony finished. Harry leaned forward and rubbed his temples. You're an idiot. Harry finally said. Wow, are you trying to tell me you would rather wake up to see my handsome face than a sexy redhead? Look, I mean, we're friends, Harry, but, I got Pepper, so... Tony trailed off. That's right. You do have Pepper, don't you? Well, I'll be sure to inform her all about the lady you keep calling a sexy redhead. Harry replied. All the injury drained from Tony's face before it came back, and he smirked triumphantly. Nice try, Harry, but I know Pepper will take my side on this. She thinks you need to find a love partner too, Tony said. Harry looked at him quizzically. Love partner? Harry asked. Well, I was going to say girlfriend, but with all this new information, I wasn't so sure if maybe you preferred another term instead. Tony hinted innocently. I will mount your balls on my mantle, Harry said while glaring at the man. See, there you go with those mixed signals again. Tony said. Ladies, please. You're both beautiful, said a man that Harry had been ignoring till this point. He looked over to the slightly nervous-looking Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner, right. Sorry about that. Sometimes Tony and I forget others are around us. Harry apologized with a polite smile. Banner smiled back. I can see that. Sadly, we do need to continue our work, Banner said. Harry nodded and stood. He saw Loki's spear and approached it. Find out anything on it? Harry asked, gesturing to the spear. Banner shook his head. Not much. The readings it gives off are similar to the Tesseract and both are like nothing I have ever seen before, Banner said. Harry nodded before waving his hand over the spear or scepter, if you will, to try and get his own readings. Banner was partially right. It wasn't the scepter giving off the readings, it was just the gem at the top. The power flowing through the rest of the scepter was just a side effect of the gem. The gem itself reminded him greatly of the Tesseract's power. He didn't delve too deep into it though. He could not sense an end to the gem's power and that scared him frankly. There should be a limit to how much power something can hold. Well, don't let me stand in your way, Harry said. Right after the words left his mouth, both Natasha and Fury came rushing into the room. Excuse me, Dr. Banner, would you mind coming with us? Fury asked, but everyone could tell that it was actually a demand. Banner looked at them suspiciously. May I ask why? Banner responded. We would like to remove you from any environment that may be viewed as hostile or stressful for the time being. Natasha explained calmly. Confinement? Isn't that what you just described? Harry asked curiously. Natasha shot him a look that clearly said that he was not helping. Why all of a sudden? Banner asked, clearly not happy. The next part of the conversation was too fast for Harry to understand correctly. He should rephrase that. Harry was missing some key element to exactly what the argument was about to understand what was happening correctly. All he knew was that the captain barged in with a big-ass gun and said something about Hydra. Tony immediately jumped on board the Hydra conversation. Something about a nuclear deterrent. The conversation had lost him completely in total honesty. He was more focused on the gem that was on the scepter. It appeared to be doing something. He could see the little magical tendrils coming out of it and connecting to everyone in the room, even him. He immediately noticed the argument start to escalate even further. Thor had even come and joined in at some unknown point. He continued to divert all his attention to the gem until it became clear what it was doing. It was compulsing them, feeding their frustration and anger while making them argue harder. Shut up, Harry finally yelled, and all the arguing stopped immediately. Keep quiet. Look at it. It's the gem, Harry said. Everyone looked over at the scepter. What about it? Fury demanded. It's affecting you. All of you. It seems to be geared toward trying to make you more frustrated and angry. I have never seen anything quite like it, Harry said as he approached the scepter and continued to stare. How is it doing it? Natasha asked quietly. From what I can see, it is almost like it's sentient somehow. Not like you or I, but enough to have a certain amount of awareness, if you would. It has been tampered with though. My guess would be by Loki. It can naturally affect your minds, but Loki has almost programmed it affect it negatively. He probably was trying to make us argue and fall apart from the start, Harry said. This must have been his plan for the Hulk as well, Natasha said with a sudden realization. Harry turned and looked at her, clearly telling her to go on. When I was interrogating him, Loki revealed that she never finished as a large explosion rocked the ship. A loudspeaker sounded. We've been hit. Engine 1 is down. All S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. We have intruders on board the helicarrier. Harry looked in shock. He should have easily been able to sense men approaching the ship with hostile intent unless he looked back at the gem. Had the fucking stone hampered his senses? Before he could continue, An explosion rocked where they were and the whole lab exploded. Harry had just enough time to shield himself as he flew out the window and down a floor along with Natasha and Banner. That damn gem is screwing with my senses. Harry thought to himself as he stood and found himself surrounded on all sides by debris. He transfigured the metal shrapnel around him into sand and watched it dissolve to the ground. He then looked around. He saw Natasha stuck under some more debris and Banner breathing heavily some feet away. He quickly ran to Natasha.
Yo, Red.
Talk to me. You all right? Harry asked as he got over to her. She groaned. Yeah, I'm good. But we have to get out of here, she said as she nodded over to Banner, who was looking like he was about to rip out of his clothes and turning green. Is he about to do the rage monster thing? Harry asked as he got her out of the debris and shrapnel and standing on her feet. Looks like we need to get out of here, Natasha said. Harry had other ideas though. You go on ahead. I'll hold him off, Harry said, trying to pretend he was brave. Bullshit. You just want to say you fought him, Natasha said. Just go, Harry said with a smile while not denying her. She hobbled away as fast as she could. Harry turned and faced the almost fully formed green giant. This is going to either really suck or be really fun. Banner turned right to him and roared. That made Harry step back in surprise. The Hulk immediately tried to run towards him, but Harry blasted him back with magic. The Hulk crashed on his back but immediately got back up. Harry narrowed his eyes. He summoned his chains and started wrapping each on of the man's limbs up. Fighting this rage monster would not be like fighting Loki, especially because he didn't really know how much harm would come to Banner if he hurt the Hulk. He kept summoning chains until the Hulk could only struggle a little. Not so hard. Now I just have to calm him. The Hulk roared even louder than before and pulled with all his might on his right arm until the chains holding it finally broke. Harry's jaw dropped. Those are supposed to be indestructible, Harry thought to himself. The Hulk grabbed the chains on his other arm before tearing those off as well. Harry quickly thought of another way to hold him down. He would just have to calm him down while the man was on offense. Not a position he would have preferred, but it didn't seem like he had a choice. As he pulled off the chains on his feet, Harry was already casting what calming charms he knew at the creature. It seemed to have only minor effects on him. It would slow him down for a second before the anger pushed through the calm and came to dominate once again. Harry was still hesitant to use flames on the beast. It was clear it was strong, but he wasn't sure if even the rage monster could handle it. He would have to do something drastic. As the Hulk was coming to from the last spell, Harry devised a plan. If a simple charm wouldn't work, he would have to attack at the source. The Hulk charged at him. Harry threw up a shield and watched as its fist came down on the shield. There was so much force behind it that Harry could feel his teeth rattle and his legs almost give out, but he held on. Before the Hulk could bring down his fist again, Harry caused the shield to explode outwards and blast the Hulk backwards. It didn't keep the creature down for long, but it didn't need to. It just gave Harry enough time to throw a strong mind probe at it.